night, staring at the stars fall. You're fading and I can do nothing. Stay home, the light is gone. Make it bright, we can't fight at night. The sky knows why, we can't get inside. We're growing scared, the flash inside. My mind knows how to deal with life. Yeah! People fighting on, just go afraid on. We are the way from you finding yourself. People fighting
Come on! Oh my god! Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts.
Ayo, Yolali, why you have to be so noob?
It's not my fault, lah. It's the monitor. I can't see anything. Look at all the pro players at Veteran Champions Tour. Paper Rex, EG, their monitors are all 240 Hz. Mine is just 60 Hz. Come on.
Can you please stop giving excuses or not? Always like this. You don't want to play with me.
She's so angry, man. Game is dumb. Monitor is dumb. Everything's dumb. Hey, is that the BenQ Zoe XL2566K Diet Plus 24.5-inch gaming monitor? Ooh, what a beautiful girl you are. Oh yeah. Wow, compared to typical IPS display, Diet Plus on a TN 360Hz panel provides clearer and sharper outlines of overall moving images. By focusing the image, it helps me to see the position of the enemy during fast plays, which can ensure better recoil control and be more precise. It is also the official monitor for Veteran Champions Tour. Surely I'll be as good as the pro players. This monitor is so convenient with the 5-way S-switch interface. It allows me to quickly preset my settings before the game. The monitor also comes with black equalizer and color vibrance, which give me so much clarity in spotting those enemies in the dark. Hey Combat baby, let's go for a game. I got a new monitor and I am built different.
Yes, you have a better monitor now, but still cannot kill. I think it's just skill issues, bro.
No. I refuse to believe that. I deny that shared thought. No, wait. One more game. First game is always the warm-up round. The next one, I'll do better. Come on, let's go. One more.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vortex Discovering the Talent. So, of course, on my left, my right, whichever it is, I have SirCloud with me. First time appearing, I believe, into the whole entire tournament. SirCloud, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I mean, I've seen the previous series before this, and it's really exciting to see some of these teams, especially the newly formed teams, perform and even eliminate one of the invited teams, that is Toda.
Wow, it seems as though the track record of the tournament's already got you excited. And this is only the first ever chapter, so we have a long storyline to go through. But before all of that, let's give a shout out to our sponsors. So all of these live channels that you guys are watching the stream is provided by BenQ, Zowie, and Game Juice. So thank you so much for bringing everything here today. And of course, we cannot say this entire tournament is happening without the likes of its back-end people. So Team Salty, Berryfam, organizers, marshals, everybody, you name it. Thank you for putting us on the big screen and giving a place for the players to play and showcase their talents.
Yes, and also one more thing I can't wait is that out of the 4 invited teams, I've casted 3 of these teams before. The only one team that I've yet to cast is NEXGA. So I'll be looking forward to see them play while I cast it, and of course their coach Ayman is a good friend, so let's see. Hopefully they don't disappoint.
I see. Well, that's interesting because I kind of have a grasp on the 4 invited teams. The only one I believe I didn't really cast fully is actually BLITZ Esports, because unfortunately they did not make it through with that one tournament that I was going to cast. But I have casted for NEXGA, so I did see a little bit of the potential, but that was last year. You know, 365 days. it's a totally different ballpark at this point, and we've gone through those roster changes, everything like that. But these are the teams that we know and love, which are already having a name in the local scene. But the other 4 teams, that's the one that has beaten out a team last week and now are going to be facing the Giants. And we saw it yesterday as well. We saw the future the future greats. Yes, there you go. I was thinking future giants because that's what Colden said, and it was engraved in my brain. The future greats actually beat out Todak, so it's not impossible. Will we see it happening again today? That is the big question.
Yeah, and despite like some of the players have rank differences, but hey, you know what? Sometimes rank is just numbers. It's all about teamwork. It's all about execution as a team. So anything can happen. And we have seen a surprise the other day. We might see one today. So who knows? Because like what you say, right? Even though if it's NEXGA and maybe you have casted their game before, but it could have been a while, it could have been roster changes, there could have been internal changes, the way they play or whatever it is, and it could be something different that they'll bring onto the table today as compared to perhaps the last time that we saw them. But I will not deny as well the fact that NEXGA, to me, has been on the rise in the local Valorant scene. In fact, they came back from a tournament in Singapore, I believe it was last month or so. So they are starting to put their name up there in the scene.
Yeah, I know a little bit of these people just by because I got the chance to work with them. There's gonna be a content video being produced for this tournament itself that is going to be out soon, which I actually got to work with the NEXGA boys, and they're really lovely people, such sweethearts, and really just fun overall. It looks like they are playing together as friends, and I know that 2 members in the team are from Brunei, so it's a lot of this different communication they really have to figure out. But with that being said, let's take a look at the bracket and see what games we are looking at today.
Yep, so as what we have introduced earlier on, so NEXGA is going to come up today, and they are going up against SSK, or in other words called Skill Seekers, and here are the players. Notice that Tortoise is a different rank, but like what I mentioned earlier on, I believe rank is just image, it's just a number, but in reality, it's all about teamwork.
This is very interesting. So, of course, we already know Team NEXGA needs no introduction. They are a bit more familiar here in the local scene, but Skill Seekers, it's where it's at. I believe this is one of those teams that really played to the whole entire solo registration and then finding your team in here. And they actually managed to find a footing, beating out YGN last week around. And they seem to be looking really strong. I believe it was 13-8 and 13-6. So very convincing wins. And I like that in the interview, I believe it was said by Plubies, 3 animals and 2 zookeepers. So it's already a bond being formed within the team itself. I'm so excited to see how they will continue growing. And they seem to be very ready up against NEXGA. They mentioned that they were preparing some strats and new stuff in their pockets that they can pull out against NEXGA. I cannot wait to see because it's totally empty for me. I only have 1 game to base this off.
Yeah, I wonder if you consider Turtle Rabbit to be 1 animal or 2 animals.
It's a petting zoo.
It's a petting zoo, yeah. And in fact, now that we are actually in the lobby, we can see what sort of DPs do they use, and Penguin literally is using a penguin, so he must have something with penguins here. I hope we can hear from him one of these days to know what sort of love does he have for penguin and the history of that.
And just to stir a little bit, I'm actually seeing a lot of comments in the stream section
Ah.
saying hello to both of us. So hi comment section, hi chat. Hope you guys are going to enjoy the games today, and also don't forget to root for your favorite team. They need your moral support.
Yeah, hello Tony Trickster, hello Zidru, what's up? Let's go. But we already got an early prediction from one of our viewers out there. NFT Ultimate Dagon, hopefully I didn't butcher the name. Easy for NEXGA.
Ooh, bold
Ooh.
statement. Okay, I believe we have a NEXGA supporter here, but we'll have to see how they fare, because although the Skill Seekers, they may be a new team, but it's this unpredictability they are really trying to capitalize on as well, because that's what they said in the interview. They have no idea how they're going to play, no idea how NEXGA has no idea how Skill Seekers are going to play, so that may be just a wrench in the plans.
Yep, and here we go. This is going to be the map veto. Let's see who will pick what or who will ban what to a certain extent. Well, if I were to look at the game that was played the other day by Skill Seekers, they picked Haven. So that could be one of their favorite maps.
Yeah, absolutely. So Haven was one of the most discrepancy in terms of the points itself, 13 and 6 against YGN. So it could be a very comfortable pick, but next guy is going to be going first. So if they read through that that's how they're going to play, they might actually opt to ban. I hate the caster curse. It's real. Okay. There you go. Haven is banned out. So let's have a look at how Skill Seeker replies. And for those at home who are watching, this is actually a live pick and ban. Ooh, Ascent is gone in the pool.
Wow, interesting. So the two maps that Skill Seekers played the other day, both of them banned out early on. So now, which map would it be, right? So, but we do have some other popular maps as well. I mean, Icebox is a fairly popular map. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it being picked at some point.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think Icebox is actually not in the rotation, if not mistaken. I believe Icebox, Sunset, and Breeze is not in the rotation. So
Okay.
although I would love to see it being picked, Split is where the money is at least for NEXGA. And I think this is a very safe pick because the last time round, I remember them being actually very dominating. So I guess the trend is still ongoing no matter the 365 days that pass by. I love to see them play by their strengths, especially since it is NEXGA. It looks as though they're not taking their competition lightly. Ooh, how about this, Cloud? Where are we going next?
Wow, we are going to Bind, it seems, for game number 2. And fun fact, Bind was actually the decider map when Skill Seekers played the last time. But because they won 2-0, so we couldn't see what sort of outcome it would be if they were to play Bind. But definitely, we will see them play Bind this time. Because it's a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. So obviously, we're going to definitely play the first 2 maps. And then we'll go on to the decider. And speaking about the decider, before we head on to that, we still need to ban.
Okay, so one more ban. So I believe it's Lotus and Pearl, and as well as Fracture. So all the large maps are going to be still in question here. Fracture is taken away from the question because I guess, well, no gimmicks, no fun maps. We still have Lotus and Pearl. Since Haven is taken away, I reckon maybe Lotus could be one of the bans as well. Let's take a look. 50-50. I could be right, I could be wrong. But
Yeah.
taking a look at the pool, right, the Split and Bind, I think those are one of the most closer cornered maps, and you can say Ascent as well, but Ascent got taken off. So I'm already looking at much more fight orientated kind of maps here. A lot of those double contact situations, double holes, trying to play off your teammates. Now the decider is going to be literally what makes or breaks the game.
Yeah, I personally am a fan of the smaller maps as well. So I'm pretty excited to see both Split and Bind being played as the first 2 maps. Now we will get the ban. Okay, so looks like Lotus is out and we're going to get Pearl as our decider map if we do go for game number 3. But we're going to start off with Split as the first map, and that is picked by NEXGA. So do you think because NEXGA pick this map, they have the advantage? That's number 1. Number 2, they're an invited team. Number 3, well, NEXGA has the opportunity to watch how Skill Seekers played before this.
Yeah, I think you're just stacking all of the pros that NEXGA possibly have. Well, the
Give me a
silver
con.
lining. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. But the silver lining is that, well, for Skill Seekers, they actually get to pick the side and they start with defending. So I can really already see that Skill Seekers wants to kind of have a feel for their opponent here. And just looking at it, Skill Seekers, being one of the teams that actually were formed point blank from the very beginning of this tournament, seems to be picking those kind of maps that are more comfortable for a team to adjust into. So of course, Fracture Lotus out of the situation, and in Split, they want to play the defense. They want to play something they're more used to even before they were a team. But Bind, NEXGA is going to choose the attacks, and I really see a strong approach here coming from NEXGA. They want to set the momentum against Skill Seekers.
Yeah, they want to start it off hard and fast, it seems. So, But let's see. Sometimes it's, there's like we stacked up like the possibility, the chances of them performing and all that. But sometimes it could backfire. It could be like, oh, overconfidence, oh, we overextend, we overpeak, or whatever it is, right? And that is a possibility for them to be punished because of that. So that is something that skill seekers will be looking to kind of like overtake them in that sense. Because NEXGA, they are an invited team. A lot of people, I'm sure they are supporting NEXGA and they're putting their money onto NEXGA, but anything could happen.
Yep, anything can definitely happen. I think at least for skill seekers, if they really want to try to topple over the challenges that NEXGA is going to provide them, they have to really try to get a good hold on how NEXGA is going to play against them and try to really break through the momentum that they force onto themselves. I think the first map would actually be quite dominant to the side of NEXGA just because it is their pick, it's something they're used to. But it's the adaptability that we are expecting from skill seekers, and these people, they're fresh in their minds. They actually came together just to form a team, and that actually could be a good thing, because if you actually watch the interview from the last time round, they actually mentioned that they have a good hold of the mentality. The last time round, they were actually losing in Ascent, but then Penguin called the timeout, so they understand how they're actually supposed to play as a team and how to boost on their morales, even if they started off as just teammates, as business partners. It could be a good thing, who knows?
Yeah, it could be, and they could come up with surprises. And to be fair to them, yes, NEXGA had the opportunity to watch them play before this, but that is only like 2 games and on a different map. So with this map that is being broadcasted for the first time for this lineup to be playing, they can come up with surprises. So I believe in the element of surprise here from these teams. I'm looking forward to see how skill seekers will push NEXGA and will surprise all of us as viewers, as casters, to come up with an unexpected result.
Yeah, actually, what I'm much more interested in is what Penguin's going to be playing, because the last time around he's really stuck into the Sova, and we all know how Sova really goes in splits. Not really the best here. But with that being said, what compositions are we going to be looking at? We're going to be looking at the double initiator that they're so comfortable with, or maybe pick something else that's a bit different. Look at NEXGA already going at it. I think this screen itself tells you that they have a game plan. They're not phased whatsoever. It's more of how SSK is going to be applied. So as you can tell, Penguin is going to be actually opting for perhaps the double controller.
Ooh, so
Okay.
looks like a shift here. The last time they played the 2 maps, the only change they made was with Turtle Rabbit. One map he played KO, the other map he played Bridge. So, and everyone else played pretty much the same. Sova, Killjoy, Astra, Jet, not much of a surprise there. But interesting to see that this time around, the picks for skill seekers, they are picking something different. Okay,
Yeah.
except for Tortoise now. He's still picking the Astra. But other than that, they are doing something different now.
Yeah.
I'd say Poppy.
Oh, okay. I think this might be very much not in the plans of skill seekers. I don't think they actually thought they'll be going to split first thing within this
Select
best
your
of 3.
agent.
But it could be a good thing depending on how they play. Wow, okay. Very interesting. On the other end, though, of NEXGA, they're playing to their strengths here. We have KL, previously from LVR, No Deal Gaming. He's been playing for so long, and he's really the anchor, and he's going to pick up the Cypher, which we all know is basically bread and butter when it comes to split, especially now being a little bit more viable to come back into the meta. And then the double initiator on the side of NEXGA, we have the Sky and the Breach. So double flashes, not just double initiator, double flashes. A lot of fighting and close combat is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, expect that. Yeah, I totally do agree there. But a lot of defensive playstyle, I would say, for skill seekers here. But they need to capitalize really. But if you kind of think about it, right? Like if you're like at the early stage of the game, you won't have that many ability to use, or you need time to collect your outs. So for them to be really effective as a defender, they also need to play aggressive and make sure they get as many kills as possible early on in order for them to stack up the ultimate.
Wow, okay. So looking at the double controller, well, they are starting in the defense. So this could actually be something that they thought about. Let's double down on defense since we're starting it out. Try to get themselves on the right foot here, set the momentum for the rest of the game. Oh, let me split out. Okay. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, just before we start into the game, I want to remind everyone there's a 10,000 ringgit prize pool up for grabs. So all these teams here, they have something to battle for. Cannot wait to see how this starts.
Oh man, 10,000 ringgit worth of moolah. My goodness, there's just so much on the line here. And now, let's go. The fight has started here with Rip Eye hanging by the side. Nobody knows he's there, but it's not like he can push. But he'll take that risk. He will go in, but unfortunately, he's blinded.
Oh man, no refrags as well. We have NEXGA here that's going to be getting another frag, and Turtle Rap is going to pick up one for himself. 2 more members left in NEXGA. They are stuck in vent. I don't think they actually know they're there though. It's actually from the mid side. Oh, get some damage here. Gets another one. A readjustment coming in from Tortoise, really putting in the nail in the coffin there. So this is actually looking really good for Skill Seekers. We thought it would be the other way around.
Wow, I mean, Tortoise, 3 kills as a start. I mean, we didn't talk about them as a defender. They need to stack up as many kills as possible early on. And they started off really well by not only winning the first round, but Tortoise himself got 3 kills. So he's stacking it for himself as well.
Yeah, and that's actually very interesting, the approach that NEXGA took, because we saw them have utilities try to block them into entryway up on ramps. But they still went ahead, a little bit overzealous and a bit too aggressive there. Pay a little bit more real fines than they really want to. Oh, alarm bot is triggered. They know that the threat is up in B main. 2 people getting taken down just off of that extra money bonus spreads, getting those gunfire. Tortoise as well is going to join the fray, going to start a little bit of a triangle trajectory. Take one more down on NEXGA, but NEXGA has something to say about it, taking down 2 refrags. But no likes to the judge, getting 1. It's a whole entire battlefield, and the spike is dropped in the middle of no man's land.
2v1, ladies and gentlemen. Can he pull off the incredible here? Okay, so now he reveals his position. That's 1. Number 2, he's not blind. And he's surrounded. Okay, he picked up a Spectre. This is the moment here. There's Spectre right in front of him. Oh, he shoots. But no. No heroic move there. But to be fair, it is a pistol round for NEXGA.
Oh, he actually had the advantage that they actually weren't looking. But I guess with that being said, I mean, it's just trying to play towards the benefits of the Spectre, right? Try to spray and pray, but unfortunately didn't even get 1, maybe a little bit chip damage. But having the 2 players play together is really smart on the side of Skill Seekers, because they know they're already at low in terms of man numbers. They want to play off of their refrags and getting that initial contact there.
Yeah, so it was a good 2 rounds here for them, but now it's going to be the gun round for both teams. This is where, if NEXGA wants to come back, this is the round that they need to do the business. But then again, we can see here Ripeye with the Sheriff, so he's still saving up for something else. But now they're going to initiate, they're going to go in, but the judge from NeoLax is waiting for them in the face of Mojo.
Look at all the utilities being utilized on SSK as well. You have the Gravity Well, you have the Molly coming in from Viper, and that's how strong he's playing these 2 agents. Speaking of which, Torch is actually going to take the risk and go all the way to the front and find one on the enemy team. Now 2 members left, and Cypher is so heavily damaged.
Oh, here we go. So NEXGA, only 2 players left. They're making that rotation now. All right, let's see here. Can they make it in? They should be able to, as long as they walk quietly, or Haka should be fine. Yeah, but no. Looks like they made the rotation as well. They kind of thought that, okay, it's just too quiet, the rotation might happen. Penguin takes out Cal, Haka been eliminated, and that is 3 for Skill Seekers. Wow.
Okay. I even see Penguin playing with the animation of the wall, getting from the slight pixel, taking down the lurker up into mid. But so convincing so far, the performance that's being put up by Skill Seekers. That was actually, I would say, a half round. Yeah, that was a safe round for the side of NEXGA. So now they can actually purchase the full rounds. But we have on the other end, NEXGA, who is very adamant to hold the fortress that is called mid with just a judge.
Yeah, I know, right? The judge in the face, that surprised the NEXGA. They didn't expect that, especially Mojo, who went in first through the mid. But now, okay, since you said that that was a eco round for them, so now NEXGA with a full buy, this is where they need to do the business.
Very interesting that they're still going to try for a mid push here, but the wall coming in is so hard to try to break through. You have to wait and play off of that timing. Wall is down. They still have to check all corners, and this is combined with very valuable time. There goes the Trailblazer. They know one is up in B heaven itself. They might deter themselves to go towards A. Look at the space that SSK is giving towards them. They know they have the time here. Just going to play very patiently, not going to take any risk. They don't necessarily need to.
Okay, they know they have the mid van now, but the NEXGA, are they still going to go through? No, but they got to be careful. Look at the mid van. Neolex may backstab. This is going to be super interesting. Neolex, if he shows up and NEXGA is not ready and they are not prepared, ooh, it's going to be happy birthday for them.
Happy birthday indeed. Look at this. You have the breach fault line, but nothing is made in here. Now we have Ribeye forced to make a breakthrough to the wall, but look at the Fortress being held down. Up and towards from B. Main here gonna give a little bit more of a refrag. So just 2v2 is a situation right now. Main is open. Oh, a huge headshot, but time is ticking. They have to go for the plan, and this is where Turtle Rabbit is gonna walk in. But we have the support from Simon that's gonna take him down, putting an end to the mayhem that is SSK.
Yeah, 2v1 with that sort of angle. One person plan, one person takes care of the corner. It's gonna be pretty difficult. But anyway, they still have to lead 3-1. They can give one away to NEXGA, but that also means that NEXGA can continue on not only to buy, but they can go in for full utility in this round.
And Simon Neo as well, he does have the Seekers, so that's going to give some really good information considering they were hesitant in the beginning because they could not find any picks as the attackers. So having this ability that you could possibly use just to give some information to themselves is going to be very valuable.
Without concealment,
Expect the Trailblazer to be used anytime soon at B site, but no. I guess they kind of have this information that, okay, B site is heavily guarded based on the previous round, so you would expect that all the utilities of Killjoy will be there. So do you want to take that risk to rush into B site? Probably not. And plus, it's still around that both teams can still go for the full buy. So it's not the risk that they would want to take. Now, speaking about Trailblazer, it's deployed at mid instead.
Turtle Rabbit actually pushed all the way out into A just to try to shift up the strategies a little bit, but then the moment he realized that there's a Cypher cam onto him, went all the way back into sight. But NEXGA still, you have that push and pull, a little bit of a limbo situation. Can't really find an opening. I think they realized that A might be the best shot here. And they really have to commit. It is 30 seconds left onto the clock. They have the double initiator, so shouldn't be a big problem, but it depends on how well SSK is going to chip them down. Seekers is going to be used here, going to force some positions into NEXGA's hands.
Yeah, gonna go in with the blast pack immediately, planting the spike, and now pressure is on to SSK. Can they go in for the retake? They are spreading around though, but do look at mid. Mid, there is still one play for NEXGA, but Penguin is gonna start it off by taking out Simon Neo.
Continues. He realizes it's a trap wire, but Kill is right at his tail. Neolex is going to try to go for the refight. There's another trap wire there. Ooh, but into the crosshair that is in his hands.
One enemy remaining.
2 for 2. Gonna get one more by the showstopper, and the defuse comes in. All that's left is going to be Haka. It's going to Paranoia, but into a very predictable spot that Neolex really understands. A 4K.
As much as he wants to do the Haka dance, unfortunately he became a Haka dish instead. And yeah, I know, we're all hungry. It's dinner time. I just had to.
Oh, an early time out here is gonna be called, and I think it's being called. Who's it being called by?
It's by NEXGA.
Oh, NEXGA is gonna be calling it. Okay. Very interesting. So I think maybe just not performing in the start that they want to. I thought that maybe they could be explosive. This is their map pick. Suddenly, it looks as though Skill Seekers are the ones who picked the map, and that's what it looks like.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it, it's they planted the spike, and it didn't take too long for SSK to retake it. So I'm pretty sure that something must be Like they must be thinking that, oh, okay, is there something wrong with our positioning? Is it where we aim, where we want to try to defend, lock down the area, and so on and so forth? So this is something that definitely Coach Ayman will be discussing with the teams as well. Like, what do you do after post plan? Because it was a very quick retake from the opponent.
I don't think it's what you do after post plant. It's more of how do you shut down them running into your face. Because honestly, that was a 4K from the side of NOLEX, because how fast he actually moved in the moment the spike was actually planted. Gave no leeway, no breathability for the side of for NEXGA to even try to be positioned into a post plant situation. So it's really great the pressure that we're seeing from skill seekers here. How will NEXGA adapt to this though? Is the next question. It's already one thing to break through the site. It's another thing to win those. And we have Ribeye starting it out hot.
Wow, nice execution with the blast pack straight in onto B Tower, taking down two players from their opponent. What a pause that was. Used well, and now they are looking like they're winning this round, but it's not over till it's over, they say.
Oh, yep, absolutely. NOLEX still has something to say about it. The reigning 4K from the previous match. Probably might have something to... Oh, he actually has the blast back into the right place, but we have Ribeye gonna go for an aggressive run and gun, taking down NOLEX, knowing that he's super fast.
Too bad NEOLEX was still airborne when he shoots, so that kind of whiffed it. So, yeah, so now Turtle Rabbit is just going to go for the save. It's just going to ignore everything. It's just going to play, probably just stay by A and just let this round be.
Yep. I think this is a great round for NEXGA. They only lost one member, so that means very much one of those best perfect rounds they can possibly get after a timeout. So really trying to get the benefits from it as well. 3 ultimates are already available for NEXGA, so they could continue this. They're going to start steamrolling and take that momentum, claim it back for themselves.
So momentum wise, if they can win this round, it would be great. I'm just looking at their buys. Looks like SSK is going to go safe this time around. I see a Judge, I see a Vandal, 2 Sheriffs, and a Shorty, and that's about it. So it looks like they're going to go a little bit safer this time in case they do lose this round.
But I like seeing the NEXGA is a little bit more assertive here, a little bit less shifty from the first few rounds that we saw. But we do see some fight coming in from skill seekers. Look at the position up in mid. They have 3 members there, knowing that's the pattern that NEXGA likes to hit.
Okay, Simon Neo, I don't think they know he's there though. But they do have some sort of an idea of that. Okay, someone's around, it's just that they're not too sure where. So maybe that's why SSK is not making the big move. But NEXGA is making the big move instead with Ripeye taking out 40.
That's very great. Just watching. Ew, but up into A is gonna be NOLEX with a classic from that angle. Okay, illegal should not have happened. Okay, very interesting.
Very interesting indeed. It took me a while to process that. Oh yeah, that is a classic. And this is definitely not a classic here. Okay, so Mojo takes out NEOLEX instead, and now the spike will be planted, and it's planted in the open because NEXGA knows they have control and they have the manpower to defend it.
Yeah, they do have the manpower. They even have 2 ultimates, and Rolling Thunder if they really need to invest it. Like once again, Turtle Rabbit, last man standing. Maybe that's why it's called Turtle Rabbit. You know, a little bit slow to rotate, a little bit fast to run away. Who knows?
Wow, that's a nice analogy there. I like it. Yeah.
But with that said, you know, saving is probably the best thing to do right now. You are 1 against 3, 2 ultimates available. You don't want to risk it. Save your creds, guys.
Yes, and plus the next round could be an eco round for SSK, or at most a semi-buy round for them. So with Turtle Rabbit saving, yeah, much needed.
Much needed indeed. Now I guess the momentum's actually starting to roll for NEXGA. If there's gonna be a round that SSK is gonna try to break it, it's gonna be this much because now they have the buys, they have the ultimate as well. Viper's Pit coming in from Penguin, which is gonna be huge. You can totally lock down a whole site in that possibility. But you know, you have like these area of effect abilities such as like, you know, the paint shells from Ribeye. You have the possibility of maybe the showstopper as well, because it is available. That could do a lot of damage if you are stuck in the Viper's Pit. So who knows how this is going to turn out. But one thing's for sure, SSK needs to claim this round.
Yeah, I just looked at SSK's weapon, so it looks like they're going in all in this round. So if they lose this round, next round will be an eco round for them. It's not a round that they can afford to lose. They have to play their hearts out here. And here we go. Ripeye is going to open up by taking out Penguin. And they have infiltrated B by taking out Sapo B.
Oh, that's what you like to see. Very nice tag team there. The blind, and then Ripipe's going to finish him off. Kale has something to say about Turtle Rabbit. Nolex is going to try to have an answer, but he is the last man standing. I think they might hear him through the cyber cage. They might go hunting as well. But they have all they need. Oh, Nolex.
Here we go. All right, Neolex won it against Kale. So now it's going to be 1v2. Can he pull off the incredible?
Oh, doesn't see anything here. He has some predicted spots. But so far, they actually don't have no idea where he could possibly be. Time is ticking, so he has to make something happen. But Haka is going to say goodbye, sayonara to Neolex.
Yeah, the moment Neolex ran, NEXGA knew that he was there. I mean, the footsteps gave him away. But like what you said, he has to do it. It's like, if he doesn't do it, then it's pretty much a lose for him anyway. So might as well just try and go in for it. Or if you want to be a little bit more adventurous, it's just to buy time and let the spike explode and take out everyone, and nobody saves.
Well, on the side of NEXGA, I think they know that was their buy round, so there was no point trying to save it because it's all or nothing right now. They all have to go into saves. They were expecting Nolex straight away. Look at this early smoke as well. Up into Vents, going to get the mid possession here, crawling it all the way through. Now, this is the next round we all know and love. But SSK with the double controller is actually really proving to be a nuisance.
Yeah, 5 sheriffs here for the side of SSK. So this is where NEXGA knows that they have the big advantage. Now they are making the entry. Ripeye as usual at the forefront, but this time not able to secure a kill just yet. Okay, here we go. Ooh.
Oh, but Ripeye gets taken down, so that's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, the showstopper still managed to get one. Okay, so at least a 1-for-1 trade. That's okay. But then again, for SSK, they are still with 4 sheriffs. They're still at a deficit here in terms of weaponry. NEXGA can still take advantage of it.
Yep, definitely. And it's not too bad though for SSK just because they are defending. So they have expected angles, they know where to come through, but not when you're getting chased down by ghosts like that. Paranoia all the way. Kale is going to find Penguin. 30 so that's one less member on the side SSK. They actually all corralled up around the stairs here. Kale might actually expect one. They don't double swing here. Might be another one. Oh, over the white swing. He doesn't quite match it. 30 HP. He's going to be too overzealous. Possibly another blind. Wait, he's alive. Just because Mojo is having his back. But Tortoise is going to put an end to its Kale. He gets one with it. Might he get another?
But they toss everything onto Kale, so they don't have much to work with now. And time's not on their side. Okay, Tortoise picks up a battle, but beautifully executed. Wow.
That wasn't even his flash. That was his enemy flash. Okay.
Okay, I'm sure he didn't expect that. I was kind of surprised as well that happened. But time is not on Tortoise's side. Okay, he gets one, but not the other. But still, time wasn't enough.
Welcome to 2023 new meta where Astra can flash. But timeout being called by Penguin here. That's the mental reset we talked about that actually broke them off in Ascent the last time round. Could it finally regain and recuperate a little bit of their mental strength within Split? I wonder what they're talking about. That's what I always wonder.
Yeah, you know what? Especially after that timeout, and obviously the coach had that moment to speak with the team. I wonder what did they say that actually make NEXGA turn around. Like they were at like 4-1, and now they're at 5-4. So there must be some magical words. Come on, Ayman, spill the beans, okay? I hope we get an interview with the coach just to tell us like what actually was said behind the scenes.
I would also love interviews, so let's just send the request up to production, maybe for next season. Yeah, wink, wink.
Wink, wink.
Yeah, who knows? We'll try, but you know how these players are. They are great players. Most of the times, they don't really want to share the trade secrets. So, yeah, we'll have
Fair
to
enough.
see. We have to see.
Fair enough. And speak about we have to see the continuation of this round, ladies and gentlemen. Will they come back here after their team talk? I don't think they have a coach in the lineup for SSK, so it's just between them to discuss what they need to do for the following round. And let's see if they can come back here this time around. And looking at their weaponry, Neolex as a classic, everyone goes in for the buy. And speaking about going in, looks like Ripeye goes in again as usual.
Oh, Ripeye is hot on the trail, but luckily Tortoise is there to just let his teammate survive a little bit longer. So the Rabbit running away. He's holding down the fortress, trying to give them a little bit of space, but not so free as NEXGA would like.
Okay, here we go. Viper still with the Viper Spit active. It's not going to be easy for NEXGA to come in. Rolling Thunder, but nobody's hit. But speak about hit, it's not the Rolling Thunder, it's bullets on the Turtle Rabbit and Tortoise.
Yep, sometimes you're just going to use the ability to fish them. Oh, it's a split second! But the bullet's going to reveal his position over there. Haka is well aware. I like that Haka always plays this top angle as well when they have the A site for the plant. Here we have it.
Cover going out.
Fault line not gonna find anybody, not gonna connect. Haka's gonna just throw up a dark covers. They're gonna swing the same time. Look at the timing as well. The coordination. You have Kale as well as Haka playing the cross angles. Penguin the last man alive.
1v2, but I don't think there'll be enough time. Okay, Penguin takes out Simon Neo. One more to go, but then again, even though he wins this gunfight, there will not be enough time to defuse the spike. But anyway, it's still going to be Kale securing the final kill for the round.
Yeah, and that's gonna probably shake Skill Seekers a little bit more because now they have ultimates available, but you know, coming off that timeout, maybe not the best foot they want to start in. Hopefully they can do something different because I did see a little bit of potential strategy shift up, like, you know, moving up forward, trying to get those possessions of mid or A site for yourself. Now look, they're not even contesting for mid. They're just gonna let the Viper's wall do the trick here.
Speaking about doing the trick, so I see 5 Vandals on the side of NEXGA. That means they're going to take this hard and fast this time, and they are infiltrating onto B. B Raptors onto B side. Ripeye coming in as usual. He is wrecking havoc onto the opponent's side.
Okay, I guess it's a free side here, but Spy's gonna go down very easily. But take note at the utility waste station actually falls onto Ribeye here. He had no idea, no clue where they are because they used to be playing so close in proximity. Now wasting everything. Lockdown is in commencement. Ooh, Sable! 9 HP. He is as good as the next person, but luckily we do have this guy, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Turtle Rabbit giving you those health.
Look at the backstab that could happen. Kill with a backstab. Double kill for him. Potentially could get more. Now he has his teammate together with him as well. Mojo is with him there. Kill. He knows that they're trapping the entire SSK in one alley, not able to escape. And that is how NEXGA sandwich them up, eats them, and be happy to take home this round.
Oh my goodness. We thought it actually looked really good for SSK in that moment, but you know what the MVP is? It has got to be the pain shells coming in from Ribeye. They're taking down 2 members of SSK to such low proximities and finally using that utility to try to heal them up. NEXGA are not going to give them any time to heal. They know they're within the corners, within their reach. They're going to try to push and pincer them, which worked out so very well.
Yeah, they were all focused on one area, but now the switch has happened. So let's see if anyone changes this time as NEXGA goes in. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1 trade, but SSK actually emerging a little bit more as the victor. They realize that they are not winning the gunfights. They're going to play with the team. Oh, Nolax is going to be taken down. Kale is going to be refragged in return by Turtle Rabbit. Now it looks doable for SSK. They actually split up here. They let go of possession of mid. Gonna keep the side of NEXGA a little bit hot on the toes.
And speak about NEXGA, this time around, pressure's onto them since they only have 2 players. But they still have the spike though, so anything can happen. They can make the rotation since they also know that SSK is not a full team. Okay, here we go. Tortoise! Whoa! What?
Okay.
That was
Enemy was
what?
punished.
Just like that, back to back.
Switching
Oh,
sides.
back to back, just hold down the space, and they were not expecting Tortoise to be there. So very good read actually from SSK, because the previous round, the round before, I don't know how to say, 2 rounds before, they actually left mid wide open. So NEXGA thought that that could be a possible opening. The next round, instead, they played the psychological game, the psychological warfare there, and went all in onto mid. Suddenly, we have this big skirmish, and NEXGA is not expecting.
Yeah, absolutely, totally agree with that. They thought that okay, it's empty. They don't have enough. Players. So let's just try and go in. But little do they know, they were surprised. They thought that at least they could play until like maybe like B main or something before going in. But hey, that was the surprise that SSK gave to them. So good job there.
Yeah, looks like NEXGA is actually taking a page off of SSK's books here. Gonna leave mid out quite open actually. I'm not sure where the camera that KO has placed, perhaps mid as well, because there is a trap right to no, actually it's not, it's into garage. So really giving so much space up into mid, and I think SSK realizes this. They're gonna take it all the way into vents. We have the guiding light gonna pop flash, but no, Alex does not realize. Instead, Ribai's gonna take him down.
He was blinded at the wrong timing, unfortunately. Man. But now they're making that shift towards B instead. Making a quiet move. Turtle Rabbit now at B tower, but there's one player from NEXGA. Haka is waiting at garage. So he is buying time, giving the signal to his teammates, and you can see the rotation coming in from NEXGA.
Oh, rotation is coming, but it
Spike
is considerably slow here. Okay, now they realize the spike is up into B. Holding off angles, Turtle, Rabbit, and Gang, they're actually moving together as a pack. I don't think anybody is actually holding onto the spike except for the alarm bot itself. They're gonna try to find some victims, and they do. Sable picks up Ribai. Gonna be one last race to deal with. Now they've moved around to see where their
that hit.
biggest possibility is. Tortoise on flank 1. He is paranoid. To the rest of the team, Tortoise free and free special. Ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna give 1 point to SSK in the second half.
Well, we know who's the pistol round specialist now, ladies and gentlemen. Is going to be SSK. So with that win, they will force NEXGA to be in an eco round this time as well. So NEXGA, 2 sheriffs in hand. That's about it. But on the other side, 5 specters. So this is going to be really interesting on how they're going to overcome it.
What is interesting is actually Ribai picking up the Bucky here. Actually gonna take a little bit of that cheeky mid stance as well that we saw SSK demonstrating earlier on. So if they do try to go for another mid push here, they might actually face the wrath of the Bucky.
Okay, but no big moves so far from either side. But looking at NEXGA, 4 players stacked up, and they're going towards... Oh, look at SSK, 4 players stacked up. They're going towards A, but they're checking the ramps first. And Simon Neo, position compromised, and they know he's there, but he managed to take down Neolex instead.
Gonna really utilize that cycle wall as well, but Turtle Rabbit and Sable is gonna find 2 members of NEXGA. They're gonna make another one as well. Now it's just gonna be Haka left. He doesn't really have much utility. It's only 1 duck covers, but that also might review his position. Well, it is the save round here, so he has to do or die. He does manage to pick up a Bucky, but in this situation, is it really the best weaponry to pick up?
I kind of doubt so, but there's no point of saving, so he might as well try to get a frag at least. But we all know the outcome. I mean, like what you mentioned, it's a Bucky, it's a classic, going up against Spectres, 4 players, kind of obvious.
Alright, okay, hear me out. This is a big brain play by Ribai. I'm gonna buy the Bucky, so if I die early, whatever they... Sorry, not Ribai. They picked up here, so whenever I die, they can at least pick up my Bucky, but, you know, they can't exactly use it for long-range gunfights at that situation.
I like that. I like that thought. That's like 10 steps ahead. Big play.
Yeah, 10 steps ahead. You know, I've met this NEXGA guys. They're actually really smart, I believe. I would like to think.
I'm sure they are.
Yeah, but no like. I think he's really blocked up by utilities here. It's gonna throw everything down. I think they realize it's actually Judgy walks past by Simon Neo, but he manages to turn around in the nick of time.
And didn't expect Simon Neo to be there, but anyway, now playing with 4 players is going to be SSK, and they're all stacked up at ramp. And there's going to be Sable!
Whoa!
Double kill on the next gun back to back!
Even with the fault line, it did not matter. This guy's Spectre was actually more accurate than my Vandals. And now, 3 members. It's 3 members inside of next gun.
Here we go!
Oh! 1 for 1. Okay, 1 for 1. 1 for 1.
Okay, interesting trade there, but they still got it back, and now, looks like NEXGA, they need to play the defensive game onto B. As SSK now, they are going to come in. They know they have the manpower advantage. And they're going to find anytime soon. But Hawkeye's there, ready to take down Penguin. But Hawkeye's not able to take down Tortoise. So now it's going to be Kale against the world.
Against the world, and Spike is planted. He does have a few tenths of seconds to try to work with. Both of them actually corral towards the back here. Yeah, I think he realizes he actually pings it out. He does have a spy cam, could possibly fish out some information, but that's going to reveal a little bit of his position as well. Wait, he puts out the spy cam as just as a distraction. He manages to find one, but Turtle Rabbit is right there with the buddy system. So a valiant attempt, but no cigar.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool strat, right? Using the spy cam as a distraction to like, oh, okay, they look up, he shoots down. Okay, pretty cool. I mean, I like it. But then again, the players from SSK, they were prepared for that. So yeah, the tricks didn't work, but I like the idea.
Yeah, I like the idea as well. NEXGA's actually going to call out this time out here. So the score is actually, I believe, 8-7. Actually, very, very close. I was not expecting this at all, but looking at this, it's no one's game at the current point. They really have to try to battle and fight for this. So at this point, well, we did see SSK actually win out the pistols. That could be a little bit of a shake up. But NEXGA, I think they have a little bit more of a advantage, I would like to say, just because they have the Cypher to lock down and anchor one entire site. But with the double initiator, that means they're going to go in for a lot of more fights here, even if they are defenders. I think there are multiple times I actually mistaken them because they were taking such an offensive approach coming into the second half of the round.
Yeah, early on, we had fans of NEXGA in the comments, but this time we have Blacklist 3D shouting out to Sapo P. So fans of SSK starting to show themselves. Okay, so SSK, better not disappoint your fans out there.
Yeah, I'm also seeing some local superstars in the chat. So shout out to them for coming in and joining us, and a few players as well of the tournament, trying to scout out and sniff out the competition, yeah?
Ah, yeah, this is time to get information, right? But speaking about information, the moment Neola's got that information, take it out Ripeye, and they always know that Ripeye is going to start it hard and fast again, but that bot, a little bit off angle.
Yeah, but that's going to be a win in SSK's books. They're actually going to reconvene up into mid just because I think they're worried that NEXGA might already made a fast rotate into towards B. Instead, they're going to walk up through male. That's going to be the choice of hit they're going to go through. Now looks all the way at the back here, already waiting in stairs.
Okay, here we go. So it looks like they're going to execute onto B side now. They're on Raptors, waiting for the right moment to go down. Just that they don't have the information, but now they do by taking out 2 members of NEXGA. Kale goes down as well, leaving only 1 left. The plant will definitely happen,
30 seconds
and
left.
Simon Neo
Spike
will
planted.
go for the save instead.
Wow, you just take a look at the dominance that having the double controllers provide to you. You have the poison orb as well as the nebula covers, suddenly changing the entirety of the layout of B side. So the 2 members that were actually holding it totally have no idea where to look at. And of course, you know, high ground, that's gonna be an easy kill for them. Simon Neo actually gonna possibly try to look for angle strikes here. Oh no, but he gets caught into Penguin's crosshair. Easy flawless round for SSK.
Yeah, so looks like he still went for it though. But anyway, that's fine. That's fine. He can still buy. The entire team can still buy this round because they got a couple of wins before this. So it's okay. So this time around, it's going to be a full buy. But if NEXGA loses this round, then it's going to be an eco round for them next.
Yeah, and well, NEXGA was already the one that used up the second time down earlier within this half. So there's not gonna be any much more breather rooms. They really have to try to adapt on the go. Here, we saw earlier how on the other end, Ribeye actually went a bit overzealous. Haka might actually be the next one to try it out. Luckily, the Cosmic Pulse does not find any victims towards it. It's gonna pull back. I think that's the right call here. Try to give some space, but not too much.
And just gonna hang chill for now for both teams because both teams know the potential of each other. Everyone's still at a full buy, so everyone's really cautious. But we can see that SSK is stacking up towards a B main, but it seems like they are making that decision on changing their rotation instead. Probably mid, probably the other side, but they are sending one member towards A just to gather information to see whether it's clear or not for them to make that rotation all the way to A.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good fake actually holding both the Cypher there and using all the utilities as well. Just by putting down one Viper wall, but it is 38 seconds, so a commit is definitely needed here. Now, hovered up into mid, possibly a burst into A. I think that's going to be a better choice if they do. So Simon actually putting himself back into covers here. Oh, it's going to find two members for NEXGA, so that is really good.
And NEXGA just needs to get that one final kill. It's going to be flawless for NEXGA. They needed the win. They cannot afford to lose this round, and they want it nice and clean with everyone intact. And NEXGA is back up on their economy.
Man, it was a 50-50, 3 members in B, 2 members into A, but we had to give props to Simon Neo there because he was actually toying around putting out utilities, and that deterred them to have to make a hasty decision to beeline into B side itself. But I like the discipline we're seeing now with NEXGA on the defense side. Yes, they had the double initiators, but they're not going to take the trades that they are going to put themselves in risk, and it's paying off its dividends here.
Yes, which Neo will prevail here, ladies and gentlemen. Put it in the comment section. We want to know your thoughts of this game so far. But speaking about the game, now we are back onto it. And this time around, SSK is going to execute it differently. They're going to split up. They're going to gather information first before making their move. But look at one player from SSK. He is already towards the inside. And this will be interesting on how they're going to gather together. All right,
he's gonna be taken down by Simon Neo here, just not in the right position. No time for adjustment. Oh. Back and forth here. Haka doing a lot of good work here, just anchoring the site, deterring the likes of SSK. He does have only one person to challenge him here, but you know, all those dark covers, it's just going to make them a little bit more hesitant. But Ribeye is going to provide support up into mid. Really nice fault line there. It's going to pick the kill, but Turtle Rabbit is ready for the refrag.
All right, a little bit of a trade there, but anyways, next guy is prepared. But Haka,
30 seconds
before he goes down, he still managed to get 2v3 with the spike being planted by Turtle Rabbit, and now pressures onto the next guy instead.
Is up above and wraps. It's going to be Simon Neo. It's going to find another one, providing so much support even when he is at 25% HP. Look at how low we have on the other end here. He's almost going to be gone, but he actually manages to actually support him. Really nicely done on the other end, man. Now equalizing both teams' score lines to 9-9.
Yeah, both teams now still able to go for the buy, so not going to be an issue. And for this round, it's going to be real interesting. Whoever wins this round will overtake each other. And getting that double-digit point, edging them closer and closer to the W. And looking at the strategy coming from SSK, they're going to switch it up entirely, which was A, but hey! Oh my goodness! That showstopper did not take out anyone.
Yeah, that was not a good choice whatsoever. SSK actually brought back to almost full health, except for Turtle Rabbit. He cannot heal himself here. But with that being said, the information has been given over to NEXGA. They'll hover up into A main itself. Either we want to push it or at least try to play around this information. And right now, they can predict that it's going to be either A or it's going to be mid. They just have to get ready for this burst of attack.
But look at this. Next guy is well prepared. All the defensive utilities there on mid. Let's see here. What are they gonna do? Execution is gonna start real soon, but they need to take out that one player waiting for them inside.
Very good job as well being done on the other end. Because they're actually still hovering around in A. There's actually one member there. They realize he is Mojo's trying to just cover his way into safety. He realized he had to go for the fight here, but that's gonna be a satchel kill. Oh wow, onto Mojo. Just taking the slightest damage and he is gone. Green lights into A right now. I don't think they know that Haka is on site though.
And if Mojo could throw the kitchen sink, he would have done that. That was everything on to SSK. I mean, he had 10 health, so yeah, to be fair. But no kill surprises. Leo lags, but Total Rabbit is there to respond to Haka. Simon Yo takes down 2. So looks like there's a possibility that NEXGA could do the comeback, but time. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. And NEXGA still wins this round.
Amazing stuff. Wow, very interesting that they actually shift their attention from A, although they had partial possession of it, into B. So, not sure whether this is just a hasty decision, or it could be the pressure as well, just not knowing how to read. But read NEXGA very well, but NEXGA here getting that point, even if it is by the slightest bit of 1-2 members alive, it's all they need to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, and speaking of momentum, if you do it once, you don't succeed, you do it again. So it looks like it's going to be A again for SSK, and this time they're going to make a quick execution into A side, already in, with Spike there. They're going to plant anytime soon.
Wow, straight inside because of the Cosmic Divide providing so much shelter here. Even getting the position to set up such a great post plant. Lambot as well as the Nano. Ribeye is going to find one though. Now we have the Rolling Thunder. All the utility is going to be used out here. Ribeye, Mojo, Simon Yo picks up 1 each. Made that another one with the pain shells. A clean retake, not even scared or shifted by the slightest bit. This is the NEXGA we all know and love.
Yeah, cleaner than my room right now. Beautifully executed by NEXGA. And this will mean that they will take home 11 points out, edging closer to the W.
Wow. Okay. Now with the flawless, this is definitely going to shake up SSK. Gonna call out that timeout, and for good reason as well. They don't have the creds to continue on. And when NEXGA is at 11 points, do you want to try to push for this round? Do you want to try to save? Because that should be the next call of action, of course. But then you give basically a free round to match point. So
yeah,
it's like dealing with the devil, right?
I know, right? So I think you would I guess if you were the players, or if I were the players, I would be like, okay, this round I'm ready going for the save. If I do lose this round, then let that final round be 50-50 rather than making that final potential round siding towards your opponent instead. So yeah, probably they're gonna go in for the save this time.
Yeah, and I think what they could possibly do as well is to try to play for the Killjoy lockdown, maybe for the next round, considering they do have it in their disposal. Try to farm those ops to try to give as much artillery, as much possible resources that you can put out, dish it out within the last round. So might be a choice of save here for the next one.
All right, so A didn't work out for them. Technically, it did work out for them. They managed to plant it. It was a nice execution. It was just that the retake was really nice from NEXGA. But anyway, so 2 rounds doing A. So now they're switching it up again. This time around, they'll probably go mid. But mid is well stacked up by NEXGA as well.
Not sure what the choice is here.
Oh, they go on that hit.
Force, but look at how well the holiness Ribeye is popping off. Going to find 2. Nolas has 2 on his own. It's a race against race skirmish here. Finally putting down Nolex. So NEXGA is actually having the upper hand in terms of members, but they are so heavily damaged. Paranoia hits onto Tortoise, unable to make a breakthrough.
Okay, the spike is currently down. Yes, from our view, we know that there's no one else at mid. So SSK can pick it up. But of course, to their view is that, okay, they're playing it really, really cautiously. But anyway, the spike is now in the hands of Penguin. So now it's a matter of what are they going to do with the spike.
Look at how many out points the Viper's Pit actually needs. Oh my god, I want to
Oh,
cry.
man.
That is one player from the whole entire game, so 10, I think. But Penguin, he does have the spike, picks it up. They're actually having such a good read right now. NEXGA, no, they are so
30
low,
seconds left.
but the possibility of going to B is probably the highest. They actually pushed out into main. If they do not check, this could be really good for NEXGA in terms of retake.
Poison orb emitting.
Ooh, but next guy,
Poison's
2
off.
players kind of low as well. But anyway, this is the time to plant the spike. Time is not on SSK
One
side. They
enemy
have to do
remaining.
it right now.
10 seconds
But
left.
Tortoise currently down. So Tortoise, he has to go in for the plan. Okay,
Yeah.
he will plan.
Spike planted.
But next guy is going to come in from 2 different angles now. Viper's Pit activated.
Oh, the Viper's Pick could actually be really good. Oh, he
Oh,
does
no.
want the shorty kill! He has information on where he is, but he's gonna rat around like nobody's business. Mojo is so low. The defuse, sorry, not Mojo, Haka is gonna try to tap it. And we have the snake bite. So low. They have to try to get the contact though, because they know Penguin is still alive. Anybody's game.
Oh, this
He's
is
gonna hold
huge.
it. He's gonna hold it. He doesn't see. He doesn't see. He does. Penguin. He sniffs out Haka and keeps the round going. No match point for NEXGA so far.
Penguin, the man, to save SSK from the final, potential final round. Beautifully done. My goodness, he threw everything. The Viper's Pit was used at the right moment, at the right timing, available to him, and he navigated beautifully within the Viper's Pit to take out 2 members of
Time for
NEXGA.
a field test.
Nicely done indeed from Penguin.
Absolutely, and I like that SSK knew that that round meant everything. They played it as if that was match point. And now, NEXGA has to be on the corresponding seat. How would they reply into SSK's wrath here? Ribeye as well as Neolax actually did a lot of God's work earlier with just the race throwing out so many damage utilities, considering mid was the place of question.
And you can feel the frustration now for NEXGA. That should have been their round, but somehow it dropped. Let's see if they can pick themselves up this time around, as we will see another A execution here by SSK. They're going to go all in, but Cal is going to be the first one to take down Turtle Rabbit.
Wow, the spray hole seekers as well as the nanostorm gonna be comboed onto him, but just a slight bit of a flesh wound here, nothing too big. Lockdown is coming down. There are no players did same, but Neolax, he's gonna go in for the push, gonna take down Kale.
Last
Right
player
behind is gonna
standing.
be Ribeye and Haka raining mayhem onto SSK, and that's gonna be Penguin taking down the Lurk here and Simon Neo, but a trade for trade. NEXGA is gonna bring themselves into match point.
And the showstopper took out 1 player from SSK in the process, bringing NEXGA now to match point, ladies and gentlemen. So this is going to be huge. Well, for SSK, it's definitely going to be a forced buy round for them. So they have to go all in here. But I doubt that they are getting the preferred weapons. I see a Bucky, I see a Spectre. I mean, they're just throwing everything in.
Yeah, I mean, at this point of the game, you gotta pick everything out from the box. You know, the little chess box that you grew up with. They're gonna just have that mixed by here. But Showstopper is gonna start it out. They even realize, look at how fast they run into cover. Unable to connect.
Judge.
Showstopper! The judge cannot come back as well. Haka's going to find him. But look at Sable doing the work that they really need here. Gonna take down 2. Finally, he's gonna equalize the score, but 3 for 3, but not without the site being claimed on SSK.
Well, I mean, even though they didn't get their preferred weapons, they still managed to equal up with NEXGA. So now precious on the NEXGA, the fact that the spike has been planted. All right, here we go. So NEXGA, how are they going to go in? They're going to start it off by taking out Sable P. Penguin takes out Cal instead, so it's going to be 2v2 now. Oh, blinded!
Blinded indeed. They're still waiting for the spike.
One
to be
enemy
planted. They're just
remaining.
gonna run into them, and they are so ready. Mojo playing the tag team here, and that's gonna be match for the side of NEXGA. Wow.
Honestly, I thought they would have planted it because they seem to have time. And at first, I heard the sound like, okay, the audio cue was like, okay, they went for the plan. And then after that, it went silent. So I was like, kind of like, okay, did they plan? Because there was a good amount of time for them to just drop the spike.
Yeah, that was actually a good amount of time, but I think they were expecting a fast push, just knowing the utilities that's already being put out. You know, you have the guiding light, and you know that someone is so close up to you. And when you are facing off initiators, you want to expect that fight, because these are people that have the abilities to overrun you. So that's what they were expecting. And well, just like the slightest second deterred them a little bit, and it became a little bit shifty. The gun battles coming in from NEXGA were just the slightest bit experience, the slightest edge that gave them that winning seat.
Yeah, so I'm just looking over at the stats right now. Ripeye has the highest KDA, 25 kills to his name. I mean,
no surprise.
Of course, no surprises there. Coming next is Neolex, also no surprise there. I mean, both of these players, they just like to just go all out in it, and naturally they will get more kills.
Oh yeah, and well, NEXGA actually has the worry of possible tunnel vision coming in from Ripeye, but I don't think they have to worry whatsoever. Man treats his victims like his name, you know, makes them a piece of steak and chews them out very easily. So well done the side of NEXGA, but valiant effort coming in from Skill Seekers. They put up a really great fight. Even I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, in fact, when we started the round, they had a decent lead. They were like 4-1 ahead. So here's again, like just showing that it is not about rank. It is not about your reputation. It is how you play the game. And they played it really well. So big up to SSK. I would expect round number 2, SSK can still push NEXGA to the corner.
Absolutely. It's going to be SSK's round up next. It's going to be buying, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere as I restart my PC and you guys take a short break. See you guys after this break.
Yeah, I'm Raleigh. I'm playing for SSK. My in-game name is Sable. Everybody knows me as Blue Beast. And my role for the team is Sentinel. I find it very interesting because there's like a two weeks betting system where everybody gets to know each other, gets to know how they play, like joke around, everything, make new friends, and then at the end of the betting period, we get to like vote on a captain, and then the captain then has to choose their individual teammates, which I find it quite interesting, rather than being all like randomized and this, you know. I registered mainly for the experience, to get to know more people and learn more about the competitive environment, and basically like improve my gameplay, my game sense, and if I do get to win the prize pool, then you know there's a bonus extra, but my main goal is just for the experience. I would like to shout out my teammate Tortis. He played an insane game during the first round. Very shaky at the beginning of the first few rounds, but after Penguin had a timeout and talked to us, right, we regained our composure, and then we played a damn well game after that. Like, so like, thanks to him, thanks to Penguin for like pulling everything together. He's a very good IGL. For NEXGA, currently we are working on a strat to counter them. We are 80% sure that we can beat them, but we are still preparing more and more strats against them and being unpredictable, so they cannot read us like a book. Our main goal for this tournament, all of us included, is just to have fun, mainly laugh it off, like create a bond with each other. So if we win, it's a bonus for us. You better be prepared. We are unpredictable, we are chaotic, we have 3 animals and 2 zookeepers, so you better bring your A game, man.
Hi guys, I'm TJ, also known as Mojo. I'm 24 this year. I am from Brunei Darussalam, and I'm playing for NEXGA. I am the IGL for the team, and I also play the initiator role for the team. At first, I thought this tournament format was definitely something interesting. You know, usually tournaments have just, you know, you field a 5-man roster, and you join and you participate with your friends or teammates. But this one's, you register as a solo if you're not at the invited team. So it's definitely something new where I think it will bring out some new players that we never see before or never have a chance to play in the 5-man roster or don't have anyone to play with. So it's definitely something new and it's an interesting format. They look quite solid, you know, being a newly formed team, and I really think we shouldn't underestimate them. But if, you know, my star player do this rebuy, if he shows up and drops 30 every match, I think we can win them, yeah. I want to say I'm confident, but recently we just lost to Todak in the Predator tournament and definitely affected our confidence a little bit. But, you know, we'll look back on what mistakes we did and hopefully we can bounce back from there. So I like to believe that with competition, anyone can win as long as they are hungry to win and they want to work hard. So anyone can win. We can pretty much lose to anyone. If our star player, like rebuy again, if he starts swiffing or tunnel visioning like he usually do, then we're gonna have a hard games. As well as Miro, aka Hakka. So, Miro, Simon, Moses, if you start whiffing, be careful next time I see you.
Time slows down and it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. This could be the day I die for it. Got an attitude, I'm on the list, I'm winning. It's run, I'm in the can, yeah, I'm fucking running. Feel like a comeback kid, got no time to spend. Double up score, 22 to a 4. You know I'm really locked, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Shoulder with the ace. This could be the day I seen one go. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than life. I don't know why. I feel so right. What do you see before it's over? Blinded flashes getting closer, sacrificing everything I knew. This could be the day I die for you.
나의 속도가 동일하면 벤송이 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain 내가 쓰면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 곡을 떠들 때는 텐션이 요즘 몸이 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부가 치고 나니 노리는 거 들을 거야 말 밑에 쫓아와도 너네 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 뭐 따라오지 못하는 건 내려가가 아니지 그래서 the boys down my top 하늘 거리도 이쪽에 많이 바뀌지 비는 건 당연한 것은 않다 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하게 주는 걸 불어서 저기 다르다 멍청한 애들이 옆에 자꾸 넘치니 바다를 숨이 나서 내일 못 가 짜증나면 질러 Pull up money on the floor. I'm a boss if he or she will 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise. 말하잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look told you myself I'm so boss, I'm so bad. I told you myself I'm so boss, I'm so bad. I told you myself I'm so boss, I'm so bad. I told you myself.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is round number 2 between SSK and NEXGA. You are currently watching Vortex Chapter 1, Discovering the Talent, together with me, SirCloud, as well as my wonderful partner here, Ellemonade. And this tournament is brought to you by BenQ, Zoe, as well as GameJuice.com.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful introduction there, SirCloud. Really, very good. I heard you are rolling over there, and well, SSK and NEXGA, speaking of rolling, they are rolling with it as we get into Bind. Such a interesting map because you know you have the teleporters and all of that shenanigans that you can play with. NEXGA once again very adamant in terms of what they already know how to play. This is actually SSK's map pick, so very interesting to see that they have an answer straight away.
Yeah, I mean, they did push NEXGA to the corner early on in round number 1 in NEXGA's map. So the fact that this is SSK's map, it sounds pretty yummy for them. And for NEXGA, well, because it's their first game in this entire tournament, right? And as all us gamers always say, the first game is always a warm-up round.
Yep, absolutely. But if you take a
Wow,
look,
okay.
elephant in the room, Yoru being picked up by Ribeye here. So he's gonna be popping off, I believe, because I think he feels really good from the first round, being ended up as the top scorer of the whole entire scoreboard, the whole entire game itself. Whereas on SSK side, they're actually gonna change up a little bit, playing the double initiator. So we have the Fade that's being played by Penguin. Turtle Rabbit's gonna maintain on the Sky. Now, instead of just the double initiator, there's actually no sentinels. It's double initiator, double controller. Okay.
Wow.
What's your take on this, SirCloud?
Well, I guess, again, it's just going to be all-out fight here between the two teams, I guess. So it's also something similar to what we've seen in the previous game, right? Like, the first few rounds especially is just like, go head-on to each other. Until when it reaches the middle stages where we start to see like a gap, whether it's NEXGA's gap or whether it's SSK's gap, that's where we start to see like teams getting a little bit more safer. But when they're on equal ground, equal points, especially at the start of the game, they went all out. So I would expect to see the same this time with this sort of lineup.
On the other end also, so no sentinels available for both end. So I'm looking to see skirmishes after skirmishes. But before all of that, just want to say hello to the chat because you guys here, you're giving the energy to our teams. And I did kind of put into my social media that if you say you're here for me, I'm going to give you a shout out. So shout out to Kenshin over there for saying that he's here because I pulled him in. Thank you for coming in and watching the showdown that is between SSK and NEXGA. Vote for your favorite team. Cheer them on because they really need it.
Yeah, you guys have been amazing in the chat. I noticed that this guy named Dua Dua is
Oh, yeah.
putting all his support to SSK. So SSK, come on, you got supporters in the chat, okay? Do not disappoint your fans out there. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting game number 1.
Oh man, tall order here. just saying you're putting all their faith. You don't want to disappoint Dua Dua. Well, he himself does have a bit of a support from the chat. So very interesting to see the community that we have harbored and very happy to see how much love we have all around. Speaking of love though, I'm not sure how much love these two teams in on screen have because I'm already expecting to look at that. Already ready with the fault line coming out from Kyo. Might just want to go in for a early battle on both ends. So impatient, ready to start.
All right, here we go. Speaking about starting, so it looks like we're going to start right now, but no big moves as a start. But if we kind of look at this, SSK, who's playing on the defender side, quite well spread out. And because of that, NEXGA needs to play really, really careful. You need to gather enough information first. But we can see an infiltration onto B side anytime soon from NEXGA.
Yep, absolutely. Actually holding it really close. Mojo actually managed to creep all the way up and they have no idea that he's here. You can even hear the jumping footsteps on the other end by Toto Rabbit. No clue whatsoever. I think might be giving some indications to his team. Okay, come on closer here. We are. Oh, Mojo actually puts out the heal, so I think they realize where he might be. River actually gets a pick out onto Tortoise and Toto Rabbit. He is in the middle of the crossfire again, taken out by the aftershock. River is gonna find one for himself as well. B side is ready and open for business on the other end for NEXGA.
And they'll be able to plan for sure.
planted.
No issues here. Precious now onto SSK to go in for the retake, but 2v5 and the pistol round, it's a little bit difficult. I guess the best right now is for them to try to get as many frags as possible. And if they do win this round, it's a big bonus.
Yeah, it does depend on the abilities they have as well. Yeah, you're gonna use the Haunt to try to get that information. Nolan's gonna find one of the Frenzy. Simon is gonna get the refrag. Huge blind flashpoint coming in by Kale. Oh, actually very easy round. Rally script as well.
For the record, this is the first time that NEXGA won a pistol round against SSK.
Yeah, first time. And I think it really goes to show because they picked the attacker side themselves. So I think they're very confident in this kind of gameplay here. And trying to change up from the previous round where it's actually a bit uncomfortably close, 11 to 13. I think they want to try to get as much points as they can to create such a point differential that's really going to be working in their favor in the long run.
And the fact that they picked the attacker, like what you mentioned, now with them winning the pistol round, they have all the armory on their side. So we can expect them to put a full push here at some point. And they are putting focus onto B, and they are charging in. And if you look onto the other side, SSK only has one player guarding it. That's definitely not going to be enough. He has to let it go, wait for his teammates.
Yep, and this is actually not looking very well, but they don't actually check the elbow, so still full possession. They do not lose one member on the defense, which is great because now you have quite a lot of information just by having the one surviving member. You can hear the sound cues, give a little bit of information. Look, the ping's already coming through on the map, but Simon, really well playing off the initiators that he has. Ribeye and Kale as well, gonna go for the aggression, finding 3 members on the other end. Try to go for another one here, and Kale managed to put him down. Penguin last man standing there, running into his face. Even with the Guardian, it does not matter. There is nothing SK can do in this round.
You know, the jump shot attempt onto Kale reminds me of back in the day when I was still playing. Like, that was like 20 years ago. That was something that we normally do because of how the meta is and, well, the recall and yada yada. But now with the sort of meta and the current recall of how the game is, it's very difficult if you try to pull off that sort of jump shot.
Yeah, and you know, with the pistols as well getting nerfed a bit with no right click, so it's a bit difficult. But well, it was a bit OP at one point, so that change really needed to happen. Blinding the Guardian Light is gonna blind Neolex a little bit, but no pushes so far. Just a bit of a testing water situation.
Yeah, so now it's a chill moment here for both teams, but of course, advantage is onto NEXGA, considering that they have the momentum of winning 2 rounds back to back. But this is also the round where SSK is on a bye, so it's how are they going to make good use of this? Because if SSK drops this round, then it's going to be back to square one for them.
Yeah, and I think NEXGA, they actually managed to fish out this possible threat here. They're not going to make some hasty decisions once again. Might be actually getting the better read because they actually moved themselves all the way into A. Gonna use that dimensional rift to get this information. Ribeye gets out of his ultimate and manages to find one. On the other end, he gets blinded but managed to pick up Penguin as well. That is huge possession of the site given over to NEXGA. Norlax finds one in return.
Wow, shooting through the smoke, that is nicely done there by Neolax. But that is only one. He has 4 more to go. Turtle Rabbit gets one out of Mojo. So looks like the retake is happening right now, but they need to find the other members of NEXGA.
One enemy remains.
Oh, there you go. He bought him out, but Haka is there.
Wow, amazing retake actually, losing out 2 members, but that was information given, so they knew exactly that they didn't have the full possession of the site, played off of what they still did have, and all the context that was originally given off by their fallen teammates. Very well done there by SSK.
Yeah, especially with Neolax shooting through the smoke. I think that was really nice of him.
Yeah,
to
he
do
really
that.
needed to get that because that was one of the initial frags out onto his teammates. So getting that initial picked off, then suddenly you lose one member watching yourself from showers, right? Then it's gonna be easy going there because then you have to check the corners that you already know they might possibly be in.
Yeah, without taking that out, then it would have been difficult for them. But anyway, that's done. That's dusted, and that is well executed by SSK. And now they have that 1 point against the NEXGA. But it is still 1-2, so they need to find more points to overtake NEXGA. And looks like they're gonna put focus onto A. But Ribeye is gonna be the one that takes out Tortoise instead.
That's a huge pick as well. Now you lose out one part of your smokes, which is going to be huge because that is, you know, your cloud smokes, those circular blocks that can block a lot of entrance. You know, the Viper wall can be placed down one time, but then you cannot reposition it. It's hard to play around, especially when you are defending. And now they're going to go for the A hit over here. Nice flash, providing the setup for Ribeye.
Information collected, and they will also collect the frag from there. Nicely executed by NEXGA. Now pressures onto SSK to try to go in for the retake, but they only have 3 players. Can they overcome the odds against NEXGA? This will be the big question, and Mojo is prepared here at A short, but Neolax will be the one to take down Mojo instead.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
Ribeye Mayhem here, running in with a judge. Did not matter if he was blinded. He knew he just needed to run into their faces there. Okay, I see you, Ribeye. Maybe you don't see us, but doesn't matter, right?
Yeah. As long as, like in the interview, one of his teammates say, as long as Ribeye doesn't tunnel vision, he's good. So as long as he sees what he needs to see inside the game, they're good. And right now, Ribeye has 10 frags all alone.
A bit ironic, you know, tunnel vision, but he's blinded, so you get no vision. Sometimes that's the better way to go, you know.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's like people with certain disadvantages, they have advantages in something else. Yeah, that's Ribeye.
It's the anime shonen manga. Like, you know, the main character, doesn't matter if I broke all my bones, I can still fight.
Time to jump.
That is the anime Ribeye for you, ladies and gentlemen. Is he going to pull off another anime move here as they execute onto B?
Execute onto B. So actually, Further Rabbit finds one with the pistol, but they're actually holding really well, even though they don't have the artillery. Fights all around. Kyo tries to get use advantage of the Vandal and the shot in here, but he doesn't have the help. He doesn't have the bullets. That is the end for Tortoise's life.
Man, if only he has full health, if only he has the bullets in the magazine, then maybe he can pull off a clutch there, because they were kind of lined up for him to a certain extent. Like they were just next to each other, but at the end of the day, it was still him being taken out. But so far, so good right now for NEXGA. They are 4-1 at this moment. Ripeye didn't get a single kill in the round.
Yeah, it didn't matter because at the end of the day, you opened up the site, and that's the most important part, especially when you are on that duelist role. Now looking at the shower seems to be the place in question here, and 3 members on SSK is already taken down. Suddenly, it looks so easy rolling for NEXGA.
Here.
No, right? Like they're just going head on. And it's not like they had like, okay, we open up, we come back in, we switch locations and yada yada. It's just like, okay, if 1A, we just go A, 1B, we just go B, and they win. The only win that SSK won so far is through a retake, meaning that every time they were infiltrated, they couldn't defend.
Yeah, and maybe that could be what they should play towards, play a bit more of the retake. But it's very difficult. A lot of people actually are reluctant for the retake just because of the information you lose out, the placements that you lose out. But Sebo here is going to find Ribeye just being a little bit overzealous. They managed to lift 2 members, at least with the guns, and it's going to be brought over to the next round. And they really need the creds at this point, though. So I have to give it in. I have to respect the decision.
Yeah, and speaking about decisions, what will they do next? Okay, they got a Phantom, they got a Vandal, but for the other players of SSK, 3 of them, they need to go for the eco. So looking at their buys, 1 Sheriff, that's about it. Penguin, unfortunately, not able to secure a single frag till now.
Yeah, very difficult, but well, can't say it's the end of the world because Mojo as well on the winning team, he only got 1 kill so far, but it doesn't matter, especially when you're in the initiator. You want to create those setups for your duelists, and that's what they've been doing so well for Ribeye. And you want your duelists to flourish here.
Simon Neo now getting the information again. Okay, this time around, NEXGA is doing something different. At least they're like splitting up, they're gathering information before making the execution. Despite them knowing, number 1, they have the momentum. Number 2, their opponents may not necessarily have their favorite weapons. So they are respecting SSK in this round.
Respect is given, but with the mixed buy that they have,
I've got your
it's pretty
trail.
interesting to see. I mean, I don't think they can fully detect it out, but it's more of fishing out for sheriffs, I believe. You don't really want to get into situations where you can't exactly play the 2v1 here. Oh, but Ribeye with a great gate crash all the way to the back. It's going to find Tortoise and Penguin with their pants down on the ground, giving up so much space, and now Sight is ready and open for business at A.
Well, someone has to go to the retail store now that they need to pick up their pants. And for SSK, again, pretty much the same thing as the previous round. Pressures onto them. Ribeye has eyes onto Hey, what a flick there, wow.
What a flick.
Fusion.
But
Wow.
it's the flashes. It's the flashes everywhere. They can't see you, they can't shoot you. That's the principle that NEXGA's been playing here. Having double down on the Euro, double down with the breach as well as the Sky. Triple down, actually, if you think about it. It's a bright screen simulator for the side of SSK.
Well, I would like to take this moment to say hello to Johnson Yo. He's saying hi to us, by the way, in the chat. Thank you so much for joining. But in case you guys watching on YouTube or Facebook, you're wondering, where's the chat happening? It's happening on the Twitch, so you guys can get on the Twitch as well, join in onto the party. But speaking about the party, we're going to continue on this round with NeoLex this time. Looks like SSK going to take it on to NEXGA.
Ah, very interesting here. The Bulldog's gonna lead the succession, but Haka managed to spray down too. Don't let the weapon too close. Sable managed to even out the score here. That's really good. Dimensional Drift is going to be utilized and invested, but no skirmish so far. They see Tortoise. He's gonna show the blind side. He's blinded but unable to connect the dots.
Okay, he's gonna go in with the shorty. He knows close quarters combat. This will be good. And yes, Ripeye lands it on the Tortoise, leaving only Penguin alone. And Penguin, this could be the moment for him to gather his frags. So far without a single frag. Make it this time, Penguin.
Yeah, Penguin has to pull up the clutch of the century. Time is ticking. Fault line is dropped onto him. Unable to find a clear line of sight. He is going to be shifted and taken down. Eaten alive by Ribeye. 17 and 4 on this top KD player. Can you believe it?
My goodness. You know what I'm not believing at this moment, Elle? Is the
What?
fact that this round, it is, just to remind everyone, it's SSK's map. But,
yeah, SSK map.
but yet NEXGA is the one that is bossing this map.
Exactly. Now they are forced to go on those pistols, but just before the round starts, I did promise a shout out, so a shout out to RBS2 as well as Johnson in the chat for coming in. So yes, into round number 9 here. Sable we're gonna play with the Viper Spit and the Shorty. Actually a very viable strat.
It is, but no one's buying the biting the bait right now. But at least that bought them some time. But let's see here. Neolex shows himself. He takes one, but traded back. That's what happens if you review your position. But that's okay. At least he got one. But now Sable just right in front of him. 2 players on NEXGA waiting for them to show themselves.
I mean, the best situation is of now because now you have no Vibai to deal with. So one less duelist, you don't have to look at your back. You're gonna have to run into safety here by the aftershock, having some support from the back. At least he managed to get 1 for 1. Not too bad, but Haka is going to put an end to Tortoise with the Vandal.
And doing the Haka dance in front of SSK. And now Turtle Rabbit has to go into Lamps. Has to hide himself, wait for backup, waiting for Penguin to come by. But the Orbital Strike! Oh, he found a nice
30
corner!
seconds left.
Oh my goodness,
planted.
that was a close one.
Yeah, he is alive. Not sure if NEXGA actually realizes that he might be there. If they possibly think that it's clear and Turtle Rabbit managed to find a pick here, it could be detrimental. Oh, kill in the corner, but it does not seem to connect with the Sheriff here. Only Penguin alive. He's so very low.
Oh man. Penguin, so very low. It's gonna be a straightforward one for KL as he takes out Penguin, and now it's gonna be 8-1. My goodness. Somebody stop NEXGA.
Somebody stop NEXGA. It's almost impossible, even with your top fragger being taken down. You have still so much fighting ability, and doubling down on the attacking side has been giving them so much reward so far. They've been playing as though nothing ever faced them in the first round. Doesn't matter if it was 11-13. It's 1 and 8 now. Momentum is in NEXGA's seat.
Oh man. Big pressure now for SSK. But no pressure for you guys as new as Johnson you.
Bring them down.
You, my man. Welcome to the chat. But anyway, now it's execution time. But NEXGA will be the one to take down 2 members of SSK. But Tortoise will take down Ripeye instead. So it looks like there's a little bit of a trade there. But NEXGA will not go down without a fight. Orbital Strike will be called out, but nobody is there.
Oh, Penguin is actually taking the risk to run into the Orbital Strike to get into a better position, but does not find any victims because NEXGA, they've already made a beeline onto A. Todd is actually shot a bit of bullets, and now they know his presence is here. Gerbil is actually misses him, but he's in the middle of no man's land. That was not the point of view we wanted to see there.
Ah man, Dwa 999. I'm not really happy as a viewer. I know. Calm down, man. Calm down. Keep on putting a support in the comment section. You never know if a comeback might happen. Hashtag comeback is real.
Oh man, did SSK call a timeout yet?
No.
No, maybe now could be a good use of the first half timeout just because it's so close towards the next half. And well, you really have to try to break it, but if they continue playing like this straight up gate crash, literally Yoru's skill name, has been so hard for them to deal with. Simon No finds one, but Torg is holding down the fortress. Gonna get 2. Really good trade-off here.
At least he took down Ripeye, one of the top fraggers for NEXGA. Gives a little bit of hope, but Mojo takes down Turtle Rabbit instead. And now NEXGA has the man advantage with spike being planted, pressure again onto SSK.
playing so close together though, so even having the retake has been very difficult. Penguin actually only has a judge to play. It's gonna try to go into U-Haul, I reckon. Yeah, it's gonna use the Prowler, get some information. There is one, but Mojo does expect it. He sees it out, zips him out. A judge against a shorty, but the jury wins here. Sable manages to take him down though. But I'm just gonna stop right there. You know, it doesn't matter if you have a full-on gun.
Last
you know,
round
classic
before the
is still the
switch.
best gun in the game.
A judge against the shorty. Ooh. I mean, that was pretty interesting to see. But anyway, with that win, now next guy is 10, edging closer and closer.
Nice.
So looks like this round is looking like next guy is able to close it. But I guess like what you say right earlier on is that it is time for SSK to call in for a timeout. Whether they have anything to discuss is besides the point, but it's just to break the momentum of next guy.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you want to see. Operator picked up in Vibai's hands. I think he's gonna have some fun. He actually almost got the enemy raised there. Very close to hit his target.
First time we're seeing an operator in this match between the two teams, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what the operator can do. We have yet to see a first frag here from it. But now we can see big booster here from NEXGA onto B, and nobody is there.
Nobody's there, but think about how much space they've already got in such a short span of time. The fake out in A was brilliant because now there is nobody in B side. It's a free open space. Showstopper's gonna be pulled out. Must manage to find one. KO does get him in return, but they don't realize right behind them is going to be a Simon Neo. Is gonna find
One
two.
enemy remaining.
A really great wraparound.
Nice backstab there by Simon Neo. Turtle Rabbit has to pull off a clutch 1v2, but they're quite spread out. And the spike is planted. Oh no, the Molly stopping him from going in. He's going in for the fake. And now he's on top of the spike.
enemy
Second fake
remaining.
again. It takes out Haka. Could this be a clutch? Could this be a comeback? Only Simon Neo left.
There's no time.
No time.
time.
Ah.
We live. We love. We
Switching
lie, ladies and
sides.
gentlemen. And that is going to be the first half. 1-11. Next guy is... Yeah, I mean, they stole the ball from the third round, and that's all they needed to go all the way to 11 points. And it's not looking very good for SSK. They need this reset here.
And if only he had more time early on, then just maybe he would be able to do it. Like, less pressure, more time to try to take out the opponent. But yeah, I mean, when the spike is planted, that's what you need to deal with. You have to make it fast.
Yep, absolutely. Second half now.
Right there.
You do have double initiators as well on the side of SSK, so it could be really good. But the double controllers might be a bit hard to coordinate. But when
okay.
this gets up in your face, it
was
does not
fine.
matter.
Wow.
Enemy remaining. Spike down
Goodness,
A.
Elle. That's like permanent blind for SSK. I hardly saw a moment where the flash wasn't activated onto them.
Match
Yeah,
point.
they hardly saw, period. So,
Yeah.
in this case, it's... NEXGA knows what comp they pick. They know how to bring themselves into match point. 1 and 12. Both sides here forced to buy. I think SSK realized, okay, it's do or die. Let's at least just have fun. You know, that's their principle, that's their policy. And they're gonna outbuy the Buckies here, investing into it. Turtle Rabbit doesn't even have the full shields, but who cares? Let's have fun, guys.
Yeah, just go all out, right? 5 Buckies, why not? Who knows? You can put off a surprise, and it's something that NEXGA is not expecting. Maybe, I'm just putting on maybe, right? But right now, looks like they're all stacked up at A-Link. Interesting enough, not making big moves. Probably they're waiting there, hoping for NEXGA to make that first move, because if they go towards A-Link, then they would have NEXGA kind of line up in an alley, and that's where the Bucky will be really effective.
Yeah, but the read is all wrong here. They're actually not running into them. Maybe if they actually got the shortest in the beginning, it could be a totally different situation. Now with 5 shorties and possibly a classic on the other hand. They have to make a miracle work. No fun in games. You realize once they teleported, they've actually shifted the attention entirely. They want to go for the fight, but it's not coming out the portal. But we do have Ribeye at the back, hot on the trail.
Gonna go in. Penguin gets his kill here in this round against Mojo. So it looks like the monkey strat is kind of working right now. But but don't yell, Lex. Can he pull off a big one? But now it's gonna be NEXGA winning this series 2-0.
Oh, what a convincing win over there. And you can see the experience that NEXGA has accumulated all this time for playing from how long ago. And they're playing as though it's just like a normal game. And if you take a look even at the KD, only Mojo is hovered around the likes of SSK. The rest of NEXGA, Ribeye, KO, Haka, Simon Neo, they're at the top of the scoreboard. So it really goes to show, you know, when you have the momentum built, you have like the fun in games that you are so used to be playing and the comfort of playing with your team, it's a different situation. But GG's going to SSK. They put up a great fight, and NEXGA as well for just being overwhelming that they are.
Yeah, I mean, SSK did give us very good entertainment, especially in the first round. So, yeah, salute. Heads up to you, ladies and gentlemen, from SSK. Well, all of them gentlemen, I guess. But yeah, who's judging? But anyway, great job here from SSK. They were really entertaining, especially in the first round. So hopefully we'll be able to see them in the future in more tournaments. Maintain the same
Absolutely.
lineup.
I mean, definitely. I think they have the essence of actually a full-grown team. They can very much continue. Of course, I can never forget, you know, the 3 animals, 2 zookeepers quote. I hope they keep it. I hope in the future they are not skill seekers. Maybe they're just animal seekers. Who knows, right? But we have to see, because this is just chapter 1 of Vortex discovering the talent. Perhaps they could refine themselves and come back into chapter 2. So very excited to see what the future holds for these young talents, these grassroots, ready to explode, pop off, young youth, whatever you call it. People who are younger than us.
Yeah, definitely younger than me for sure. Okay, if anyone around is older than me, I don't know, man. I don't know. Anashi, shout out to you. Why not wearing a BLITZ jersey? Well, I'm not sure if I
Well.
can, but yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I can't put a condition there. Okay, not sure if I can. But anyway, yes, I do have a BLITZ jersey. Thanks so much to BLITZ for the jersey, by the way.
Yeah, thank you, Blitz. I also got a NEXGA jersey, but you know who's counting,
Oh,
right? So
yeah.
let's take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, so we can just recuperate ourselves and get ready for the next round, because we're gonna be seeing the likes of BLITZ themselves against the Prodigy pack. So it's gonna be a close game, I believe, but we're gonna break it down to you after this break.
collide, staring at the stars fall. You're fading and I can do nothing. Stay home, the light is gone. Make it bright, we can't fight at night. The sky knows why, we can't inside. I'm growing scared, the flash inside. My mind knows how to deal with life. Yeah, people fighting on, just go afraid of. We are the way from.
actually see the screen really smooth.
Com Dayak, sim, online, no Premium.
A lot more clear when it's like fast movements and things are going kind of quick.
Yeah, I think in Brazil the monitors were really different, so the reaction time, the movement on the enemy was really hard to follow. And for now on VCT, I really noticed that difference, especially on the clutches. So yeah, now I can actually see more smooth on my screen.
I think it's probably better at Los Angeles, just when there's a lot going on, it feels a lot clearer and a lot easier to pay attention to the different things that are happening on the screen.
Most of the players use bar Vandal, try to one tap, and I think that's why like Dayak is important and this monitor is important for me on 360, because when you're doing like spray transfer, you can actually see the screen really smooth at a time. So I think it makes it better to just do a really good sprint transfer on it, and you don't ever stop. It doesn't have like those freeze on the screen, you know. So that's a difference that I noticed from the lock-in example.
Mas eu sei, tipo, é mais o movimento do agente, então com mais clareza, né? Eu tenho jogado com Dayak, sim, online, no Premium, porque o movimento do boneco dá uma diferença bem grande. Você consegue ver, inclusive, até a jet em dash. Isso daí, em momentos específicos, pode te ajudar muito e pegar kill muito importante durante a partida.
Yeah, I think on this one definitely feels a lot more clear when it's like fast movements and things are going kind of quick, but it feels a bit blurrier on the other side when you're doing something quick. I think it can really benefit you if you're like defending and like a jet dashes into sight or a raised satchels. It's a lot easier to kind of track the target than on a different monitor.
For me, I'm a huge fan of the monitor that has this, you know, not the V format, because as my keyboard, I usually play like with this, and then like this V is kind of hard for me, especially. I think it's hard for FPS players because they always like, you see all the pro players playing like this, you know, they are always focused. So yeah, I think this format's good.
Acho que a maior diferença, com certeza, entre os monitores é a facilidade e a opção de coisas que a Azul te oferece no monitor. Os outros monitores normalmente não têm essas opções e acaba dificultando sua vida um pouco para jogar.
Hello, hello, and welcome to Vortex, discovering the talent. What we just discovered that is the BenQ Zowie 2566K. So you guys can see how well these players, pro players, enjoy the monitor. But you guys at home who want to improve your gameplay as well, maybe you can pick one up for yourselves. But before all of that, I have here with me SirCloud and of course myself, Ellemonade. So we just witnessed SSK as well as against Team NEXGA. So starting off with a huge bang. I can't wait for the next one, which is going to be the Prodigy Pack as well as the BLITZ Esports. So you can see already here, this is going to be the bracket. SirCloud, let's take it away.
Yeah, so before that, shout out to Game Juice as well for being together with us. But here it is, as what you mentioned, the players, Prodigy Pack and BLITZ Esports. So we can see a little bit of a rank difference here, but hey, it's not about the ranks. That is just numbers, that's just images. It's all about execution in game. And who knows that Prodigy Pack can be the one to bring us a surprise. Just like how, especially in game number 1, how SSK surprised all of us at almost taking the W over NEXGA.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of people who are watching, they think they realize that Prodigy Pack is actually literally what their name suggests, because they actually have a coach that actually joined them the same way that they solo registered. So we do have, of course, Evo, huge coach name, have a lot of the huge teams as well, you know, Resurgence, Kingsman, Brand, Oasis, all the way up, playing the VCT, NYSG, Split 1 as well. So a lot of that, and he personally picked Prodigy Pack as his as the team that he is going to coach and bring into succession, as he himself is going to be guiding them.
Yeah, and fun fact as well, he played the last time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he played the last time. So I believe as a sub player and the coach can play, that is okay. And obviously they won, and that's why they're here. And they won 2-0 clean. So I mean, if in any case, the coach can come in as well. So, but we don't know whether Evo is going to play today or he's going to leave it to the players.
Yeah, and well, with all these changes as well to the games, I think having a coach is brilliant. Speaking of changes, I think there's a new bundle as well. I think it's the integrate bundle. So I think that looks really good. And for those of you at home who want to try to get that for yourself, we do have some additional promos with Game Juice. So thank you, Game Juice, because every Wednesday and Friday, the first 10 who top up using the code that we put into the server, as well for those who are just constantly looking at newsletter, are able to get an additional discount as soon as it hits 12 a.m. guys. So make sure to line up at 11:59 before Wednesday and Friday every week, so you can try to get your hands on the additional discount.
Yeah, and what day is it today? Today is a
is.
Wednesday.
Yeah, it's a is it a Wednesday? Wait, no,
Oh.
SirCloud. It's no way. It's a
Wait.
Thursday.
It's a Thursday. Oh my goodness, I gotta adjust my calendar. My goodness, what's happening to my or maybe the monitor is just, playing tricks on me. Maybe I
yeah.
need to get a new monitor. I'll be looking over at a BenQ Zoe after this.
Yeah, the 2566K. Maybe the diet also helps you look at the calendar.
Yes.
A little bit better. Yeah, but Thursday, that means at 12 a.m., the moment it hits 12 tonight, it's going to be the time where you can actually get yourself the additional codes. And also, since you mentioned the day, it's the 21st night of September, guys. So let's enjoy this for a moment.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. My monitor is playing tricks with me. But after this, we're gonna watch BLITZ versus Prodigy. Okay, I'm trying to get the name right here. Okay, so Prodigy Pack. Okay, after this, so obviously not the first time that we see BLITZ. So what's like your impression of BLITZ?
What's my impression on BLITZ? Well, the last time I actually got to cast or just research a little bit about them, watch their games, was about a few months ago. And at that time, I realized that they're really good at capitalizing on their enemies' mistakes. So coming to this, it could be a huge advantage, because this is kind of like a team that just got together, just trained a little bit. So it's definitely not going to be as tight as a pre-made team. But as long as Prodigy Pack actually manages to fix that and adapt really quick, I believe they have a great chance against BLITZ, because, well, BLITZ, they also undergone a few changes in terms of the roster. So it's a bit different. I believe this time round, Ima is going to be the IGL. So he's been playing for a very long while. He started out probably one of the youngest that I knew, and now actually leading a lot of the grassroots players that we have, the talents that we have. It's amazing to watch how much we have all grown together in this Valorant community.
Yeah, in fact, I used to play with Team Path. So
Yeah.
a lot of experience, a lot of exposure there coming into BLITZ. But you know what I most remember about BLITZ? The last time I casted that game was at an offline event, and I believe after the game, like the manager Kevin, he walked up to me and we had a conversation, but he had coffee spilled all over his shirt.
Okay.
So I will always remember that moment. It's like, dude, what happened to you? It's like, okay, it's the coffee. Okay, fine. Okay, nobody shot you in real life. Okay.
But we are going into the veto, so this is where the magic happens. I believe, at least for, well, maybe not SSK and NEXGA. That's not the best example, because both of them actually picked off the maps that they're used to. Only NEXGA managed to actually steal the split map that SSK actually picked off. But apart from that, most of the times, whatever you pick is going to give you the advantage. But it's also going to show your hands towards your enemy in terms of what kind of comms and gameplay styles you're used to. On the side of BLITZ, I would say that Ascend is a good pick for them. Possibly even Fracture, but maybe Haven, not quite. Oh, but Fracture's gonna be banned out from BLITZ first, so no special ropey here things here and there, but Haven is gonna be banned out in response by the side of Prodigy Pack.
Yeah, so Fracture, Haven, banned out. It is actually the same as the last time we saw Prodigy Pack played. It's the same first two maps being banned out. And fun fact, they picked Acid the last time. So I would expect that Prodigy Pack would pick Acid again. And shout out to BP Was Taken. He's the guy who spilled coffee all over his shirt. He definitely remembers that.
Definitely. Oh, Ascend gets picked up by BLITZ, so that's gonna be easy work for Prodigy Pack. Maybe not a straight away win, but it's one of the priority picks, so they don't have to think about it now. Perhaps maybe pick up the split as well. They did win very easily against VBS the last time round, 13-4. Could be something that they want to try to steal. And well, I called it. Split it is.
Yep. So Essen and Split is the same two maps that was played by Prodigy Pack, and they obviously won 2-0 that time. So in other words, they're pretty comfortable with this map, so they're not too phased by it. But now we're going to the final phase of the ban. Pearl is being banned out by BLITZ, and Pearl was banned as well. So now it's between Lotus and Bind. Now, if we look at the Prodigy Pack game before this, Bind was the decider map. Potentially, it could still be the case.
Well, I believe that Bind's
uh-huh.
Bind's gonna be the decider. You just look at Ascend and Split, and you kind of already know, like, okay, what's the pattern here? They like the little bit close corners, a bit more of the comfort maps that they all grew up playing from the very beginning of Valorant, and it's pretty easy to see. But what is going to be interesting now is that who's going to pick the attackers, who's going to pick the defense, and we already see PDP picking the defensive side of Ascend. So I'm liking the approach here, a little bit more adaptation, just watching it out. Oh, and on this end, BLITZ also picks defense on Split. So previously we saw attack being picked up as the priority, but now defense, the respect's actually being shown on both ends.
Yeah, if I look at the pattern here, so yes, it is pretty much the same pattern, at least for Essen it is different. So Essen before this, Prodigy Pack, they actually started off as the attacker. So they are taking the defender side this time, probably something that they learned of. But anyway, for Essen, I guess it's fine, whichever that you start off with. I don't think it would be much of a big deal whether you start off as an attacker or defender, especially for game number 1.
Yeah, pretty much, because Ascend has always been probably the most basic maps that you have. An A, a B, you have a mid that you like to fight upon, but that's where it comes down to testing your fundamentals about the game. And well, in Ascend right now, we do not see any changes so far, so we can expect the very typical compositions that we are used to seeing even for months and months before, since like DCT and YG Split 1. Even from the last year, probably carried forward. It's already been tried and tested, and we know this composition works. But if anybody's going to bring something different, I'm very eager, of course, very open to the idea. But, I'm not expecting much in the sense. I don't know. It's maybe just me.
And not a fan of big maps, yeah.
Big maps. You're not a fan, or who's not a fan?
Yeah, I personally am not. I like the
personally
smaller maps. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he likes the very cute maps,
Yeah. Size doesn't matter, So give me the small maps and I'm pretty happy. Just like what we saw in the previous series. I think that was really exciting, and how fast things were executed round after round, especially in that game number 2. This time around, we're probably going to see a little bit of a slower pace, probably more tactical coming for these teams, considering that these kind of maps are being picked.
Yeah, I agree as well. I really wish we do get to see more of like Pearl, more Lotus. Those are the maps that I can accept from the newer ones. I absolutely despise Fracture just because of how confusing it gets with all the different variables in terms of the entrances, all these open spaces they can possibly skirmish and look around. But with that being said, I am very sad that we do not have Breeze, we do not have Icebox, and we also do not have Sunset yet. Have you tried the new map? Have you seen it?
I have seen it, but I have not really try it. Yeah, so I've been looking forward to see if we play it casually, it's one thing, right? If these players play it, it's another thing. So I've been really looking forward to see it being played in the tournament really soon, someday.
Yeah, I would also love to, but as the pattern so far in terms of Valorant community has been that when there's a new map, everyone despises it. They hate playing it. I mean, of course, it's something different. That's why they have to get used to it. But then you take a look at maybe Pearl, Icebox, Lotus. It suddenly became very easily into some of the players' favorites and also their bread and butter. Particularly for me, I think I got used to Lotus the fastest, even though it is very confusing. It's very similar to having the Haven, right, the 3 sides, and a lot of people get confused, but I like the gameplay that it introduced, especially also with the rotating doors. So these elements is what I'm looking for, this innovation, creativity that we can possibly push to shove and see these players play.
Yeah, I do agree. Definitely Lotus, one of the good ones. I personally I actually like Bind a lot. I know Bind was despised at some point, I wonder if it still is by the community, but I do like Bind a lot. I do like the fact that we can go across the map like very, very quickly, and it's very tactical on how you can use it, and comebacks can be done through that. So I'm a big fan of Bind.
I see. So right now, in question for those who are just joining us, we will be going to Ascend. We're going to give some time for the players to ready up. But right now, it's going to be the round before the semis. And whoever wins this round is going to have to face off the future greats, which we saw yesterday. They actually read Todak like a book. So I think for me, if I was going to be any of them, I'll be super scared of the future challenges that I have to deal with here, especially since if you watched the match yesterday, it's just been super easy going actually for future grades, and we could not expect that.
Oh yeah, that might come out as a surprise later on as we are edging really, really close towards the finals.
Yeah.
So that would be really interesting to see who makes it as number one and who actually wins it. And looking at the talent that that is being displayed so far in this tournament, I wouldn't be surprised at this point if we see a one of the newly formed teams to be able to make it all the way, because they are showing a lot of potential here. Even like in the previous round, like even NEXGA, especially in round number 1, they didn't have a good time. Like they were pushed to the corner. It was really close at some point. Maybe like game 2, they ran out of steam, lost focus, and that's how NEXGA really overtook it. So yeah, things like that just happened. But yeah, it's all about having the stamina as well to play multiple games in order to win a series.
Yeah, absolutely. And that no one actually talks about that as much unless you are going towards the pro scene, because it gets really mentally taxing. But even in these cases where you are in the grassroots tournament, it does come into play. So just looking at the picks right now, I don't think we have to point anything out. It is the standardized picks here, bread and butter on both ends. What has been perfected into Ascend, which I really beg the question, when will Riot introduce changes into Ascend here? Because I'm waiting for it. I don't know about you, SirCloud.
Well, I'm not a fan of big maps in the first place. So it's like, yeah, you make a change, you don't make a change, it's fine. Unless that change involves like shrinking the map, which I highly doubt that will happen.
Wouldn't that be fun though? If
shrink the map?
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They've just been making maps bigger and bigger, right? Like you take a look at like Lotus, take a look at Sunset, but have they decided of shrinking a map? That could be something different.
Oh yeah, like make it like really, really small.
Make it one square.
Like make it one square. I think that'd be
Mid.
pretty nice.
It's just mid, guys. It's just mid.
Yeah, why not? Like I think that'll be a really fun map to see like who can, shoot first. I guess.
Oh, that would be disastrous, but I don't think Riot's going to be picking up these suggestions anytime soon.
Well, what we will need to pick up is this round, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to be obviously first round, so it's going to be all out pistol here. But we got 4 Ghost on the side of Prodigy, and for Blitz we got 3 Ghosts. So all to each one's taste, really.
Yep. Just a little bit disclaimer here. The name that is Jet, I believe that is Playa. So we'll try to keep up here, although he did not display his name. And straight away, we can already see the mayhem that Blitz is implying. Hovering over B main, very standardized, 4-1 spread out.
So that is who will be the player, that seems. So that's going to be the Jet, ladies and gentlemen. And now speaking about Jet, obviously player will be at the forefront. We'll try to find where the opponent is and try to get the first frag, but they are coming through mid. So they are already in market. It's a matter of who will get the first frag now.
Yeah. They've actually give so much space for Blitz as well, so you actually can't really try to contest it as much. But we do have player with the Sheriff shot over the jump peaks. They actually expected it, taking down Kiwi, so great pick off here. KO is gone on the light kick with a huge pick off as well. Oh, unfortunately gets too overzealous, overheats a little bit and gets taken out by Classic.
Wow, 2 from the player himself. I'm just liking his name. It feels very, very urban-y. And now with that sort of performance from player, they managed to equal up the odds, at least in terms of manpower. But we look at the current situation, the spike is planted, but for BLITZ, they have one player, which is Sova. That's kind of low at this moment.
Yep, Sova is low. He's also revealed in terms of location here. Oh, and
we go.
he is right in the bottom. He has to play the movement game. He's actually doing really well and bought enough time for Edward to put an end to him. And that's going to be a first round awarded to BLITZ.
Wow, last tick of health didn't matter for Anashi, as he still managed to get that one frag before he goes down. So it became a big distraction to Prodigy, allowing BLITZ to counter back and take out the last remaining members.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think BLITZ played it really well. And they weren't, although they were in the back foot, actually, they lost 2 members. They really wanted to punish on the other end player there from taking those 2 headshots off of their duelists as well. So I think they realized how much is at stake here. Clashy trying to go for that cheeky wallbang does not quite find anybody with the bullets. That turret for turret action here, but Seaborn is the better Killjoy, taking down Banana Man, which is gonna be 1 gun as well that they bought.
Seaborn just casually shoot. I mean, he was unchallenged there, and he managed to get a frag. So beautifully done. And now pressure's onto BLITZ.
Spike drop.
They still have the spike though. A is empty, and they have 1 player on to the other side to gather the information. If they can get that information, spike goes to A. That will be a plan for BLITZ.
Yeah, I think at this point, for the side of Prodigy Pack, it's a discipline game here, but the discipline ran out just a little bit too soon. Player gets taken down. That's gonna be A side open for business. Look what I said, but remember what I said about how BLITZ actually is so good at capitalizing their enemies' mistakes? This was exactly it.
Yeah, beautifully done by A, man.
Cover going out.
Now it's all for them to defend, but looking at Prodigy currently, they are coming through one direction. They are sending the Killjoy down. They're splitting up, but that split is not working out for them. Only Harry left, the last member with a classic in hand. So I guess he'll try to get a frag. Yes, he gets 1, but that's about it. But he's still got that 1 frag, so gotta give it to him.
Here.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. And well, the consolation is that you managed to take down 3 members who actually bought the halves in the second round itself. So trying to break a hole into its red hole is very important here. And now it's going to be the buy round for the side of PvP. So if there's going to be a round, it's going to be this one.
I'm feeling that Anashi is probably going to go for a wall bang later on, but nobody's there. At least from our view, we know. The entire BLITZ is focusing onto A. This could be a quick one from them.
Oh, Paranoia is going to start the point here. Jet player, actually. It's going to be in this corner trying to get those sneaky shots. He managed to see the Ares and speaking out over Anashi. Gets a second one. And look at the reinforcements coming in from the members of the team. He manages to fence off almost all the threats. Takaido has something to say. He's going to find 1-for-1 trade.
1 enemy remaining.
Don't mess with the player! If you don't check your corners, he will come and hold you! 4 frags for player! This man is on fire!
He is definitely very much so. 6 and 2 ultimate already available on hand. 3rd round in only. That's a lot of farming. On the other end though, Edward does have his From the Shadows if he wants to use it. Possibly more of a last minute resort rather than a aggressive move though.
Wow, I mean, we can obviously see that the player is a really sharp shooter. That's one, and not only that, he's very smart at moving in and out of position. So he doesn't stay at one place, try to get the next frag and all that. It's like, okay, I get 1, I get 2, I move to somewhere else just to confuse my opponent. So he's very unpredictable in the way he plays.
Yep, absolutely. At this point as well, he knows that most of the time it's a 4-1 spread out formation here. So he's trying to get those 1v1 pickoffs that he knows he can win and dash himself into safety. Fortunately, he just misses out Edward by the slightest bit. Actually, he might meet him at... Oh, no, but Edward decides to recollect himself and gather up with his teammates, possibly for a B push, but it's so difficult because you look at the Killjoy setup on the map. It's so hard.
Quite a risky play here by player going all the way back, but of course he does have the Blade Storm, so it's going to be easier for him to land the frag. And so far, Blitz don't know that player is behind. It's getting closer and closer. Okay, everyone on Blitz is on to B right now. Player needs to make it fast.
Oh, Ayman in that cubby. I don't think they see him. Sivo manages to fend off Edward there. If we look at the lurk that's coming through from player as well, Takai's going to find Blue. He is there. He doesn't even need to be, as his teammates defend off all the attacks that's coming in from the side of Blitz.
Oh man. I mean, player was a good like plan B, right? In case the B defense failed. But anyway, if they held on to like B main, then player would have been there. Player would have got a few frags, and then they could still come in from B side or the B main to just squish Blitz. So pretty much tactically, we can say that Prodigy had this round in hand.
Yeah, and that was all due to just them holding down the site, anchoring it. And this is all because player actually rotated all the way to the back, realized that there's nobody into A or mid. They knew it was going to be a B hit. Oh, B combo is going to be destroyed. Look at how risky player's going to put himself into a situation, but he is so ready for it.
Yeah, we can see that every round player is like that guy who likes to take that risk, like puts himself in front, his teammates all the way behind, it's fine. He knows how to take care of himself basically. And we don't often see him going down first, so he definitely knows what he's doing.
Only now the dark cover's been called. Usually it should be the moment you hear them, you're gonna ask for reinforcements to block it off with the smoke. But that's how confident the side of Prodigy Pack is with their duelists here.
Well, looks like 45 more seconds on the clock. Blitz has to make this happen. Banana Maker, he missed the entire magazine. Oh my goodness, that was a big missed opportunity.
Absolutely. Oh, but and we have Blitz running it in. But look at the defense that's being provided by PDP.
30 seconds left.
Understandable, they have the gunfire. Ayman's gonna law bang this. He switches up into the shorty, tries to cheek his way into the C-bone, moving around. Oh, but he's so ready. This is not a ring around the rosy, it's just a ring around the floor.
I mean, all he needs to do is just buy time, but who needs to buy time if you have A-Man or Ayman? And he's still able to... Nah, he's not able to do it. No extra creds there. But anyway, that was a really entertaining move from Ayman. You gotta give it to him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why he's called Aim-Man. He's an amen. But clutching the round is what they need, because you're gonna try to have to break the economy that Prodigy Packs are already amassed. But they don't know that player picked up an operator for this round. So trying to look for that mid control, but most of the time there is nobody up in top mid to try to contest that.
Blinded, but it's okay. No one executed anything, so he's absolutely fine right now. Looking at all the utilities from Killjoy for the side of Prodigy, it's been deployed onto A, but unfortunate for them, nobody from Blitz is there. So Blitz is still making that decision where exactly to go, but for Prodigy, they got all three sides locked in.
Yeah, I think they realized that now we actually need to have a hold on to Blitz. But it might be a mid push and the read might... The timing! He actually did not check onto mid and allowed Ayman to cross over to the other end. So now mid is actually wide open for business for Blitz.
We're talking about 50 more
They don't
seconds.
even
He went in? They don't! They didn't know! Oh
they
my goodness, if
lost
only
it.
they held on to market, then maybe, just maybe, they could have thought Ayman.
Oh man, now B
30
is
seconds
open, but
left.
there is a clash. He had the back. He managed to find one
Spike
before he
down
meets
B.
his demise, but that's gonna be at least the site given over into Blitz. Retake is in commencement. Sakai is gonna
planted.
put on the dark covers just to make sure that nobody is hiding within B main. Hunting Spray is gonna be popped out to ensure that they are
player
slowed in this retake. And Nashi and Banana Man actually manages to find one each. Steven, last man standing, they cleared out the rest of B side. It's just gonna be lane here. Alamba's gonna indicate towards them there is somebody lurking, but they're not even phased. They're gonna play the cross and relax.
Yeah, I mean, they got two angles covered, and they have all the utilities set up as well. C4 is going to have a tough time, but he gets one. Can he get a second one? But the answer is no. It's still going to be Anashi who will get the final frag. And not only that, before we get in the final frag, his Hunter's Fury paid dividend by getting a frag as well.
Now with that, it's gonna be hard for the side of PDP. They don't have the credit to force to save this time round. They do have some ultimates available, but I reckon try to put in all your eggs into its different baskets rather than just the same one if it's going to be a save round.
And that's exactly what they're doing by C-Phone buying Takai, kind of like a half buy, and everyone else is saving. So they're putting their eggs into different baskets. If you use that sort of analogy here. Let's see what they're going to do here. How they're going to defend against the Blitz now. Zifo is probably going to surprise them. Okay, he's waiting at B main now. Here we go. He gets one. Spike's on the ground, but that's just too much for him to handle.
That's the situation when you are the Killjoy pushing out. Lima manages to find another one as well. They have possession of B site. They even flashes to make sure that nobody is there. Iman's a bit angry of the teammate flash, but it doesn't matter. They are very comfortable claiming this position
Spike
here.
planted.
And we have the planning the spike now. Here, oh, plus the lockdown. Oh man, this is gonna be really, really difficult. I mean, player is taking that risk to go in. They managed to get Edward. Okay, cool. Able to make it out just in time, but one player to take.
Last player standing.
Ooh, just a flash as well. A little bit of a movement that just deterred his vision for a moment there. Banana Man is up in main. He knows it. Takai has to check it. He's up in the middle and loses out. Banana Man with the 4K, and that's it for this round.
Yeah, I mean the moment the lockdown was used, it was very difficult for Prodigy to get that retake. So it was a good defense there by BLITZ. They were prepared for it. They had the lockdown. And their lockdown even locked down one player from Prodigy, so that was a big bonus.
Absolutely, and that's when you're using utilities into full potential. We really love to see that happening. Now though, in round number 8, this is where we want to see the magic happen. This is probably the final bit to try to collect momentum once again for Prodigy Pack. They had it within the 3rd and 4th round. Now they're going to try to break it once again.
So BLITZ, this time around, they're going to switch it up. They're going to go through A. And let's see here. Edward getting the first frag onto player. The player who has been fragging for Prodigy has been taken out. So now opportunity could be taken by BLITZ to try to rush it at some point. But the door is closed, so looks like they're going to go for plan B.
Yeah, and plan B is not looking so well because Edward is the man that's been taken down. So you lose out your smokes. You basically have to play with the dry peaks. Try to play around the flashes that you can get from Kiwi. Maybe try to use the information that you managed to get from Nashi. But those smokes is very difficult.
T-Bone gets one, gets two!
They don't even know he's dead! And manages to get 2 before he meets his demise.
Oh man, a PSA reminder to check your corners, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, they still manage to get into B, and they have the man advantage still, and the spike will be planted anytime soon.
30 seconds left.
Anashi will be the one to do it.
Spike
No
planted.
outs for the side of a BLITZ, but for the side of a Prodigy, they have 2 outs here. Let's see what they can do about this.
Oh, that's a beautiful recon dart. Just exposing that both of them are on site. They don't have to look into anywhere else.
Nice.
Beautiful use of utility, and this is exactly why Prodigy Pack is not to be underestimated because they have the most potential and they really gel together well within this tournament. They can very much make it to the very end.
That was just too bad for BLITZ that they didn't notice that C-Phone was waiting at the corner. If they took out C-Phone first, then they would have had an extra 2 players towards the end, giving them a better chance of winning the round. So it's just unfortunate for them. But anyway, it's that one round that they can afford to lose.
Absolutely. Well, one round you can afford to lose. Both sides can still buy. Creds are still available, but it is getting depleted a little bit slowly and slowly. You want to try to make sure the momentum is building up. Player against Paranoia. He's going to use the Cloud Burst to get himself in safety. Harry managed to provide some reinforcement, but he gets taken down within the midst of it. No more skirmishes because of the dark covers, but at least a 1-for-1 very successful trade on the top fragger Blitz and the duelist on PDP.
Yeah, to answer to our viewer, Pakai awesome. Yes, that is Raja Aiman, ladies and gentlemen. So now Seafoam. Ooh. Banana Man not going to be making the same mistake again. This time taking out C4, but Sakai will be the one to frag onto Banana Man. And looks like A is going to be the side that is currently open, but not that open now that Harry's here and they know that he's there on Raptors.
Slow and steady. There is only 3 members left to play with defenders. Harry is spotted out with that
Spike
knife.
planted.
Takaido trying to push in. Very nice
wait,
scan. 1-2 tag and managed to get Kiwi just off of that recon bomb.
Oh, that was brilliant from Takai. I have to give it to him. But Anashi, I mean, you got that frag. You try to enter through the same door. Your opponent will know that you're there. Anashi is currently suppressed. Managed to get one strike before he goes down, but Edward from the other side prepared to counter onto his opponent. I mean, the spike was planted in an open area anyway, so Edward could have a clear sight onto it. Even though they want to go in for the defuse, Edward's there.
Yeah, we have to give props where credit is due as well, because Kiwi having the null command on just nullified all the potential abilities, because we saw that Clash had 4 utils, could not utilize it.
Wow. A lot of flashy fans here in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Oki, RxJN1801, and Sushi Sue. It's making me hungry right now. Right now, Sipo, same strategy again, going to the same corner. I worry that this might backfire.
Yeah, exactly my thought. Especially when you have a sheriff to play with. You really want to try to get those snappy headshots, those one tap, one kill, but can Seafoam do it? And especially with no other movement abilities to get himself into safety, he has to try to take this risky play and make something happen. I think 1-for-1 frag is better than nothing, but a tag like that and information given is not quite the situation you want to be in.
Yeah, so now they know that he's there. I mean, they would have learned like from the previous side. It's like, okay, Seafoam is the type of guy that likes to extend himself forward at B main, at the corner at B main, and so on. So they would have expected that. And now they know that he's there. They're switching their strategy. They're focusing on the A instead. Anashi will be the one to take out Takai, but Anashi counterfired by Harry. Banana Man trades it back, while player this time taken up by A-Man. And now they are in to plant the spike.
Yeah, I'm in here. Playing a very popular spot actually around the jet place. We have that pass. It's gonna wait for the flash. Very well done. The 1-2 tag coming in from Kiwi, enabling his duelist Seafoam unable to meet the mark. Can we change the point of view, ladies and gentlemen? Apparently not. But that's all she wrote. But it is a safe round, so let's not be too hasty here. Very valiant effort.
Valiant effort indeed. I mean, that was like the entire magazine expanded and only one shot landed. I believe it was a body shot. Obviously, that won't be enough to take out his opponent. But yeah, gotta give it to Seafoam. I think he's doing something different. It's either him or player, but mostly Seafoam doing something different than the other teammates.
But now with that said, the ball is rolling for Blitz. They managed to regain momentum and it's making them shifty. Player tried to go for the risky player, but I think just gave more falls than it did any good. Full reign of mid has been passed over to the possession of Blitz.
Seafoam. Again. Oh! They saw, they checked it. Seafoam's plan went down the drain just like that. And this is an opening for Blitz to come in and plant the spike.
My goodness, you do not want to see it when this trigger discipline just paid off a little bit too slow there. You have basically only 2 members left. Takai and Clashy try to regain this site. Abilities are available. Clashy managed to find one, which is Edward. No more abilities available. Clash is gonna be taken down by the Odin that is beneath their feet, and Banana Man finishing it off with Takai.
Yep, with the spike planter, there's
Last
going to be extra
round in the
threats
half.
for a blitz. But anyway, it's going to be the last round before the swap, so it's going to be all in buy for everybody, especially for a Prodigy. So they're going to go all in now. Let's see here. This round, do you think that a Prodigy will be more comfortable on the attacker side instead?
Well, perhaps it is the map pick, but it could be a situation where Blitz actually... Oh, sorry, it's not the map pick. It's actually Blitz's map pick, but now it changes the whole question because Prodigy actually picked this side in the first place. So it's hard to say. I just wish they might have called a timeout. Maybe coach could call the timeout, Evo, maybe say something so that we can have a mental reset here. Feels as though there are just some decisions that are being made with impatience. So this round is probably the success of what that affects it.
Yeah, but if you ask me, looking at the playstyle of Prodigy, like they like to, although they're on the defender side, but they like to play as if they're on the attacker side. Like Seafood especially likes to go in onto Blitz. So maybe on the attacker side, that's the side that they'll be waiting for next. But looking at this round, looks like a little bit of an execution there. And Spike is at A though, but we have a wide split here from Blitz.
Oh man, an operator used to just take up the alarm bot. Tells them so much if they've been listening to this. Aokino's Sakai managed to find out with his pants on the ground, not looking at where he needs to. Banana Man, just as the smoke dissipates,
30
trying to find
seconds
one
left.
for one here. Nashi, the Odin.
Okay, Spike on the way to B. That's going to be the signal for it to be planted. 20 more seconds on the clock. Definitely the plan has to be done right now. And at the same time, we can see that Harry managed to get a frag for himself. Okay, Banana Man's waiting on the side. All right, Hunter's Fury, Banana Man knows that player is there. Opportunity taken, well done. Now it's down to Seafoam. And Seafoam is coming in, but Harry's the one that takes out Banana Man instead.
No, Command's gonna be utilized here. Lockdown is available. It is the last round. Oh my god, gets wall banged to 3 HP.
Right.
The lockdown. It's going to make short work of Harry because they have to push towards the lockdown. Now 3 HP and the Dream taps the bomb, just dodges the flash. But what can he do? The time is not on his side.
I mean, yeah, there was information
Switching
and everything.
sides.
Blitz had everything against him. So at the end of the day, it was a difficult one. But you know what? It is 9-3. So if you're a firm believer of the 9-3 curse, this is the moment for Prodigy.
Haven't you learned anything, SirCloud? Do not point the obvious because the caster curse is real. We want to see that happen. We do not mention it.
Okay.
Nothing happened.
All right. I didn't say it. Okay, I didn't say it. That was a pre-recording. Oh,
That was just
okay.
a win. It was just a win, guys.
Yeah, that was just a win. Yeah.
But now we move over to the second half. Attack is given to the likes of Prodigy Pack, and now Blitz is going to be on defense. They are playing the mirror matchup, so it's really up to their creativity here and see which picks they get. Try to get the ones that leaves most holes on the enemy team.
I like this comment though. Just a soft dude. He
Yeah.
said, I played Iman in a custom once a while ago and I stopped Valorant after that. Yup. I mean, Iman is obviously a very, very good player. So now he's with Blitz. And speaking about him with Blitz, it is them who needs to defend against Prodigy. Taka is currently being suppressed, but the suppression is off.
Off indeed, but he doesn't know between him is going to be one. There's going to be another one as well. I hope he realizes that it's more than one person firing bullets at him. So they're going to make the beeline onto B itself. And Nashi gets taken out to reload help. They're actually battling this out. I like the fight for the possession of the map here. Priority. Nanoswarm is going to deter them to split up the
Spike
fight here. They
planted.
have possession of B, but look at the HP. Look how low they are. Just trying to claim that site.
Well, at least they got the plant. Okay, so that's one. But Seafoam, pretty much his favorite side, the B main. That is where he likes to camp, and he managed to get one, but the counter came in. Now Blitz is inside. 2 more to go for Blitz. The defuse is coming in.
One
I'm
enemy
able to
remaining.
do it. Edwards covers him, taking one down, and he will be able to defuse. And Harry's still there, but no longer.
He play the rotating game. You can't shoot me if I'm not standing still. And that's exactly what has happened, and that seems as though this is just a normal rank game, guys.
Yeah, but I like the coordination, right? Like Iman goes in for the defuse and his other teammates back him up. It was well coordinated, so well done there. Almost nothing that Prodigy could do to respond to that. And in fact, BLITZ was the one that responded with finishing up the last member of Prodigy instead.
That's exactly what we need here. Well, what I think is going to happen is that we have the force buy from Prodigy pack. So if they don't show their cards and run it into sight, could be really good, but you are maybe picking the wrong side. Look at the read from BLITZ. They suspect it's an A. They're gonna throw the whole utility of Killjoy here. Everything is blocking Nano Swarm once again, stopping them in the track. Seafon is already in together with his teammate, but unable to find much. And where Nashi is going to take down both of them. But we have the spike going down. That's the silver lining.
Yep, Sakai managed to plant the spike now. Now it's down to them to defend against the two players for BLITZ, but make that one left, which is player 47 HP. 47 HP in the Dream now with the Spectre in hand. My goodness, this is going to be 1v2. Oh, he's looking on the other side. Oh my goodness. And Iman took advantage of that again. Iman defusing it.
Oh, perhaps he actually wanted to dash forward into the corner, but I think he decided against it in the very last second just because you have no idea where Iman was, and then the hesitation, it paid the price, giving Iman the upper edge there. Oh, but now it's not looking good for the side of PDP. That was their force buy. They're gonna try to do it once again, at least pushing down a lot of members of BLITZ, taking their lives in the previous round, breaks a little bit of their economy.
Ooh. Yes, this is a definite must-win round for them. I mean, we're edging closer and closer towards match point right now. Okay, so here we go. Same strategy again deployed by them, forcing themselves onto A again. Going inside, Spike still behind, but it's going to be a player opening up the space.
Space is open, but at least on the side of BLITZ, they know exactly what positions they have. They are so close in proximity. Look at the corresponding movement that they have. They are not letting go of any entrances. Aldron's going to scout for some information. At least now they know. Look at it, the recon ball actually gets a lot of info as well. But they're not going to push in. They're going to have to wait. They're going to wait for all the utilities. Wait it out. And now go in together as a unit.
But look at the movement here by C4. He's going to go in for the backstab on the BLITZ, but now BLITZ is in A. C4, maybe. Oh, he's going to surprise. Going to come in from here. He gets one. He gets the second one. C4 with Harry. The combo that made it happen against BLITZ. C4, his backstab worked.
Absolutely, and I think the timing on this could be the factor. I think just BLITZ giving a bit too much respect there. Thinking that they could easily retake this, gave this glimmer of hope towards Prodigy pack, and now they are back onto the scoreboard after a whopping 6 games, 6 rounds lost towards BLITZ. They're still there. They can now purchase the full rifles. They've all swapped out. That tells you something.
One game at a time, ladies and gentlemen. So this is opportunity for Prodigy to win another round now that BLITZ is playing the Eco. So let's see here. C-Phone, this guy, he always likes to lurk, he likes to backstab, he likes to do things that just mind-blowing to the opponent. And now players going to open up and take it out Edward, one of the more senior players of BLITZ Esports.
I think BLITZ might be a bit too slow because you take a look at mid, there's actually 2 members there, but unable to catch anybody and their tails. Banana Man, a little bit of a hot spot, manages to find one, pushing out that smoke, but he gets taken down by C-Phone as well as Clashy finding Anashi.
Spike planted.
Iman coming in through B main. Spike has been planted. So where is he going to go here? Top guy. We'll take out Iman. But this is an expected round for Prodigy since they went in for the full buy while BLITZ, they saved up. But now, with that saved up round, this is the moment for BLITZ to go in for their full buy. And we're back on to equal terms in terms of weaponry.
Yeah, and I think that was actually a good testing waters for BLITZ, although they lost it because they actually pushed out from A itself all the way to the back to side, even to its spawn. and could not find anybody. So that is an indicator that they could possibly do that, that the read might be better this time round. Hopefully they do, because they did invest some heavy artillery. Anashi with the Odin. He's actually going to push out towards the corner of Guardian Tree and trying to shoot them down up on dials. He manages to find Harry! So that's a silver lining.
Okay, Seaphone gets Iman. So this could be the moment here, ladies and gentlemen, but it's still early for us to say, okay, player infiltrates. Trying to find his next target though. So circling around, he's going all the way back. Okay, if he turns left, he will see Anashi. Anashi right from him. Yes! Oh, lucky enough, he landed that final shot onto him.
I'm not sure what the code was on that. I feel like a few people would be questioning it as well. But you know what? Jets, Knives, they are a straight trajectory. It does not lie. And Seaphone as well, as he finds Edward on the other end.
Okay, so Seaphone, as usual, he likes to look around, so he's just circling around trying to find his target, but Takai went down to Banana Man, so now they know exactly where the remaining members of BLITZ are at.
Oh, they're actually playing around really well here. They managed to walk all the way around, wrapped around, and that gives a lot of hesitance for the retake. Finally, got a flash, not able to find anybody. They are checking every corner. They are playing this main so well. Managed to find Banana Man, and one more for the likes of player. The name is still handed over towards Prodigy Pack. Another point within the belts.
Wow, beautiful blade storm there by player. I mean, he went in alone at some point, all the way to the back, just to find Anashi there standing. It took him a while, but at the end of the day, he still got it. So that was pretty much the opening that the Prodigy, they were looking for to take this win against BLITZ.
But that's gonna force BLITZ into a half of buy here, trying to save up the creds that they need. Ooh, that is the 0 point. Does not scan anybody. Seaphone manages to still retain his unidentifiable placement. But I'm under the Guardian's gonna find Clashy.
Okay, here we go, a 1-for-1 trade. But as usual, okay, Seaphone, he loves his B main, but this time Banana Man is going to show him how it feels to have a lurker at B main, and he will get that kill onto him. But that also means that now that Prodigy, they lose that one extra player, they are at the deficit now. For them to execute something, it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Slow and steady. Information a bit too much there with the jump, and well, we have player taking him down, and a vice versa refrag coming in from Kiwi with the Sheriff.
Edward probably going to come in from behind, but it doesn't matter now. Not that the spike will be planted at B. So here we go. Kiwi's going to come in from the other side as well, but he's currently suppressed. Not going to be an issue for him, as Edward will take out Takai. One more to go, but Harry defending his guy. Anashi is there. Spike will be defused. Nice retake by BLITZ.
Yeah, but this is the break that they need to get back onto track towards that match point. I may have spoke too soon, as a little friendly banter is what they need here. The teammates as well to top it all off, and now we are at match point into the favor of BLITZ. PDP has to come up with an answer. The good news is they have a lot of creds to even opt for the Odin or the Operator if they really want to. It really depends on what strategy they want to switch up, and no timeout's been called, so I'm a bit surprised about that.
Yeah, I know, right? This is like straight down, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe the round would be extended if Prodigy wins this round and we continue on, and at some point the timeout will be called. But for now, let's see what happens here. If BLITZ wrap this round up, then well, the timeout will need to wait for the next round then.
Here, take a look at players' movements as well. He actually went to the mid, trying to get a pick of the Operator, realized nobody is there, and has now shifted his focus towards a main. So that could be a really good thing. Or it could be detrimental because you bought that Operator, you wanted to pay his dividends.
Okay, Iman, here we go. It's keeping an eye on to the mid area though, but nobody's there. And if it's like from our view, we know that the entire team Prodigy is looking towards A. No defensive utilities at A at all. So it's going to be an easy entry from them. Here we go. They could have started off at A with player opening himself inside, and the spike will be planted by Takai.
Yep, straight up bad. So explosive, man. Like that player is so ballsy to walk with the operator as well. The spike's been planted. They're gonna play more towards Seller's side and lock down. It is in commencement. It's gonna force the defenders to give them the space that they need, buy them the time. But Eva's going to find Harry. So that's a really good pickup just off of mid.
Okay, lockdown's out. Now this is the moment for Blitz to come in. And Zivo will be the one to take down Eva player, taken out by Banana Man. And Blitz, they have control of A at this moment. The spike is being defused by Iman and is being defended by his other teammates as usual. Nice formation here, and Blitz Esports will win round number 1.
Oh man, and that's exactly why it's so difficult. It's so scary to fight against these pre-made teams because they really know how to play. They know how to play and adapt to each other. But nonetheless, that's a GG towards Prodigy Pack for the first round in this best of 3 series. There's still another 2 more maps that we can possibly go to if they come back a little bit stronger. And I think this time here, they can take it, they can use it, just reconvene a little bit and discuss about what they can do better. But GG to Blitz as well.
GG to Blitz. In fact, Banana Man and Anashi, the top fraggers for this round. So we got 2 Blitz players up there, followed by Harry as well as player. But if we gotta think about it, although the scoreline is like 6-13, but there were some really good rounds here. And what I really like is that Seaphone, big brain, he dares to do something different that can surprise Blitz. So Seaphone, I'm a big fan of his gameplay.
Absolutely, and I like to see that the Killjoys are actually the ones taking the risk here. And I think earlier on you pointed out, oh, you know, they've been playing a bit more aggressive on the defender side, and maybe they'll be playing better on the attacker side. It could also be a situation where they use the defender's side round so that they can actually fish out a little bit of their opponent's strategies, a bit of their playstyles and habits that they can implement a little bit better in the attackers. And when they really go together as a unit and really support each other, that's when they pop off. And I want to see that in the second round, especially since we are going to be in split. So a lot of these skirmishes could happen. We already saw it earlier between NEXGA as well as SSK. So I want to see it happen for Prodigy Pack.
Yes, hopefully we'll be able to see Prodigy Pack putting a good performance here in Split as well. It's going to be a fairly different map. It's going to be a little bit smaller. So let's see how they handle like a different size of map. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head into a break. We are going to take a breather. We'll let our teams take a breather as well. So we'll see you guys after this.
Hi guys, I'm Seaphone. I'm currently 18 years old from Singapore. I'm the Sentinel player for Prodigy Pack. This tournament format is actually quite interesting because it's like a draft format. It's interesting because usually you apply for tourneys with like your full set teams. When it came to this tourney, it's more of like you meet new people and you get to experience a new environment with like different players. I think the more interesting or the part that piqued my interest the most was kind of like it kind of like pushes you to try to do things that you're not used to, because when you're playing in a team environment, like a lot of the times I had to shift more of my playstyle towards more of a flasher and initiator, but also at the same time I continued playing Sentinel for my team. I guess my main goal was honestly just to have fun. I really enjoy playing in tournaments. The prize pool was quite enticing. But for the most part, I think I kind of joined this tournament mostly for, I guess, the experience in a tournament, but also like just meeting new people and, you know, just having fun playing tournaments. I'm very confident with my team. I feel like my team has a lot of demon of players. I guess we scream a lot and we practice a lot, and I feel like a lot of them are like quite eager to win and they want to win a lot. Especially since we have a very good coach, Evo, with us. I mean, not overconfident, but confident in our ability to at least like do our best and go in without any regrets again. I've known BLITZ Esports for a very long time. Whether they know me, I'm not sure, but I just heard of their team for quite a while already. Or I guess I know them as a roster that like has been sticking together for quite a while already. With the amount of prep we have had or like for like the limited amount of time we had so far, I guess we are quite ready. When it comes to our chances of winning BLITZ esports, I feel like they have had more time to like refine their strategies and like get more experience in together with the team. So I say they have a higher chance of winning. However, I guess when you get into the server, you never really know who's gonna win the match until the match is actually ended. A message to BLITZ esports: good luck, have fun, and may the best team win.
Hi, my name is Raja Aiman. I'm from Malaysia. I'm 20 years old. I play under BLITZ Esports for the duelist role, and for this tournament, I'll be taking over the IGL role as well. Honestly, before making my presence known in the competitive scene, I always struggled with finding a full 5-man roster. I've always dreamed of competing in esports, but I never had the opportunity because I couldn't find 4 like-minded individuals like me that had the same vision and dream to compete. So I never knew where to start, you know? So I think that this solo registration format is a good way to find prodigies and new hidden talents in the community, and it gives them a chance to play against higher tier teams without the struggle of finding a full 5-man roster. So I think it's very good in terms of elevating the community. We haven't been focusing much on other teams, as we've been focusing mostly on ourselves and finding our footing, trying to establish our foundation pretty much, because we gotten this full 5-man roster recently, as we had some roster swaps. But I am quite familiar with a few individuals in the other team, and I'm looking forward to how they play, and I think they're quite capable players, so there's definitely always a chance to lose, because Valorant is a game with endless possibilities and it's very new. Everyone's learning new things from each other every day, whether you're a tier 1 player to a tier 2 player, everyone's learning new things from different regions, different levels. So one thing I think you should never do is underestimate your opponents, because you never know, the impact from that one individual player could change the whole outcome of your journey. So I always try to keep it respectful personally. So yeah. I think I'm quite confident personally, but I can't speak for everyone else. We do have a vision of what like the high tier teams will be doing and how they will be playing. So we can't really say we're fully confident, as we have lost previously to them. But that's not to say we could beat them in the future or potentially in this tournament. Every day we've been practicing a lot, and I feel like we're learning new things every day against these teams. So it's safe to say we are pretty confident, but not confident enough to jinx ourselves, you know?
See sooner, act faster, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Vortex Chapter 1, Discover the Talent. Thank you so much to BenQ Zoe as well as GameJuice.com for being together with us this season. And we're still here, your storytellers. My name is SirCloud, together with your favorite Lemonade, Ellemonade, and we are ready for round number 2.
Yeah, I just want to say, just watching the interviews, very interesting. We have the young blood, 18 years old, and for Ayman has no enemies, guys. I'm just looking at the comment section. They love him, and look at him. He doesn't even want to start the beef. It's played with respect. So that is the premise that we have between Prodigy Pack and BLITZ. Another thing to put into the factor here, it went 13-6 earlier in favor of BLITZ in Ascent. So now story continues. We are moving into none other than Split.
Yes, and I'm glad that I get to see Seafoam at least in the video because I became a big fan after that round, watching his gameplay, watching his big brain plays especially. So I hope to see more of it, especially with a map like Split, in which you have opportunity to backstab your opponent, move across the map a little bit more. So I'd like to see what Seafoam can do with this sort of map here next.
Yeah, this is PDP's pick, and it's going to be something a bit more comfortable because they actually managed to go with 13 and 4 against VVS the last time round. Yes, although they were playing in capitalizing the enemy's mistakes, I believe they can possibly find these holes, these openings as well onto Blitz. And it really comes down to the composition as well because we saw previously the Prodigy Pack, play the very comfortable the double initiator. They can even run the double duelist if they want to. So coming into this, it really comes down to if they're going to run either one of these comps or maybe something completely different.
Yeah, so who knows, right? Who knows? Because if we talk about comms for Prodigy, even though in like the previous series when they played with different compositions. Probably this time we might see a different composition in game number 2 as well, so who knows. As for BLITZ, of course today is their first day in this tournament, so they can come up with technically anything and they can surprise us as well. So I'll be looking forward to see what sort of composition these two teams will be picking coming up next. And just for the record, the entire round number 1, we did not see a single timeout at all. So I wonder if the timeout will be used somewhere in Split.
Perhaps, it could be just like a Ascend ego thing. It's like, oh, we played Ascend so long. Why do we need to wait another 1 minute, right? Just to like sit down and change our mentality. Like, who knows? But these things, they do come in handy. These are all the tools that you have. Use all the tools that you have, guys, to try to recuperate, change, and break the momentum that maybe the enemy team is perhaps putting out, or maybe just use it for yourself to take a toilet break. Who knows, right? Who knows?
I mean, a 1 minute toilet break? I'm not too sure about that though.
It's possible. It's possible. I've seen it happen in VCT Split 1. You can probably see it happen here.
No way. No. No way. That is definitely masters of the toilet there. Whoever who's able to make that in 1 minute. But
hey, good aim in game. Good aim in the toilet.
Well, I guess that's where I can't question it.
Maybe, yeah. You question how I know, I guess. That's the only
Yes, that's pretty sus though.
Oh man, okay, let's move forward because now we are having the picks of the agents, and Clashy is going to hover over and select that Reyna. Wow, how do you feel about this, SirCloud?
Wow. Okay. This is the first time we see a Reyna today at least. So
yeah,
clashing with the Reyna, interesting. If it was okay, so if it was player with the Reyna, I think I'd like to see it. Or if it was Seafoam somehow playing the Reyna, then that'd be nice. But of course, he's playing a different role, but that's fine. But a Reyna, so a Reyna is very self-sustainable, right?
Yeah.
Able to heal if needed to. If not, then it's able to blind as well. So I think Reyna, honestly, I'm not too clear about Clashy's style. But Clashy seems to have a lot of fans in the chat. So if he's able to pull off like a solo gameplay with a Reyna, this is the right agent for him to pull it off.
I think it's very interesting as well because now they give up the possibility of double initiator. They're going to pick up the double duel, is just doubling it down on the attacker side that they're going to be starting with. On the other end, the defenders on BLITZ, they're actually going to pick up a very similar strat. The only differing variable is going to be the breach and the sky, as well as the Astra to the Omen. But double duelists on both ends. I'm expecting a lot of skirmishes, and we're ready to farm our play-by-play clips as well.
Okay, go for it. I mean, go head on for it with the both teams, with the double duelists here. First round, pistol round. So the last time we saw a pistol round, it did favor towards BLITZ. So maybe it could be the same case again this time. But I mean, pistol round is always very 50-50. It really depends on like how you really utilize your pistols. And if we talk about like the pistols that they're using, we got 4 ghosts for BLITZ and 3 for Prodigy this time.
Yeah. It's very interesting because now we have a totally different gameplay from the first round where we saw split again against SSK as well as NEXGA. We had the Viper in both ends, so now there is no clear-cut line. Usually that's what split introduces to you. You have the Astra, you have the Omen, so you have a lot more reaction, and also with the Astra providing the different utilities that is like, you know, the cosmic divide as well as the gravity well. It could be humongous here. Banana Man with the bird's eye view, sees everything. Gonna use the Trailblazer, take away the trap wire, and straight away possession's been handed over to BLITZ.
Wow, okay.
Oh, sorry, not
So-
BLITZ. To Prodigy pack.
Yeah, so Prodigy is on the attacker side, and they will be planning now. So pressure's on the BLITZ, but they managed to damage one member of Prodigy, so a little bit of an advantage to them in that sense. BLITZ waiting for the right moment to execute. Then they will start off by taking out C4, who's really, really far away from his teammates, trying to pull off a backstab again.
That's actually very interesting, but Iron Man coming at the
enemy
nick of
remaining.
time manages to find another one as well. He is very comfortable with the rest of his teammates, just running over the retake. Did not expect that whatsoever. A very solid first round in the pistols. I think the trend is continuing since you pointed it out, SirCloud.
Yeah, so it looks like the trend continues here for BLITZ to win the pistol round. And they even had time to leave the defuse to Kiwi. So Kiwi's going to get that extra out point for himself. So yeah, I mean, winning the pistol round is going to be pretty obvious that they have the advantage of weaponry in this round.
There.
It's going to be a bigger challenge here for Prodigy on how they want to go in because, yeah, I mean, it's pistols against everything else.
I have a question though. Do you prefer the Sky or the Breach on this map?
Oh, Sky or Breach? I would prefer Breach.
Breach,
Because I
okay.
think Breach is a little bit more versatile than Sky.
That's a arguable statement there, but maybe
okay.
not when they're fighting out because Ironman's already taken down, so no Reyna on the end of BLITZ. Yeah, and I think Breach for myself personally as well. Just sidetrack back into that question. But Sky does offer a lot of versatility, like we saw earlier. The Trailblazer actually went through the trapwire, so that scalping ability, and even just like swerving in to get the information with the guiding light, because you know the voice lines does allow you to know if one is blinded and stuff like that. So you can actually use that as well.
Yeah, maybe because I do like the Rolling Thunder. But of course, it's very situational, right? Yeah,
Rolling Thunder is the best skill in this whole game, guys.
yeah, that was kind of like the deal breaker for me. It's like, okay,
Spike
Rolling
planted.
Thunder. Yeah, Rolling Thunder wins. But obviously, this round, no Rolling Thunder. So they have to make do with whatever they have now.
What they have is just a vertical possession of the side. You see more with the touch, because gonna find two. The judge and jury has spoken.
player
Can't do
standing.
much about it. Clashes as well. So to find
enemy
one more, but
remaining.
Edwin's gonna clean it up with just a mere ghost. Picks up, and Ares is looking to go south.
Oh, here we
But he sees
go!
him, and the better firepower is going to emerge the victor here. Wow, but 4 men taken down on BLITZ, especially since they bought. It's gonna be
Clutch.
a bit hard on the economy.
Honestly speaking, I didn't expect 4 players from BLITZ to be taken out with an eco round. So it was actually a good round here for Prodigy if you gotta think about it. And plus they managed to plant the spike. So that's a little bit more extra credit for them, allowing them to get better buys this round.
He's gonna move forward, and it's gonna be light shields and saves. So the damage that's been dealt by PDP has already ran its course. BLITZ can't exactly purchase really good stuff here. Banana Man has to really go up close as well to get this information. Little does he know, it's going to be 2 members going to be contesting him. I think Iman might pull the trigger, maybe, with the sheriff.
Oh, someone's at the corner right now. And I wonder if BLITZ... Okay, so BLITZ is at the corner. We got Kiwi right at the corner here. Edward on the other side. So if they choose to still go to B main, then that's where they'll be surprised. But anyway, they moved away. So they're going to go through mid instead, leaving B behind.
Just gather the information that you need. Splitting up like that 2 to 3 Now
Oh,
that's the
oh,
opening that they
oh.
need. That is humongous. 3 members down. They have full reign of it, but it's still going to take their time just because there's going to be the Astra smoke. It's going to be blocking them off. But they have so much space. Look how comfortable they are, especially since they even have Clashy up in mid.
Spike planted.
The whole in case of any rotations. So that's information given. They know they haven't rotated from mid. It's only one possible spot, and that's going to be spawn.
Yeah, and this is what they are showing what they can do when they have the right weapons on equal ground together with BLITZ. And now with BLITZ, only 2 players. Edwards with a Sheriff and Kiwi. It's going to be really, really hard. I mean, time is not
Last
favoring
player
them at this
standing.
moment. Manpower is not there as well, but Edward getting one of the players, so it's more of like getting an exit frag instead of really wanting to win this round.
It's very difficult, but that's exactly what PDB wants to achieve, right? 4 members surviving, full rifle, just 1 rebuy. And on the other end, this could possibly be the full gun round. I think only 1 person might not be able to buy unless they force the light. Nope. Yep, everyone can buy. Okay, you could even purchase an operator, which is given onto the hands of Ayman here. Now, as a defender, possibly a mid or a ram's hole that the operator could be utilized.
Keeping an eye on that for now. So it looks like he is at a Rams. Just keeping an eye down there, but they're not really committing to that for now. So it's going to be B instead. And we can see that most of the members of Prodigy, they are already there, but there's a camera there. So it's still information towards BLITZ. But there you go. They're starting to go. So Edward's waiting at the corner. Okay. It was really by the edge of that map. I hardly could notice.
Yeah, he was, but he managed to pay off dividends. Kiwi has to readjust that, get the reset. But on the other end, player has already made quick work of both of them. 2v2 is gonna invest at neural theft. Huge information has been given. But Ray's player here is so low. Operator in hand.
One last hit.
Last player standing.
Nice. Oh! Man. He went in when he was still pulling out his weapon, so even though he wanted to use the operator, he was not prepared.
Absolutely. But that is another point into PDP, making this round a little bit more closer, and that's exactly what we want to see. I cannot believe that Edward actually survived so long within that corner, especially since the initial spot out.
This is a nice spot.
But perhaps maybe just a sudden rush in, try to get the refrag, considering 1 member almost died, was the detrimental choice.
And you know what? BLITZ, they lost the operator just after 1 round. And I don't think that operator got any frag, so yeah, it was quite a waste there, unfortunately for them. Hopefully they'll be able to recover here. Now a little bit of a switcher sewer move of coming in from Prodigy. Harry takes down Edward, who came out of B. So now they have the man advantage. Let's see, are they going to go through mid onto B? That might be the case.
Perhaps. They've actually rallied, pushed through mid. Most of the time it's through main, but this is going to be it. Clash is going to find Kiwi as a response. T-Bone as well. It's going to get a nasty flushed out with all those utilities being thrown at them.
Beautiful execution here by Seaphone. Okay, now the spike will be planted. It's planted at that open area.
Planted.
Here we go. They know they have the manpower. That's why the spike in the open. It's going to be really difficult for BLITZ to go for the retake here. But we did talk about the potential of Reyna being a very solo, sustainable sort of agent. But it's going to be clashing, not taking down Banana Man. Ayman all alone. And he only has a classic with him. So weapon-wise, not the best. It's going to be pretty straightforward for Prodigy to take him down.
Suddenly, there's a shift in power. CPDB put the name on the board, creating 1-point lead here. Ultimates are available on both ends, and full gun buys are in order for BLITZ, so they're ready to take this back. No timeouts yet, so
yes,
I think they might have some idea on how to play off the synergy that they already have.
This is a nice spot.
Hopefully we can see some switch up here in terms of how they're defending, because if you take a look, they actually opened up mid so much for the likes of PDP in the previous round.
Well, who needs the timeout, ladies and gentlemen? If you can turn the tables around just like this, Trailblazer will be deployed onto 8, scout out. Banana Man takes out player, but Takai and Cliche is there to counter onto Blitz Esports. Looks like they are still in the driver's seat, and Blitz Esports need to make way.
Way it is. I'm not sure if they're gonna choose to save this or start fighting. They are at the bottom of their economical barrel right now. Fault line's gonna be utilized here. I think he might see a trap wire. Gonna try to shoot it down. He manages to. He actually might spot out Clashy before he spots out C4. I spoke too soon. The refrag is there. The cross is beautiful.
Time is not on the side of Blitz Esports at this moment. The clock is ticking now that with the spy planted. Edward, what is he gonna do? Is he gonna go in? But yeah, I don't think they'll have enough time, so they might want to go in for the save.
Gonna save here. Ooh. Gonna utilize everything that they have, but I think the save is the best course of action. Especially since your creds are so very low. You even have light shields just to survive. So coming back from this Cloud, you know, we've been seeing Blitz actually manage to get away with the first 2 rounds. Suddenly, it's a different shift of power. What do you think is going wrong in terms of Blitz that PDP can capitalize on?
Yeah, I guess it feels like more of a outplay to a certain extent. And I also noticed that one of the Blitz players, I believe it was like maybe Banana Man or someone else. Yeah, it was Banana Man. There were a couple of rounds that he kind of overextended, that he left B. Maybe he got a little bit too overconfident and he got taken out. So from there, Prodigy just rolled over because they have the manpower.
And I believe as well, because it's too duelist in the defense, you have to try to make that work out for you. Player, on the other hand, is going to find 2 members. That's going to be the Raze and the Breach. So 1 initiator and 1 duelist less to work with.
Ooh. Okay, but anyway, it is still advantage towards Prodigy. And now they are still looking at A. If we kind of think about it, A has given up a lot of good success as well. But now with Iman there, they have an idea that A is being watched. So I'm not sure if they still want to go through A. They are in sewers now, so they might make that rotation. They still have the time.
They do. They even have the ultimates if they really need to use, you know, Showstopper, Seekers as well. Like, the Seekers could definitely just be...
I've got your trail.
the perfect use of it to really claim this round, because now it's going to show you exactly where they possibly are. They cannot rotate even though they're all here. Steven's actually going to make a beeline into the back with the stairs, trying to find somebody who might possibly push. Oh, but the Page House is going to find Banana Man. And there she goes, going to fight this push as the time is going to be down ticking. But it doesn't matter because Harry's going to come in with the refrag. And that's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, 2-5 now. Looks like they are finding the momentum. The Prodigy boys taking it back to Blitz Esports now. And Blitz Esports, honestly, if you ask me, it's a good time for a timeout.
You know what? At this point, I'm not gonna ask anymore. You know, maybe it's a cast curse as well. Maybe it's just because we're asking, they don't want to do it. Perhaps.
Oh man, I must weave my web better.
Yeah, but one thing that it's certain for sure is that, you know, me not saying something is probably working, because we're seeing the shift into its Prodigy Pack's power here. Possibly even the third game. Perhaps because Clashy is on fire. It's going to find Kiwi in that Everest.
And not only that, Iman and Nanashi falls to player as well. And there's going to be a clear entry for them into A again. Spike left behind on its way. Shouldn't be a problem for them, because right now Blitz with only 2 players. They will play this really slow and carefully.
Slow and careful. Maybe not careful enough, because Banana Man is out in the open. Even Blair's gonna invest the Showstopper. He realized where Edward is, and there she goes. Okay, here comes the party.
Harry let go of the spy too early the first time around. And then he was like, I forgot to find the spy. Okay, I'll get it done, guys. I'll get it done. And lucky enough, there was not like, you know, full retake there.
Yeah, but it didn't even matter at that point.
True.
Anybody could plant the spike. You don't even have to plant the spike because the manpower advantage that you have has been so dominant. There are no creds on the side of BLITZ. They are forced to just resort to sheriffs. What is happening at this point?
Yeah, what is happening to BLITZ right now? They seem to be losing the plot. Again, it's like losing a couple of members early on, and that paved way to the opening of Prodigy to move to where they want to go, and for the most part it is to A. So I guess because of that repeated idea, we can see BLITZ committing 3 players at least to A just to safeguard that area again.
They found my wire.
I like that they're a bit more split up right now as for BLITZ because they are playing the sheriffs. They want to
Here.
try to hold it.
Here.
Perhaps any pick could be a great one for themselves.
Cage triggered.
But look at how disciplined the side of PDP is. You know, they're steamrolling them. They are 6 points back to back in terms of collecting. But they're not going to disrespect BLITZ whatsoever. And that's exactly why, because Edward is there to find Seafoam, but Clashy is going to have a response straight away.
And that is with the Sheriff. And mind you, this is an eco round for BLITZ. So if they can retake this, it's going to be huge for them.
Spike planted.
Dark Covers is going to make that extremely hard. Iman tries to just fish his way through. Mini ult here. Rolling Thunder is invested. He's got them going to try. Banana Man just misses the mark a little bit. And Kiwi is going to rack a mayhem. Gonna find 2. Clashy as well. 1 for himself with the Empress. Forced to be pushed back into reinforcement. But Harry with the wrapped around is going to find one. The defuse is stuck. And Nashi manages to just wiggle his way in through and hold the defuse.
Yeah, as they say, pros don't fake, and he didn't fake that. He went all the way to defuse, and that gave BLITZ a lifeline by pulling off a clutch, a defuse clutch there against Prodigy. And at least this time, it was an eco round for them before this, and with that eco round, with that win, so now they have more than enough to make their purchases.
Yeah, and that was a lot of utility. I like the double down. That was just from mere sheriffs in the beginning. And then the Rolling Thunder's been utilized. They get 1, they get 2. Kiwi made such an opening splash. And it continued into the downfall of PDP. Perhaps now that's the momentum break they need to really come back. They have 3 ultimates as well. They could steamroll from here onwards. They need to be patient.
And patience is the key right now. They cannot be overconfident after that 1 win. Because they need to track still. 3 against 6 in terms of points. And we can see that after that loss for Prodigy, they're starting to play a little bit slow, a little bit chiller. They are trying to gather as much information as possible, not executing it yet. So maybe that kind of hampered down their confidence level in this round at least.
Yeah. And I really, really hope that BLITZ doesn't overstay their welcome here. Yes, they're not pushing, but it doesn't mean that you should push it into them.
They are going for it.
I really don't want to do it, but you know what? This might pay off. Iman does manage to find it, but that is Kiwi's life, and that's a huge opening for the side of PDP. You take down double of the duelists. Anashi, though, is right behind to stop them in their tracks.
A Trailblazer did not connect. But it's okay, it's okay. I mean, he is too far away. But look at B. B is wide open. And now Prodigy is making that huge rotation towards B. 15 seconds on the clock. They gotta make a run for it. Can they make it in time? 10 more seconds now, Elle. They should be able to. But no, not enough time. No.
Nope, I don't think so. Nope, no way.
Last player standing.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No
Okay.
way.
No way. Question mark? Okay, for those of you at home, 4 seconds is what you need for the spike plan. But I mean, the time was going in milliseconds. At this point, you can't really check it. Hey, a timeout!
Wow! Finally, we see a timeout between these teams. So, timeout called by Prodigy. They had the lead, but they lost the last 2 rounds. So, it's like, okay, time to chill things out. And I think it's a good time to call for the timeout because, like, what we saw early on and how they lost that round, it's just because of timing. If they had like a couple more seconds more, at least they would have been able to plant the spike.
I feel as though that at this point, just from that clutch itself, you can begin to see the after effects that came with it, because now they're a bit more questionable when it comes to the decisive movements. We saw they actually get a huge pickup on the two duelists in A itself off of their discipline. Great. We started running into Vance, but then we have the likes of Anashi who is ready to respond, takes down one, and then suddenly they're questioning what is their next move. Let's just run to B, guys, and time was the issue.
Yeah, so I guess that's where, I don't know, whether it's communication, whether it's concentration, decision making, that's where they needed this 1 minute to just clear their minds and get back into the game. Because I guess if they had the right comms or whatever it is behind the scenes, they would have been able to plant the spike, and at least they would have put pressure back onto BLITZ Esports to try to defend and give themselves a winning chance in that round.
Once again, I think they're gonna take the same route here, just playing it more disciplined, waiting for the side of BLITZ to actually get impatient. That's exactly what they need. So see that Ivan's gonna go for the wide swing. Doesn't manage to find any connection.
Oh, showstopper.
But Kiwi is gonna be the opening act, gonna take down Clashy, and that's Iman who just sees the glimmer of hope and goes into the dismiss. Anashi is ready to fight, and it's a whole entire cluster up in mid in the favor of BLITZ.
I mean, the opening with the showstopper netting one kill and just dispersing the rest of Prodigy, and that's where BLITZ Esports, they took advantage of the confusion that Prodigy had the moment they heard the showstopper. So good execution there, very clean from BLITZ, despite them losing one player, but that's okay as long as they win this round. So we are now down to the last round before the swap.
Oh man, last round before the swap, and look at the ultimates that PDP has. They're gonna pop it all off for sure. Iman is blinded, does not see anything, but no aggression past the point of Courage. Seekers gonna be utilized. There are 3 members there. 1 for 1 so far.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Managed to trade it back, but more than trading, in fact, BLITZ Esports, they found their momentum now. 1 more to go. Everyone's just gonna go all in, straightforward for BLITZ Esports this round, and they are back on equal terms. We are talking about 6 now, Elle.
What is happening, SirCloud? I don't want to say anything no more. I feel like the moment I said something, it swapped to the other side. Sarcasticus is real, and at this point, 6-0, 6-love on both sides. Very interesting to see. And for the previous round, at least, I feel like Prodigy Pack was the one to get a little bit impatient that decided to go for the full-on fight, but it did not pay off. But you have to hand it over to BLITZ. The read was so well done. 3 members were on the front lines of B side itself.
You know what? If that's all because of the casters, because can you do me a favor and say that the casters will not get supper tonight? And
Sure.
And for all you know, we will get supper.
My prediction, guys, is that the casters won't get supper. They won't get a bonus in payment. They won't get the.
I like it.
The lottery next year. You know, yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Picasso.
Thanks, Elle.
You're
I'll give you a percentage from that.
Ah, thanks, man. Well, like nice one-way smoke, by the way, by the cipher cage. One-way cipher cage.
Yeah, but now that the BLITZ, okay, BLITZ on the attacker side, they left the spike all the way behind. So it's more like gathering information still. And since it's the pistol round, so not too surprising that everyone's like, okay, I'm learning how you play as an attacker. I'm learning how you play as a defender. So naturally, a lot of respect here for both sides.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the prompt on chat. All donations to the channel be given to the community. So I think that goes back to us as well. That's our bonus. But Kiwi is going to find 1 for 1 here. Gonna open it up. Taking down the Sentinel on the end of the defenders.
30 seconds left.
Probably a good pick, but then, you know, their life is going to be taken in return.
Yeah, and in return, the spike now is in A. Has been planted by BLITZ Esports. And now it's time to go for the retake. Player will take down Anashi. Sakai will be taken down by Iman.
Last
It
player
looks like a little bit of a
standing.
trade. Banana Man now takes down Harry. Only left with 1 player. 2 players from BLITZ. Pretty low, but nothing much a player can do from that angle, especially with the spike planted all the way behind.
Well, but with that being said, BLITZ is off to a great foot, creating that differential in terms of the scoreboard. No forced buys on the end of PDP, and I believe they're still ready to climb back up the normal way. So giving the respect where respect is due, not going to try to provide any elements of surprise just yet.
Yeah, so speaking about element of surprise, we gotta think about it. BLITZ Esports now came up with the element of surprise to overtake Prodigy 7-6 now. Now they have the lead back onto them. Let's see if Prodigy can somehow find the means to come back, but they're gonna start it off with Cliche. And he's kind of low right now. He's retreating. He's turning his back onto his opponent, but luckily enough, Edward is blinded, so a little bit of time bought there.
Flashy solo is gonna be taken up by the strayest bullet that Anashi puts up with the Ares.
Down A.
2 for 2. Now just 3v2 in favor of BLITZ. They have possession of A side. They're actually in a triangle formation with Kiwi leading the charge, and that could be his demise. And up in heaven, there is Seaphone, but Iman has his back.
Seaphone take it out, meaning that they only have one player left. It's gonna be pretty difficult now. It's more of like taking ambitious exit frags, I must say. So yeah, it's just a matter of time now till BLITZ claim this round.
So hard though. Just look at the way that they are playing. There's 2 stacked on his left. Definitely with the better firepower. He is in no man's land, but Kiwi gets taken down. Edward with the refrag. Now 2 points in the lead for BLITZ. Wow.
He still got Kiwi though, so that's pretty okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, that was the best that he could do. At least he could land 1 frag as a bonus. That's fine. But right now, BLITZ having a 2-point lead is starting to look sweaty for Prodigy. What do you think they need to do to get a comeback?
At this point, it's a bit difficult to analyze just because we only saw 2 pistol rounds. But this is the round they need something different to happen, right? Perhaps try a bit of a mid kind of push, but look at it. I think that's the exact same situation that they're trying to do, but no cigar so far. BLITZ is not biting the bait. They are huddled up together though, so I think they're really trying to double down into the skirmishes, trying to get those picks. That's the right idea, but it depends whether BLITZ actually gets into it.
And speaking about getting into it, BLITZ wants to get into B now, but B is still well guarded. So look at the traps here. If they shoot it, they're going to expose themselves. So they're kind of deciding whether they want to execute into it, but they're looking up. And Seaphone is there. Seaphone not taken out just yet, but Seaphone with the Vandal will be the one to take down Edward instead. So nice defense there by Seaphone. Very disciplined gameplay.
Absolutely. Iman in the top on the frog gets taken down and by player himself. Very nicely done as well from Harry with the support of the guiding light. Huge. This is an equal round now. They have possession of B side.
30 seconds
all
left.
the information that they need.
Spike planted.
Okay. Healing up before the next execution. And now they're ready for it. So they're splitting up right now with one player going up top. And Harry will surprise Kiwi. A little bit of an overextension there when they were supposed to defend the spike.
Oh man. Harry's judge is just a little bit better. Seaphone is just a little bit better. Taking down Banana Man. Now it's anyone's game. Anashi, he has to do something about it. They tap the bomb. He doesn't buy it. They're actually lined up. 13 HP. Fault line trying to just defuse, but unable to get the right spot here. Anashi's so very low. Harry so low. But Anashi will find Harry first. Ring around the rosy. BLITZ is still on top here.
Patience gameplay by Anashi, nicely done. The ring around the rosy, that was definitely, man, that was, how should I put it? Like, I just lost my breath just looking at that round. I was holding my breath, and Anashi pulled off a good one towards the end. That was brilliant by Anashi in terms of how he executed. Very disciplined gameplay.
It could have been any one of them. They were both so low. Honestly, you could have Ferrari peeked that and you would have won. Clashy, so taking this peek all the way to his hands, and that's just gonna do less good than he thought he would.
Oh, but player getting 2 right now, so it looks like they're not gonna make it easy for BLITZ this time. Player with the classic. Anashi goes up to the second floor together with a Banana Man, and they will go in. They know where exactly Takai is at. They will take him out. Spike is still in the hands of Blitz right now. They're making their rotation. The player waiting for them. C-Phone as well. Surprise!
I love it. I love it. I love that suddenly now, although they were having a thrifty round, they became a bit more proactive. And this time now, not even just respecting them and playing correspondingly, they decided that they're going to try to fight for any pushes that they hear on the end of Blitz. And now we finally see a point on the scoreboard after a whopping 7 rounds given to the side of Blitz.
Yeah, to a certain extent, Blitz kind of forget that the pattern for Prodigy is that for Seepers, he likes to play at B, and he's always there. So if they clear out A, there would be kind of like an expectation that, okay, he will rotate back onto A through one of the areas. So they kind of looked down on his rotation there, and they got punished for it. But anyway, so now Edward took down by Clichy by using a judge. And again, this could swing towards Prodigy.
Absolutely. And I think right now it's going to be a patient game. They expect Blitz to push it. They expect them to be explosive like they usually are. And Sakai is going to make good use of that, taking the Iman. But 2 more kills are going to be reaped from the souls of PDP here.
And she will be the one to plan. The Trailblazer spotting out no one, it seems. But at least no one, they know that nobody's there, so they don't need to put too much focus. But now the focus is entirely onto B. 2 players make that one lap for Blitz. Defending his guard. Again, it's going to be Anashi, the man himself. Can he pull off another big one?
If Anashi actually gets this one and plays the aftershock, it's absolutely possible.
Oh,
but he
no?
is so low.
No.
He's actually waiting. They're toying with their food here. Oh, but PDP, once again, 2nd point in a row. Let's go.
He only had a sheriff. If only he had like a vandal or something like that, then just maybe, he could have been able to defend that. But with the sheriff, 1v2 coming from multiple angles, I mean, it was tough either way.
That goes there.
But I'm starting to think that on PDP, they're starting to crack the code here. Perhaps it could just be one of those adaptation situations as well. I mean, if you take a look at the pattern, it seems as though the first few rounds handed over to Blitz, but then the steamroll that Prodigy pack provides, it's overwhelming. Look at them huddled up in mid as well, just so ready for any skirmishes, but now attention's been shifted over to B at Garage.
I'm somehow sensing an overtime here, ladies and gentlemen, but yeah, I mean, they are really close right now. Both sides just going back and forth. And speaking of back and forth, Blitz wanted to execute at B, but they turned around towards mid instead. And mid left open now. But will they go all the way to A? Because now A, they have information as well, but no, they're going to go towards mid instead.
Huge blind earlier, but no capitalizing on that. Iman's going to find Clashes in the slightest bit of angle. Huge pickoff as well. Clashy had the Empress, now unable to use it. Only left a player and the rest of the PDP boys.
Aha! After taking the one frag, looks like, hey boys, A is open. Why not come here and party instead? And yeah, they're moving towards that. But they need to keep an eye on the timer now. We are approaching the 30-second mark, and this is where they must make the execution. And yes, they will go in immediately.
30 seconds left.
Showstopper does not connect onto anyone, and that is C-Phone in question that's actually gonna blindly shoot from the nebula of where the showstopper came from. That was huge. Banana Man's gonna backstab his corresponding agent on the enemy team.
Oh! Iman left his post there, went all the way, leaving now his teammates behind, but despite being planted, we still got to 2v1, so at least a little bit more advantage towards Blitz this time. Of course, the spike is planted, so Harry has to do something about it, unless he goes in for the save, but looks like he tries, but valiant effort indeed. Banana Man will take him out.
Was that an animation? Did he try shooting, reloading, or shoot, inspecting? I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, Okay, so I don't know what has happened there, but okay, I guess so. Maybe it could be a misclick, and Harry might have just given the first round back into Blitz's hand. But ultimates are available for the next round. Both teams are still healthy enough in terms of economy-wise to buy. We might be seeing a humongous fight in terms of the site.
Speaking about humongous fight, the fight might happen at mid though. A player showed himself, so they know that he's there, but blinding light. And Nashi turns his back, but that's for just a short bit. Now the spike is still at mid though, so waiting for the execution. B is kind of open. Yeah, not really as well. There's one person at B there. But Banana Man will take out C-Phone. Very important player. The player that's really cheeky. So that could be a little bit of an opening for Blitz.
Now, A is actually quite open, but I think B is the question here. Takai is gonna be brought to the hands of Edward. And there we have player gonna find his counterpart and make that a second one. Gonna continue on with the blast back. He's getting wall bang from no angle. Harry's gonna put an end to its Anashi as well. 2v2, anyone's game.
Yeah, into the face of Anashi, and this is gonna be the bad news for Blitz. Look at where the spike is. My goodness.
30
they
seconds
need to
left.
win the fight before
Last
they're able
player
to retrieve the
standing.
spike, but looks like they will respond to it. Clichy taken up by Banana Man. But the spike is still in an open area, and Harry's waiting for it. Harry's using the spike as a spade. Take it out, Ivan! Banana Man! Harry pulling off a clutch against Blitz Esports!
Blitz had the right idea that send two men out, but not together because he might be spraying. Iman goes up because he's already low. Possibly he could even heal up if he is just that sharp. But then even with the reinforcements, that was insane coming in from Harry. He was so on point in terms of that. He realized what is on stake there, taking one round back and closing the gap slowly and slowly.
Too bad they didn't have the right utilities to retrieve the spike, like whether it's a smoke, whether it's a flash, and they just had to go for it. Time wasn't on their side anyway, so they had to kind of gamble it. But anyway, it was a good move there by Harry to take that point and just to use that spike as a bait. But anyway, they still need to win rounds because at this moment, Blitz still has a slight advantage with 10-9.
10-9. And the rest of Blitz, I think they realize that mid might be their answer here. Huge dark cover is just gonna block all vision though. Players on the other end, and you know how player is. Look at that, he sees a Nero tap, he tries to go for it, but Iman with the Sheriff is just too much of a sharpshooter for him to deal with. So that's gonna be less one duelist on the end of PDP.
Yeah, they're gonna make their way towards A, it seems. The spike is still at sewers. So at this moment, taking the slow approach. 45 more seconds to go. They're approaching the 30-second mark, the golden mark for teams to execute. And speaking about execution, they're starting it onto A.
I don't think they know where Harry is though at the screen.
Oh,
Imagine
Harry.
to find one. Oh, he actually dodges the other, and he heard the bullet. He is so ready for this. Trailblazer's gonna just find one more. Anashi
Trailblazer.
in question. He managed to put an end to it, Harry, but Kalashi, he is just going to be the success of Harry's hard work there. And now we have an equalizer, ladies and gentlemen. This night is not gonna end anytime soon, I can tell you that.
Yeah, well, the fact that he could still shoot, considering that he got blinded by the Trailblazer, I mean, that is still something there. But anyway, what matters is that Prodigy still won the round. So now we are 10-10, and like what you said, Elle, this night ain't over just yet.
Yep, what a lovely 21st night of September here. Gonna really milk that joke because it is only one day in the 365 days in the calendar. Nebula are gonna block and just fake out a little bit, I think. Just give them a bit of an idea. Perhaps it's mid, but it's actually A, and only Harry is here playing this long angle.
You are divided!
So this can be the running joke, right? They played from yesterday to today, and the game is not over yet. Oh my goodness, these two teams. But anyway, Blitz Esports want to make it over. They planted the spike, and now, still with the full squad, they had the advantage, but maybe I spoke too soon. By Harry taking out Iman.
very difficult territory. They only have the site to play with. The Cosmic Divide gets is now put down. So Heaven is probably where most of the threat's gonna be at. The guy is ready. He sees the aftershock. He realizes where the rest are. Clashy and Seafoam going to make quick work of 2 members. But Kiwi with the spray down. He sees Clashy. Has 8 bullets left. The timer is ticking down, so they know that he is going to try to go forth for this. Seafoam is out. He's 16 HP. Clashy's actually sticking it. He is sticking it. And that's another point. Possibly a comeback position for the side of PDP. Who knows?
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, get your snacks because there's going to be a long night. We might even potentially see it overtime looking at how these two teams are playing at this moment. Hopefully you guys are ready to go through this because it's definitely going to be a big ending.
Yep.
Whoever wins.
I'm liking this. I like this PDP here because they've actually picked up all the habits that BLITZ has been playing within the first 3 rounds of attack and realized, hey, we're actually not that bad. And also because you have Seafoam, right? Yeah, we don't say his name a lot because they are avoiding him like the plague. And every time that they try to push into B, most of the time they're just being stomped out. And the momentum that player provides, he just jumps into sight straight away. It's almost impossible to break through at such a fast pace when the retake is so quick.
Hashtag done claim. I did say that I love Seafoam and he's doing really well this time. But same goes for Clichy as well. I think Clichy has been stepping up the game if you kind of ask me. There were a lot of good opening frags that he had playing the Reyna.
Oh man. This push and pull is killing me. Oh, but Takai, he's gonna be pushing out, taking down Kiwi, BananaMan with the refrag, and that's why it's so shifty because it's always 1-for-1. But Seafoam holding down this anchor with 3K. I think he heard us loud and clear. He knew we were rooting for him.
Oh yeah, match point now. Can you believe the comeback here? One more round to go, and if they can pull this off, we're going to go to the decider map after this.
Oh man, and we can finally once again see Pine. That would be interesting if we get into that map. I really do hope we get to see a map 3. But the fight that we're seeing right now, this is amazing. Even if it ends here, I think both these teams has proven themselves in this whole entire tournament. Now, the final plea, the last call, BLITZ up in mid, hovering around B. Look at the read that we have from PDP here. 4 members up in the mid and towards B side.
Okay, BLITZ has to pull this off, right? If not, it's going to be a long night and my neighbors are going to call the cops.
That's what happens with a home cast, guys. It does happen to possibly give you a summon that you do not want.
Yeah, maybe their neighbors will call the cops as well. I can imagine them screaming at the back of their screens right now, like trying to get the right execution, the right movement, the right information as well. And speaking about information, looks like BLITZ might go in. Can hear the execution here. They are going to focus on the B because time's not on their side, but Kiwi is going to be taken out by player. And now they're going to trade it back and forth. BLITZ esports evening up the odds.
Oh, they do even out the odds, even tagging down the likes of player to a really low HP. But the neural theft is also invested, making sure they realize all of the members of PDP, they are up on Heaven. They are still going hunting though, they're not stopping. BananaMan and Edward's gonna find 1 each. Now player, he is in full health, but what can he do here? He has 2 blast packs, possibly trying to get 1 or 2, but 3 members. Was impossible here.
Yeah, this round is definitely going to go to BLITZ, and they will be in the round. They can take us to a 12-12 later on. Let's see here. Player's just waiting for exit frags. That's the best they can do, but he's just going to leave it for now.
Yeah. You're gonna move over to 11-12, possibly in overtime. I really want to see that, but what I want to see now is a timeout, possibly, because this is getting too close for comfort. I really think they need that reset. Just calm down a little bit. The nerves I can only imagine because Huey tried to start out the fight with the showstopper missing entirely and then being taken down by player on the opposite end with the showstopper as well. It could be really frustrating, and I hope they do not overheat here on both ends. Play towards your best ability. You have to keep that morality, that mentality in the core.
Yeah, I can empathize right now, especially the players of Prodigy. Like the amount of nerves they're feeling at this point. They almost got it. Player gets one, gets two. Anashi takes down player instead, so a little bit of a trade-off there, but it's still towards Prodigy. Anashi been taken out with the operator. All right. We could potentially see a game number 3 now, ladies and gentlemen. This is starting to be huge.
Oh my goodness. Just when you thought that we might be going into an overtime, we see here like PvP just getting the better of their enemy. Like, you have to understand, this is their map pick, this is what they're comfortable with, and this is the side they didn't get to pick, so that means this is what they're used to. Clash actually misses out. Banana Man with the finisher is going to take him down. Or he's going to actually utilize the Cyber Cage as well, but it's only Banana Man and Edward, the controller and the Sentinel. So in terms of fighting power, it's not the best that you want it to be at, but they have to make something happen within 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's really dependent on their gun skill right now. Oh, okay, showed himself, but that's all right. That's all right. At least they got information. They know that, okay, they're still at mid. But thank you, Johnson Yu. I'll make sure to call you when they call the police on me. But anyway, 15 more seconds. It's now or never, basically.
They have to run. They need to run. It's 10 seconds. The Kai is going to deter them a little bit, stall them, use all the utilities that they need. They're on site. Banana Man gets dropped down. The plan does not come in. And that is going to be round number 3, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into bind. It's not over just yet.
It is not over just yet. I know it's midnight here in Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen. Malaysia, Singapore, same time zone. But I hope you guys have your shut the door, close the windows, because everyone is screaming in front of their screens right now, looking at this game. Hopefully your neighbors don't complain. But nobody's going to complain about game number 3 now.
Absolutely. I am not complaining. I'm so glad I started shutting my mouth and not saying that I hope we get a game 3, because we finally do. It really works, guys. And with that said, I'm so excited because this is exactly what we want to see within this tournament. We want to see the grassroots. We want to see members come together as solo players, and then even coaches having the chance to really try their hand, because this is discovering the talent. It's not discovering the player. We are discovering talent. Coaches, even people in the back end, even casters like us, to really put their foot forward and try their hand within a proper tournament. So thank you so much for making this all happen. And the GG to Prodigy Pack and the Blitz. We are going to game number 3, SirCloud.
Oh yeah, game number 3. But before we go on to game number 3, as usual, gotta take a breather. I'm gonna grab a snack because it's gonna be a long night, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. We're gonna see the finale after this between these two teams. Stay tuned. We'll see you guys after this break.
Welcome back to the Vortex Discovering the Talent. No ad breaks because we need to get straight back into the game. And before all of that, it's almost 12. I think it might be 12. Okay, almost 12 because Game Juice has an exclusive code for you guys to redeem. The moment it hits 12, guys, quickly go top up and try to get yourself some additional promos, additional discounts that you can use to get yourself some new bundles like the Ultra Great one that is just recently announced. SirCloud, how are you feeling into round number 3?
Yeah, I literally did what I said before the break, which is to grab a snack. So I
Mhm.
got a snack and I'm all good now.
All
Because I have
good.
yet to eat anything today. And I didn't thought that it would be this long. But anyway, so looks like shops are closed. So luckily enough, I have snacks at home. So that will keep me fat for now.
All right. After this, we get supper. Exactly what SirCloud wants.
Yes.
For those of you guys who are at home, hopefully you guys are fed as well because we I think we're quite ready to get into the third map for today, which is gonna be Bind. This is the decider between PDP as well as Blitz here. SirCloud, how do you feel about this going into Bind?
Wow. I mean, well, I did say that Bind is one of my favorite maps, so I'm excited to see that this map is being played as a decider map between the two teams. So, at this point, I really don't know what to expect because if you kind of think about it, it was a comeback game for Prodigy in the previous round. So Blitz, yeah, they tried to go back and forth, but at the end of the day, it was still Prodigy winning it. So I don't know. The next round, could it be Prodigy going all the way because they have the momentum, they have broken Blitz, and maybe they could be the one to boot Blitz out?
Perhaps, I do feel like the fight that they're putting up is like it's so impeccable already. Like they can back down, they can win this, and the recognition is still going to be there for them, especially since being a grassroots team. But let's, on the other hand, I feel like they still have something to prove as well because they had been through roster change. Could not be as solid as perhaps the other professional teams that were invited in this tournament. So that could be the issue here. Now coming into Bind, just off the way that they play, if they really want to go for the skirmishes, which I see that Blitz is very used to. We saw Ayman jumping into the fray. We saw Kiwi having the support as well. That perhaps maybe Bind is the place to go. You typically pick up the raise and you know the typical satchel into mid and showstopper. All of those shenanigans that we could possibly expect. And Bind is probably the best place to test both of these teams' skills.
Yes, Johnson, we should go for a drink. Although it's kind of late and I don't know what time we'll end, but yeah, that drink needs to happen. But you know what? With Bind, because there's like this portals to like go like across the map, right? I think this will work well for Seaphone especially because we can see that Seaphone in like previous rounds, he likes to do the unthinkable. He likes to number one be in off angles, but I think like be in like unusual angles that's still fine. But he likes to go for flanks, he likes to backstab, he likes to lurk. So I think Seaphone, he will be looking forward to this map, and I think this map can favor him.
Absolutely. I think with that being said, I'm very interested to look at the comp because suddenly we see double duelists being picked up on both ends. But in the first series earlier today, we saw the double initiator, the double controller even on split. And Bind itself was also a different question. Both the teams had different ideas. I wonder if this is going to be the same composition, like as in like the double duelist or perhaps be the double initiator. Double initiator is very well possible here considering the close corners that you could utilize as flashing. And we remember the dominant movement, which is NEXGA picking up 3 agents with flashes, and it was a bright screen simulator.
Yeah, there was that one round I remember that they were like in flash mode like the entire fight, and by the time they know it, like by the time the flash like dies down, they all got eliminated. So yeah, that was definitely something, and that composition definitely worked. I remember that sort of thing also happened with the NEXGA composition as well. I believe it was like in round number 2 in the same map as well that we're going to play after this, which is Blind. So I don't know if we're going to see it again after this with maybe with Blitz or maybe even with Prodigy, because yeah, this is the decider map, so it's a neutral map between the two.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you bring up really valid points over there. I want to see how what Sentinel's actually going to pick up here, because like previously I think we saw the Killjoy,
Mhm.
and I don't think there's even a Sentinel on the end of NEXGA, just because they had double initiator, double duelist. I think that could be a situation, because sometimes Sentinels get a little bit questioned in bind. I mean, usually you can see the Killjoy or the Cypher, but then eventually if you're gonna play aggressive, you might not even need that. You could totally forego it if you want to. We saw it work earlier. Perhaps it could work again.
Yeah, probably it could. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a double duelist again for both sides, because that was the case for the first 2 rounds. So I think that if they were to maintain that for this round even, yeah, by all means, it is the last round between the two teams anyway. So if they want to go out, have fun, like just go for the double duelist, just take a lot of fights, hit on with each other, why not? It is past midnight now, by the way, so do log on to GameGist.com.
Yeah, you know what I want to see though, SirCloud?
Mm.
It's not even bind at this point. It's going to be who's going to be going up against Future Greats, and if it's Prodigy Pack, that's the series I'm gonna be watching for the semis. I don't have to watch anything else. I want to see how these two grassroots teams fare against each other, because one has seemed to be really confident and really ready to take on any professional teams they face, and then there's one that has been proving the most potential and also getting the training that they need. How would they fare against each other? I want to see that happen. But of course, the only thing that stands in Prodigy's Pax's way is going to be BLITZ, that is so ready for this. And you can see now, it seems as though the tables have turned, the turntables, the ones that are ready to pick, it's going to be Prodigy Pack. And they actually been having a little bit of conversation on the side there in the lobby. So I'm seeing a little bit more of get to know each other. That's a harbor, guys.
Ooh, yes, they locked in the harbor. Okay, that's very interesting. This is going to be the first harbor for today that we'll be seeing after this. Still waiting for the possibility of a double duelist though.
I see. Oh, shout out to Forgotten Moy, by the way. He's looking for Xeno Viper. Unfortunately, no Xeno here. You get the discounted version where the jokes are not as funny and probably not as handsome, you know? I mean, me, at least, not you. That's why the jokes are bad.
Zeno is good looking, so I gotta give it to him. Okay, yeah. But I think he's having a good party now somewhere. I think it's overseas, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know, guys. Check his Instagram. Follow him.
Yeah.
Bali. Shout out to Bali.
I wanted to tease it, but thanks, Brandon. There goes the tease.
But okay, Xeno aside, game it is. We have PDP playing the double duelist, the double controller, double duelist, one initiator. Okay, for going Sentinel all together. On the other end, we do see one, but it's in the form of a chamber. So back into question here. Very interesting.
Wow, okay. I haven't seen a chamber being played for the longest time. Of course, we do know that the chamber was out of competitive for quite a while. So, yeah, I think this is my first seeing or casting of a chamber since like forever.
Yeah, I mean, I actually saw a little bit of chamber being trying to be picked up when the meta shifted entirely within the last year. I think the end of last year, when they really pushed down his possibilities and potential with the nerfs there, and it just did not go as well. But maybe in tournaments such as these, it actually might work out well, especially since Banana Man is the one that is holding on to this Asian, and he's been doing pretty well. In the first round, I believe Banana was one of the top fraggers, but he is taken down. I should not speak so much.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't prepared for that. The Trailblazer onto Anashi, and now Anashi will be down as well. Oh my goodness. And based on the previous try record, BLITZ, they did win both of their pistol rounds. So this time around, it could be the other way. Iman now in trouble. Trailblazer onto him. And Iman pushed to the corner. But Iman still managed to get that one kill. Edward as well.
Oh, but don't get this Wally, the high tide blocking all the vision, and they're actually using it towards the advantage. Edward and Kiwi causing mayhem onto the killing floor. And that's going to be the first round brought over to BLITZ. And it seems as though the pistol round has been amazing so far. Impeccable. So far clean.
Yeah, so okay, very good record here with the pistol round for BLITZ. So that also means that this round, of course, they'll have that advantage. And so far, based on previous records as well, after they win the pistol round, the next round is a win as well for BLITZ. So we can expect the same thing to happen here. Pretty obvious with the weaponry, unless, of course, that Prodigy can pull off something huge.
Hopefully, this is the situation. It would be a pity though if it does not go towards that favor, but we have seen PDP actually pull out some clutches from some 50 rounds as well. Possibility is still there. It just really depends on what they're going to be fishing out. They do not buy anything though for PDP, so just two sheriffs and one frenzy to work with.
Here we go. Execution time, but it's BLITZ on the defensive side. But Ayman, we can see him taking that proactive approach. Blinded. Oh no, needs to go back. Very, very brave approach here by Ayman. Very confident indeed. And he knows that he can be confident because of the economy.
Exactly what he needs. But Kiwi up in showers is going to find not just one, but also a second one. Now it's gonna be huge picks off. There is still no artillery on the side of PDP, so it's gonna be very shifty, very hesitating walks here. You hear the odd being take up. Kiwi is so up close. He's never in the most typical position to be as a judge, but he doesn't matter. He sees this. He sees the other. He gets the ace off of the judge, the jury, and everything else in between.
Nicely done. 3 frags there towards the end. I mean, it's also kind of expected based on the previous try record as well. So far, BLITZ has not let go of their second round after the pistol round. But the third round could be a different story, as now Prodigy going out for 5 Vandals in hand. So this, if there's any chance of taking back a point, this will be the round for Prodigy.
Man, I just feel like buying was an excuse to just play the judges here for the side of BLITZ. But wow. He knew what he has. He knew how to capitalize on that. I'm wondering if PDP knows though, because look at how hesitant they are to make their moves because of the possibility of having the judge pulled over. They know Kiwi has it. Do they know Edward has it though?
Ooh. They probably don't at this moment, but okay, Edward, okay, showing himself. They know exactly where Edward is at now. He's pinned down to the corner. Smoke is being called down so that Edward at least has some space to move away because they know exactly where he is. Molly fought out. But Edward's still taken up by player. He doesn't need side of Edward. He just needs his game sense, and it worked out for him.
A little bit overzealous that you do lose your controller as the defenders. But you still have 4 potential fraggers. Yep, I'm going to count Chamber as one of them as well. And they are ready for an A push. Realize that they're still going to go for it here. Drop down.
Goes in.
Oh, they do not see him. Ayman is taken down by a player. And suddenly half the site is given over to the side of PDP and the spike's been planted down.
They were not prepared at all in that situation, ladies and gentlemen. And now with the spike planted, of course, BLITZ will need to go in for the retake. And BLITZ, at this point, don't have the manpower. So Anashi's going to come in from the other side. Anashi's spraying across, but can't get a hit onto anyone at all.
Look at all the visibility being blocked by the high tides early, as well as the smokes. And that's the controls that having doubled it down gives to you. So easy. There is no possibilities of a defuse in any situation. Oh, Kiwi actually might find him. Unfortunately, did not quite meet, but that is exactly the power of double controllers that you have to feel. You have to feel the wrap of it.
Well, at least Kiwi saved the Vandal that he picked up from someone, so that's a little bit of a bonus for him. But with that loss, well, that means that both teams are on equal economy at this point. So it's 2-1. Again, it still looks like anything can happen. It's not looking like, oh, if we go to the third map, one team would just go all the way. Nah, it's a 2-1 at this point, and it does look like Prodigy can pull off a surprise on the BLITZ.
Like the discipline that is shown right now, the exemplary actions from both sides. Iman does have a Triumph card though. He does have the operator that he purchased, but no one is pushing into showers. Instead, we see a B. Banana Man spots out the slightest bit, realizes Edward is there playing 2 tag 1 man, but he manages to take down Clashy.
Okay, we're not done yet though. Alright, execution into it. They know that Edward is there, so they're prepared to check the corner. Edward taking out my player. Banana Man just on the outside of window. Now player going in for the execute, but they're blocking his side.
Oh no!
Wait, that is kind of overkill, but whatever works for them.
Whatever works is what they need though, because the operator has been invested, does not find its payment so far. Can't cash out anything. He's trying to wallbang, still cannot make anything of it. He finds 1 at least. But with that being said, that's just players 4K. So much damage done to him. 1 operator left on the side of BLITZ.
Okay, here we go. Iman 1v2, checking the right corner, but nobody is there. And Iman exposed his position. He only has 54 health at this moment. With time not on his side, I don't know. Iman maybe saving the op, but no. It's Iman that we're talking about. He was trying to go for it. Iman gets the first one onto Harry. 1 more to go onto Seaphone. Still has the time if he can take out Seaphone right now. Goes in for the fake, and Seaphone will be there.
Oh man, that was actually so close, but we have to give the props to Seaphone, playing the time, running away when he needed to, just to play off of it. Doesn't have to try to take him down. The good news is that operator is out of hands and they are basically poor. Only Kiwi can purchase the rifle. But the rest of the team, they are in shambles.
Yeah, they're going to allow their top fragger to hold on to the Vandal this time around. But let's see what he can pull off with. He need to get a couple of frags at least for his teammates to recover in terms of armory or in terms of weaponry. But Kiwi, yes, is paying dividend as he managed to take down Takai. So this will give some sort of advantage to BLITZ.
So instead, Edward actually gets spotted out in that corner. Banana Man getting the rewards that he needed to reap off of that risky play. And that's exactly why Chamber has been so strong the last time round. Coming back into this, you know, with the changes adjusted into it, possibly a viable option even for pro play.
Absolutely, and that is where they are taking advantage of it. But okay, speaking about taking advantage, okay, keep your eye on the map right now. Look at how sandwiched the 2 players from BLITZ. Oh no, Harry was waiting. Harry came in from behind at the right moment, taking 2 of them down, and now it's plan time for Prodigy. BLITZ, how are you going to respond?
Go get him.
It's absolutely disastrous at this point. You lost out 2 members off of a risky push. Did not pay anything. No rewards there to take. High Tides gets taken down here off its timer. The time though is ticking for the clock on the spike. They have to make something happen. He sees one, does not quite get it, does not connect, but at least has information for Kiwi to work with.
Satchel out.
Speaking about Kiwi now, Kiwi, he might go in for a defuse, but unfortunately the spike is in an open position. There's no way they can defuse without taking out the members of Prodigy. And Prodigy back-to-back lined up for them to take down BLITZ, and for the first time in this round, Prodigy takes the lead.
Oh goodness, that's not what you want to see. Just some micro mistakes, you know, ladies and gentlemen. It might be late in the night, you know. Suddenly the communication is not as great as maybe they need their midnight supper, which hits SirCloud up if they really need one. Yeah, they can join him together. But 2 to 3, anybody's game. The silver lining is that both of these teams, they have the rifles, and also the ultimate is ready on the end of Seafoam.
Oh man, this is starting to be very, very stressful for BLITZ Esports now. They're losing the lead. Okay, Iman sees one in front of him, not able to get a frag. This is going to be a chill moment. So far, we can see the playstyle of our Prodigy is that they're very calm. It's like, okay, despite them getting the win, they have the lead, they have the economy, but they don't over-execute stuff. So far, they're able to stay composed despite of whatever situation. That brought them to the comeback win in the previous round.
You have to hand to them as well. Prodigy has been having really great gunplay so far. this time round, the Banana Man is the one that's going to be making a statement. He does spot out Harry on the other end. Oh, but Seabone is going to be in a very great position to take down Edward there, shooting where the bullets came from.
It's a blind tap there by Kiwi, not landing onto anyone. The boom bot now will be released. Iman will get a elimination onto player. So now they're going in. Kiwi will be at the forefront. Clashy getting 2! Beautifully executed. Now leaving Blitz with only 2 players there with the spike. Orbital strike. More time bot. There's almost no way unless Kiwi can pull off a clutch.
Tap.
Oh.
But nothing. Clashy is gonna get a 3K. And that's gonna be another point to the side of PDP. Is it me or is the pattern just repeating from the round of split, SirCloud?
Yeah, I mean, the momentum is still there. The pattern, of course, like what you pointed out, the pistol round will be won, or was won by Blitz, and then the second round, of course, and then after that is just Prodigy coming back, and so far it is the pattern still that Prodigy still taking the lead.
Launching smoke.
Again, gonna fish out information. Iman pushing all the way out, even to Fountain does
Okay,
not
close.
quite connect. Oh no, he
did
might be
not.
overheating here. He has nothing that he can do. Shorty in hand can only just do a chip of damage onto Takai. And now they're gonna rewind their soul, but Nashi, he finds one, he tries to find another, doesn't jump into the teleporter. He could have tried to survive there. I'm not sure what's happening here, Banana Man. I think he realizes he's in a little bit of trouble. So, Bulldog in hand, and 4 men to try to take down.
Spike planted.
Oh, that's one. Okay.
Yep.
Consolation, really
bananas.
good price. Might save this as well.
But 5 HP. Banana Man,
Teleport's
5
ready.
HP. I mean, this is looking very unlikely. At most, he's just looking for exit frags, and that's about it. Other than that, nah. For him to save the day, pull off an insane clutch, it's very, very, very unlikely.
At this point, I like the discipline though. Oh, they almost got him. Oh, he actually almost gets Clashy, but Seaphone is ready with the triangle formation to take him down.
Yep, I mean, the formation locked him out as well, so yeah, it's more of like, if you can get exit frags, great. That is the objective. The objective of winning the round by defusing the spike? Nah, in that sort of situation, it was very hard. Plus, he is a chamber, and no utilities, no suitable utilities at least for chamber. I mean, yeah, that round is clearly at some point in the hands of Prodigy.
Absolutely. I think it's gonna be a different route. Usually they actually split up, like, you know, a 3-2 situation, but it could be an A side hit. And last time round, we know what happened when they tried to go into showers. It was almost impossible to break through the wall, but that's of course if they have a shotgun. That one actually shoots through, and look at this blind fire here.
Backstab.
Oh, we have the backstab there by player. That was huge.
Oh no, the backstab didn't really work for Blitz. Player was there, player was ready.
Stim beacon down.
Oh no, that was a failed attempt. But gotta give it to them, they tried something different. It was just that player was prepared for it.
Goodness. This is the buy round 2. Clash is going to find Edward, and the plan is in commencement once again. Banana Man. The 24th. Okay, what can he do? He finds Clashy. Headshot as well. But creds are looking really low. Doesn't seem to be doing very well. He's gonna try to get these exit strikes at the very least.
Well, I guess the only exit for Prodigy is from where they came from, so they're not going to go towards Banana Man. Banana Man, yep, despite him checking the corners and all that, being very careful, but yeah, he cannot defuse without taking down the members of Prodigy, so there's pretty much no way for him to win this fight.
Oh, that is the
there you
green
go.
light. He doesn't even know what Seafood is. Oh, he hears him. But nothing reaped from that endeavors that he just embarked on. I'm feeling a bit pitiful. If I was Banana Man, I wouldn't want to be the last man standing twice in the row at this point.
Yeah, and as a chamber, I mean, as a chamber, last man standing, 1v3, it's very, very hard.
I mean, I've seen it happen, but you have to be super good in terms of dry peeking. When you're up against a team that knows each other, the synergy, a bit difficult, to say the least.
You know what? This calls for a timeout here. BLITZ, I guess if they want to call it for a timeout, this is the best time. Because they got to break the momentum of Prodigy. But anyway, they still went on with this round, and Prodigy we'll see if they can carry on their momentum to this round. So far, no big moves from either side, but if Prodigy can get the first frag, then possibly the momentum will still be theirs.
Yeah. And now we just need that precision gunplay. So we don't want BLITZ to get overzealous here, get a bit impatient, running into them, try to get those singular fights, especially since on the side of PDP, they've already read this. They know they're going to be doing that. So they had clumped them together. 4 men into the B. Hookah, 1 up and long. And then we have the Reckoning as well, being invested. It's going to shift out a lot of the defenders, even the Orbital Strike. It's a galore of abilities right now.
Orbital Strike, but nobody is there. Instead, Prodigy decided to make that rotation onto A. And now they're in. Okay, Edward. Edward is going in, but Edward doesn't have the information. Edward blindly spraying, giving away his position, and taken out by Takai.
Actually, Trailblazer doesn't quite see anybody, knows that U-Haul is clear. So where are they? At this situation, this point, it's such a risky move. Now they know, confirmed. They're in showers. They're playing at the back of mid. Takai might even have it lined up here for Molly. So they have to push out. They need to take this risk. It goes onto a tap. Takai takes out Kiwi. And Nashi at 15. Gets a refight. He sees the bullets coming out, but on the left, in the front, Takai getting the 4K onto Nashi.
Wow, the moment we talk about Takai, we got Lobster, we got iBench 10 plates supporting Takai. So Takai, wow, this guy has fans in the comments.
Absolutely, my goodness. They love him. We love your support as well. Make sure to shout out your favorite team. Give them the moral support because at this point they really need it, especially on the side of BLITZ. If you guys know the members, give them a shout out, give them some moral support.
Just like what SMOT is doing right now. He says, let's go, BLITZ! So he's channeling his power to BLITZ to see if they can hopefully make a comeback here. But BLITZ, they need to find a way to break the momentum of Prodigy at this moment. Trailblazer used and Kiwi forced to expose his position. Blinding light onto him and Kiwi backs out.
4 rifles on both ends, so this is the round that BLITZ needs to take. They want to try to break it. Seekers are available on Nashi. How are they going to use this is a different question. Perhaps now it's just a different time to just change their strategies. They keep defaulting, which is essentially the demise because they push out and the singular fights like these. That's so hard to take because you don't have somebody playing with you. So Banana Man and Edward, they're going to be taken down with nobody to refrag them. Full members on the side of PDP.
Well, with the spike planted, now again, BLITZ put in a very difficult position. And now they kind of know where the position of the Prodigy members are at. Goes in with the judge in the face.
One enemy remaining.
There you go. It's going to be a shorty in the face of Ayman. But now leaving only Anashi alone. And I mean, this is going to be, again, a very difficult situation for him.
All the time. 36 HP, no armor. They bought this round, so that means the next round they're going to be poor. No economy whatsoever. And they're just toying with their food. He can't even find an exit frag. He's forced to go through the high side, but into the guy's crosshair. PDP looking amazingly well, and I honestly I have to give it to the second round because after they won that, I think that's the stinger. That's it. That's the timeout because within that 10 minutes, at this point, I feel like BLITZ, they feel it. They feel the morality going down after that initial shakeup. The momentum is the 4-3 series. BLITZ is finally calling the timeout that you so wanted earlier, SirCloud. We're finally getting it. Hopefully, they take this time to recuperate, reconvene.
Yeah, 8-2, calling off a timeout. Yes, please. Yes, please. But Um, okay, so now that they have the time, they have the 1 minute to take a pause, discuss. What do you think is going through their minds now?
I think at this point it's more of okay. Let's say worst case scenario, 2 to 10, because you take a look at PDP. They have 4 ultimates. I don't think they'll be using all of it right now because it's just going to be a save round for the side of Blitz. They're going to be using a second one. So 2 to 10, how do we come back within the next half? It's a uphill battle from there, but we need to try to have a good strat in terms of attacking. So it's about that. It's essentially that already. You know, you want to reset it, take this time, or maybe someone's using the toilet. Who knows? You know.
That 1 minute toilet. I still wonder how that works. But anyway, we are back onto the game, and let's see if Elle's theories are applied in this round. Let's go.
Absolutely. I don't know about you, man, but maybe the bind is just getting into the nerves of Blitz here. You know, it's such a map that you're already so used to playing, and it's such a combat-heavy map that perhaps that they're just used to taking all these skirmishes, the 1v1s, 1v2s even, or even the ace, that now that it shifted, it suddenly put a little bit of a question mark in terms of what they are supposedly meant to be doing here, especially for Blitz.
Yeah, so we can see that yeah, Blitz obviously they are on the defender side, so it's more of like a Prodigy to make their move. And again, they're having the same pattern, despite them having the momentum, despite them having a good score, but we can see the level of discipline that they have still. They're not like, okay, we can afford a round or two, we just go all out in. They're still holding their grounds, gathering the information, and not overextending themselves. And this could be an opportunity for Harry, but Harry, lucky enough for Iman, Banana Man is there.
Oh, thank goodness. So now one
30
member
seconds left.
is taken down on PDP, but site is open for business. Elmo is not cleared out though. Showstopper actually finds Kiwi, and he's not being put down just yet. He even has the likes of Anashi right at his back. We're unable to do anything with the sheriff. Ooh, and the pain shell's doing so much damage to Ellemonade. At least to the rescue.
Launching smoke.
Wow, and let's not forget, this is pretty much an eco round for Blitz, but yet they're fighting back. But Prodigy will not go down without a fucking Banana Man is going in for the defuse. Should be able to do it, and yeah, they've cleared it all out. So it's gonna be a thrifty here for Blitz, and ladies and gentlemen, this is the power of
Last round in the
power of the pause.
Power of the pause, power of me giving you theories that never came into fruition. So, but that's exactly what we want to see here, and I think a lot of it actually has to do with what I thought was the mistake of Aima in the beginning in Sha was actually moving backwards when he was actually very close into getting Harry, but instead having the tag team earlier, having a Nashi covering his back, that was exactly what they needed. And I think that's the change of pace that they really need to play with now.
I see a very familiar name in the chat. iShots, aka Mr. Raymond. Welcome here, my man. He probably has been watching all this time. But anyway, speaking of watching, let's see how they execute this time around. They can retain or reclaim their momentum. Banana Man will be the first time to fall.
Oh no, Edward is up next, but now she's gonna have something to say about it. Iman gets taken down at the same time. Smokes are everywhere. No one can see anything. Kiwi and Nashi, the last two men standing. At very least is that there is an initiator, so getting the information is key here. Doesn't quite see anybody, and he gets shot within his animation. Savon as well is gonna find Kiwi. It's now 3 to 9. And we're on to the second half.
Switching sides.
Hi man, this is the legendary number 3 to 9. But okay, I'm just gonna leave it as that. Ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, looking good still for Prodigy, despite them dropping one round to Blitz. But yeah, one round, they can afford it. That's okay. Prodigy still has that significant lead against them.
Yep, and you know, just looking back at it, Prodigy Pack, I think they have the most number of immortals as opposed to Radiant when it comes to the players inside the team. So it really goes to show that, you know, it doesn't matter what rank you are. You can play as a team, you can play off your strengths and your weaknesses. That's gonna be essential when it comes to team play in tournaments like these.
Here.
Okay,
And
so
cross
now.
one out.
Ooh. But anyway, with the swap, honestly, if you ask me, Prodigy, even though they swap, they still got players. They are able to go for flanks, like Seaphone especially. So even though you give them the defender side, he's still able to pull off something unexpected
Here.
towards Blitz.
Now having the attacker's buff, I'd say, just knowing that you're moving in with your teammates. Banana Man does manage to find Clashy, and that's actually a solo kill up into Showers. This time around, Clashy getting a little bit into a hot situation here, overextending.
Right, Seaphone, he likes to hold this sort of corners here to surprise his opponent. So he's just repeating the same sort of pattern for himself at least. But now speaking about pattern, okay, he's gonna surprise. Nobody's actually checking this corner. Everyone's moving in. So it's a matter of him holding, being trigger disciplined, waiting for his teammates to come, and now going for the 1v1. Seaphone needs to retreat. He's kind of low, but he is ran over by Blitz.
It's so hard to push out on the smoke, and he knew that. Iman though, trying to find one, but gets taken down in return. Raze is also going to find one. Sorry, player is going to find two. And Banana Man is going to be gone as well. Now Edward against the world model being dropped off. They know exactly where he is. Pain Shells gonna push him back even further. Unable to tap the bomb just yet. Sakai's gonna be the one doing it, and Player's gonna provide the support. He gets taken down. It doesn't even matter. Let's just stick it, ladies and gentlemen. Make it a 3-10 PDP on a roll.
I mean, it's Player, ladies and gentlemen. You guys mentioned in the chat that Player is a sharpshooter. He is proving it in this round by taking the W from the hands of Blitz Esports. Now bringing them up to 10 points. We're talking about 10-3 now. And hopefully you guys are having a good time, because we are having a good time right now watching this game and potentially seeing an upset against an invited team.
Oh, goodness gracious. If this happens, it's going to be the bracket, well, I would say it's a group, because if PDP manages to win this up, they're going to be facing up Future Grace, which is also another grassroots team that upsetted the professionals, which was told that earlier on. That could be possibly it, because Banana Man has gone down alongside his teammate Edward. 3 against 5. Blitz is not looking too good right now.
Pikal is in the chat as well. What's up, my man? A lot of familiar names here.
Right there.
Including Mr. Raymond Tan. And here we go. Looking good again so far for Prodigy. I mean, this could be number 11, but it ain't over till it's over. But Harry's waiting at the corner. He sees Iman there. And Iman knows that he's there, but Iman comes in the face with a Sheriff on the Harry.
Oh, and that's such a swift, decisive win. A big question though, because Blitz actually did not choose the force buy there, but I guess it's because they want to double down on the rifles. Now we'll see here if the likes of PDP wants to go for an upgrade. I think they're just going to hold on to the guns they already have in the previous round. But in the chat, guys, we actually see a former member of Blitz ECUP, FTW. So shout out to him, just coming in to watch his former teammates. Very interesting to see. I love the support that's coming in. Right now, we are witnessing 3-11 anybody's game here, but PDP taking the run for it.
Oh man, 2 more rounds to go. Blitz Esports needs to respond right now. They need to find a lot of games to come back. They're going to start it off by taking out Takai, and it comes from Iman himself. Now Iman spraying, trying to get the wall bang frag, but not able to. They're making the rotation onto B instead, and in B, we have my favorite player right now, Seaphone.
Seaphone, indeed. I don't think he's going to be meeting anybody though, although all of them are around B. It seems as though Hookah is the point of entry that they are interested in.
Okay, so Seaphone is going to hold it all alone for now, but he has backup. And backup has arrived, taking out Anashi. And here we go, in the face with the judge. Man, they are prepared for this. Even Kiwi is down right now. Same goes for Banana Man, leaving Iman alone. Oh no, leaving another one more player alone. And that is Edward.
Edward indeed. Gets
Match
taken
point
down
now.
by Raze, and suddenly it seems as though this is too easy for the side of PvP. It's so smooth sailing. No, I think. Wait, there is still one timeout available because we moved over to the second half.
Thanks.
But at this point, you can't even afford your full rifles. Only Ayman is available to do that. The rest of them, they have to be creative in the ways they want to take this over. But who knows? Adrenaline power, the power to clutch, it does come in when you need it the most. Let's hope Blitz can do this at this final match point.
Oh, here we go. Match point here. This could be a big upset. Another grassroots team taking out an invited team. This could be huge now. But it's not over till it's over. They need to wrap things up. We almost saw an overtime previously. Could this be the case this time around? They could start off with Harry being taken out by Kiwi. And now, Kiwi with the judge in hand. There's anything could happen at this moment.
There.
Who knows at this point, but up in A is where the party is at already, taking at least half the site. Not a lot of possession here, but Kiwi's gonna make more out of it, taking down Takai. And now site is available. Open up a business. Only player is left in hand. Imagine why I'm a safe from finding Banana Man being such the huge anchors that they are known for. Showstopper is available. He's gonna pop it out. He's gonna be throwing it onto it. But Deji lets go into time, and then Nashi's going to find him.
Planted.
Ooh, and unfortunately, the showstopper did not take out anyone. So that's a little bit of a lifeline here for Blitz Esports. C4 going to come in from the other side. As usual, he likes to go in for this backstab, this kind of flags. And he managed to take down a Nashi. 2 more to go. But C4 taken out by Kiwi. 1v1, ladies and gentlemen. And looks like Blitz Esports keeps their hopes and dreams alive.
At this point, I feel like Blitz are not allowed to buy the rifles. They should not be allowed to buy the rifles because they've been doing so well when they're half buying. And that's exactly it. Oh my goodness. We are finally seeing 1 point out of a whopping, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, on the board here, you guys can see 12, right? So 12 points being stolen away on the side of PDP. Probably one of the most hard-working new teams so far.
Absolutely. I mean, we can see the outcome so far of how they're playing. They're playing this really, really well. They just need to wrap things up. Okay. 12th grade. Oh, Kiwi, I'm both out. This is going to be huge. Make that bleed. Imagine Banana, one more to go. And the upset has happened, ladies and gentlemen. It is BLITZ Esports eliminated by Prodigy.
I am speechless, SirCloud, and I also think your neighbors might be a bit concerned right now over the sound that's coming in because what on earth was that? Now we have PDP emerging the victors, and where it's rightly due as well. Probably one of the most hardworking teams. They came in from completely blind, solo registrations, coming in as a team, and even a coach specifically decided to pick them out, which is also a new coach that came in through the same way that he came in as a solo registration as well to try to register as a coach. And this team, probably one of the most polished out there from the whole entire bunch of the grassroots. Amazing stuff to see, but GG to Blitz as well, SirCloud. I cannot believe my eyes. That was a feast for all of us.
Can you imagine? Game 1 was pretty tight. Game 2 was tighter even. Game 3, it was just Prodigy all over. So these guys not only is able to hold onto Blitz, who's an established team, but they are also able to have that stamina to play the third game. And not only play the third game, but they win big in the third game as well.
And okay, this is my theory. Okay, what happened was that it's not about stamina, it's about adrenaline. You fight through tooth and nail within the second match in particular. It could have been anyone's game, it could have been overtime, but then they won. They concluded it themselves. Hard work earned them that win. And then they started hitting the adrenaline pedal, right? We beat out a pro team, guys, in this match. And we said we have a fighting chance. We're gonna take the third map easy peasy, build their morale up. And on the other end, I think Blitz, they're starting to get shaken a little bit after that second win. So it's all about the stamina, the sustainability, as well as your mental game. Timeouts are very important, ladies and gentlemen. PSA if you're in a tournament.
There you go. That's a learning there. That's a learning there. That's a big tip. And I gotta give it to Prodigy. I'm very happy to be able to cast this match because in all sorts of tournaments that I have seen, there's always this talk about like, oh, if I'm facing up against a pro team now, I don't want to play. I give up even before fighting against them and all that. But this team took the courage to play against an established team like BLITZ Esports, and not only that, is able to overcome them. I mean, this is a huge feat. This is a big flex.
And that's the whole entire point of this tournament, right? You want to showcase new young talent, nurture the competitive scene that we have locally as well as through NYSG, and really bring up the standard that we already have. And it's not to say that we're just celebrating these new teams that are being made and formed, that are beating out professional teams, but also bringing up the challenge here, because we only have established teams that are constantly scrimming each other. Even Ayman said himself in the interview, it's getting a little bit boring as well, as Todak has mentioned in their interview. So we want to bring up these talents so they have constant evolution and progress when it comes to improving their skills. So no better way to end this, having two grassroots team make it through the semifinals, which is going to be Future Grace as well as Prodigy Pack. And on the other end, we have Team PAP as well as Team NEXGA, who will be moving forward. So 2-2 equal game for anybody at this point.
Yep, and Seaphone, special shout out to you. I love your gameplay. I see your gameplay from game 1 to game 2 to game 3. It felt like an evolution, like the maturity of gameplay from Seaphone, and he played really well towards the end. So my favorite player for today.
I mean, it's only been 3 hours, but if you're if you're saying it like that, it's been 3 seasons, guys. That's exactly it. But yes, SirCloud, what an amazing night. I think you're super hungry after all of that since you haven't eaten anything. But I am full because the cooking that's been done in this whole entire series, 2 series, has been immense. So before we end everything, guys, just gonna remind you guys that the semifinals will be happening next. So make sure to tune in for the next few games because it's gonna be really close considering the tournament build up. And of course, thank you to our sponsors. We'd like to shout out our live channels provided to you by BenQ as well as Game Juice, BenQ Zowie as well as Game Juice, and of course the people behind the scenes, Team Salty. We have Berryfam's Marshall, admins, prod, organizers, Berryfam team, even casters for making this happen.
Yes, so thank you as well to everyone working behind the scenes, and thank you so much for all of you for watching. A lot of names there. We got Coach Evo in the chat as well, I Fly Sausages, Rory, we got iShots earlier on, and there are many other names out there in the chat. This tournament will not be here if not because of you guys, because this tournament is for the community.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see what is in store for the rest of us. For everybody else, have a good night, and thank you. My name is Ellemonade, and I'm here with SirCloud. See you guys in the next one.
In the air tonight, take over your mind, let it hypnotize. Feel it in your skin, slowly it begins, like a drug so high. In the air tonight, take over your mind, let it hypnotize. Feel it in your skin, slowly it begins, like a drug so high.